Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Australian Nationals Day 2. You're here with me, Felix and Zaid. We're here at the Stonington Sports Centre for Australian Nationals 2026. Zaid, how was day one? What can you tell us about the events that transpired?
Well, we had six events taking place yesterday, a few rounds of some of them, and in the first round of clock, which started off our day yesterday, we had a few a few minor upsets, but in these first rounds of clock, you're looking for people who might be at risk of dropping out due to those DNFs. But fortunately, we didn't see any of that. We saw Christian Trubagic taking out that first round with a 3.4 average, followed by Amy Smith and Lucas Din to round out that top three. Following that was Megaminx. There was a heated close battle for the title between Roman Rudakov and Jamie Otsu. Um, all three rounds of the Megaminx happened yesterday, and it ended up taking uh, Jamie Otsu taking that national record in that final
Yeah, that
to
was
win the title. Yeah,
that was I would say the pick of the finals from
yeah.
yesterday, Roman versus Jamie. So at lunchtime, if you want to rewatch the finals from yesterday, I reckon that one's the one to go for the viewers at home.
We also had multi-blind decided. Felix Williams taking out a huge PR to take first place to Michael, who ended up also getting a very, very, very respectable 37 pointer, and Charlie Eggins rounding out that podium with 19 points. So yeah, very, very awesome multi-podium to see there. Um, we also had the square one, two rounds of that. Um, Obviously the favorite going into that, David Epstein, two-time WR holder, hasn't been putting out much practice for this this nationals for square one in
I don't think
particular.
he's practiced for quite a while. Yeah.
Yeah. So he wasn't really expecting much, but even still, being like so far ahead of the field, he was able to comfortably take a win over Jacob Joshi and Oryx Sui, who finished second and third respectively. Me unfortunately not performing too well, but that's more than okay. Um, and lastly, we also had big cubes, 6x6, 7x7,
Yeah.
which you managed to secure the win in both of those.
Fortunately enough, managed to keep things,
Yeah,
hold things together. Yeah, and the big cubes. So we had Harrison, Jonathan Newbury Chun second in 7x7 and third in 6x6. So double big cube podium for Harrison there. And Jamie Otsu taking second in 6x6 and Joseph Burnett taking third in 7x7. So a bit of a mix of podium
yeah.
getters there. Yeah, I'm adding to the list of
Yeah,
the list of Felixes who won gold medals yesterday. So I'll take that.
and that is your first time getting the titles in those events for a few years now, since you haven't competed in those for
I
a
think
bit.
yeah, I
Yeah,
hadn't done I hadn't done anything except 3x3 at a nationals since 2023.
yeah,
So it's been a while, but fortunately the hardware's gotten better, my times have gotten a bit better, so managed to managed to stay ahead for now. But I'm sure that'll change in the years to come, become even more competitive.
yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we're moving into day two. Our first event of the day is going to be 4x4 round one. So we've got a number of groups in 4x4. Zaid, what can you tell me about who are the top competitors that we're looking for in these first groups of 4x4?
Well, I mean, there's obviously yourself, Felix.
Okay, apart from okay, others.
So the top Australian competitors in this event, we're looking at Riley Dexter, David Epstein, are the top three apart from you. Riley, obviously, insanely talented solver, um, current OCR holder for 3x3, but naturally his skills are well transferred over to the other N by Ns,
Yeah,
particularly 4x4. He is currently sitting at a 25-second PR average, and he is actually the current national champion
yeah.
from last year, um, beating out the likes of Sora Sato, um, to secure that win last year in Brisbane. Following him is David Epstein, just trailing 0.01 behind Riley's PR
Yeah,
average. So obviously it's looking to be a tight battle between those two.
definitely.
Following them is Andy Gong, a 26.2 PR average. Obviously Andy's been here for quite a while now. Very experienced competitor. Very very consistent, and I'd say slept on solver with the N by Ns.
And definitely for 4x4, I mean, with parity having such an influence,
Yeah,
the results, especially in one round in the final, can go any way. So definitely Riley, David, me will need to be all focused and locked in to try and secure that podium. And parity will play a factor.
yeah.
So in this first group, if you look at stations 1 and stations 2, we have a couple of WA boys, so Jonathan Charlesworth on the left and Zach Kenny, WA delegate and also, I believe, still president of Speedcubing Australia.
I believe he is, yeah.
Zach, very much a 4x4 specialist, not the fastest turner, but with very efficient solutions. I think I judged his PR last nationals in the finals. So he'll be looking to make another final, and I think he did that he's done that for a number of years running. Let's see how he's going. So you can see there, moving through the edges and getting to 3x3 stage. Let's see if he gets a parity. Yeah, he's got OLL parity there. And EPAM, not the nicest of cases. 32 there for Zach. So he's probably looking to get the sub 30 range to what's his PR? His PR is 28.93 average. So yeah, a little bit off his usual. And Jonathan Charlesworth also has a 28 PR average.
With solvers like Zach in particular, who don't rely on TPS in their solves, mainly prioritizing fluidity over anything. So when you see sort of those clunky transitions, that's usually a sign that the solve isn't going particularly well for them.
Jono was moving through this one pretty nicely. Just got the OLL parity, of course, and double parity
Double
there.
parity.
I spoke too soon. Also 32 for Jono.
On stations 3 and 4, we have delegates Lennon Hughes, Divnor Bajwa, as we see right there.
Yeah.
Lennon, the main organizer and lead delegate for this competition. Huge shout out. Divnor has recently moved to New South Wales after being a Vic delegate for quite a number of years now. And yeah, these are both also pretty solid competitors. We don't know if they're looking for anything in particular over any of the events this nationals, but I can tell you they're here for a good time, and
Oh, definitely.
yeah,
Both with PR averages in the 33-second range.
yeah.
Also on station 2, a big welcome back to Edward Hollingdale. Edward, having been living and working in the UK for a number of years now, has made the move back to Australia. So welcome back. You'll spot him judging Zach on station 2 shortly. And I noticed, so at Nationals, for the staff or crew, we're all allowed to have a number on the back of our shirt. So if you look closely, maybe the stream can tell us what number Edward has on the back of his shirt when we when we take a look at stations 1 and 2. But for now, Divnor and Lennon looks like they're going to have a race. Yep, they've started at the same time, so they're definitely just taking it in a very relaxed fashion.
Lennon seemed
Yeah,
to have
Lennon-
started his
Lennon's made
outcross
some
before-
mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Divnor definitely ahead for now. Chat, who've you got?
Divnor taking his time a bit to make sure he's doing those 3-2-3 edges correctly. No parity. Yep.
No parity solved there. 35.58 for Divnor. And Lennon is really struggling on this one. But he'll finish off there. 44 seconds.
There we go. Another competitor who I also did not mention earlier, that would definitely be one to look for, is Caden Liu,
Mm.
up and coming New South Wales solver. Um, Managed to pull out a pretty impressive performance at last year's Nationals in 3x3.
Yeah, he was he third seed, I think. I
Yeah,
think I solved head to head with him going into finals, and he'd done very well in some of the early rounds, and especially the States Cup. So, and I think he's just continued to improve in 3x3. Um, and yeah, no doubt that probably that pace of improvement has extended to the 4x4 as well. So he's got a 27 PR mean, but I would imagine that's pretty recent if I just take a quick look. Caden Liu, yeah, last
yeah,
competition, he got that. Uh, his only competition where he's competed in
insane.
4x4 in 2026. So, yeah, I'd expect to see him up there as well, given how quickly he's been improving.
Absolutely unreal rate of improvement from him, judging by his few recent rounds.
Unfortunate solve there from Zach with the pop, or yeah, the piece that came out. So he got a 1 minute solve. So he's going to have to, you know, make sure he doesn't do that again. In order to,
Thankfully, it is the first round out of three.
yeah.
So, among these top solvers, especially, honestly, any average would do it. Seems like. Um, where I believe it would be top 80 makes the semis, top 40
Mm,
into the semis. But on the psych sheet, I do believe it would be around,
you can take a look.
yeah,
Psych sheet top 40, which won't be 100% representative. 33, so
33.
probably, yeah,
Around
around,
36?
I reckon. I
Yeah,
reckon. Yeah.
yeah, that would be a good guess, I'd say. So Zach Kenny just not looking to count a catastrophically bad time
Yeah,
and should get him through pretty safely.
still. All right, Lennon and Divnor going for their race again. Divnor standing up. Interesting tactic. Maybe he's trying to hide some ALG knowledge or some insane 4x4 strategy from the stream here.
Classic gatekeeping from Divnor,
Yeah.
as always.
But thankfully we can catch him from the from the front on camera. This race
Seems to be
looks,
pacing pretty well,
yeah.
both of them.
So they're both on the 3x3, maybe Divnor slightly ahead.
Getting that G. Oh, no, DPEM seemed like oh,
34 for Divnor, 37 for
37.
Lennon. We go back to Zach Kenny here, working on his solve. 26.
26.7.
Wow, that's
Amazing.
yeah, pretty quick. He'll be happy with that. A nice nerve, easer of the nerves. And Jono Charlesworth here. Okay, we can't quite see Ed's number on the back of his shirt. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There we go.
There it is.
Ed choosing the number 67. Can't imagine what the reasons for that one was, and maybe he got in there fast, able to get that
Yeah,
number.
I believe he was.
Yeah.
He wasted no time with the selection of that number.
Do you have a number on your
I do have a
jersey,
number.
Zaid? What number?
48.
Does it mean anything to you?
Not particularly. It's just a number that is enjoyable for me to look at. Aesthetically pleasing number.
Jono here.
It seemed he misrecognized that as a
Yeah.
ZBLL. 3023, still not bad, given a misrecognized ZB and PLL parity to fix that.
Now, why are our competitors getting up? Have they finished?
Yeah, they must have
They
finished.
must have finished.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
we did spend a bit recapping day one that we went over the last three solves or so.
That's a good sign, though, for the pace of today's proceedings. So,
Yeah.
well on time after Group 1.
Amazing. So whenever they call Group 2, that's my cue to leave
Oh,
for,
yep.
to start competing. And we do see some of those highlighted competitors up in this next group. David Epstein and Liam Hydacek on stations 1 and 2.
Yes.
Liam Hydacek, current New South Wales state record holder, if I'm not mistaken.
And Oceanic champion
And Oceanic champion.
as well.
known for being one of the only Australians to use OPA in their solves. Obviously, eliminating that a huge variable of OLL parity is a huge benefit, especially in competition, major finals. So we'll see if that ends up being to the benefit of Liam, possibly gunning for a podium position.
Definitely, definitely.
All right. They have called the second group, so I will love you and leave you, and we will.
Yep.
Wait, who?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
who
You're
is-
competing, mate. So
Yeah.
it's all right. I'll stay on.
Okay.
I think we'll sub out for whoever's
Yeah.
coming.
Who is coming next? All right.
All right. Good luck, Zaid.
Thank you.
All right. Now I've got to bring the chat up because I'm not going to just talk to myself. Yes. So ask me anything for the next 5 minutes before the other streamers take over. Oh, we're on? Okay. No, scrap that then. See you later. But it's great. 42 viewers already. Lovely, lovely. How's life? Life's good. Yiheng's group 4. Yiheng is not coming to the competition. just confirming. Yiheng is not coming to the competition. All right. Bye.
You might not have Yiheng Wang, but I think my skills are comparable. You see me, I finished with a 39. Oh yeah, baby. Hey, no one else can do it like me, dude. I might be the GOAT.
I even
That's okay.
almost did a ZB on my final solve.
Almost.
Almost.
That's the best kind of ZB, the almost ZB.
Oh,
I respect it. I respect the hustle. Well, good on you, Johnny. How did the rest of your average go, if I might ask?
not fantastic. That was a rather poor average, but it's
Oh.
okay. It's first round. It
Yeah,
was,
okay.
we started off with a 32, then it was a 34, then 31, and then a 28 and a 30.
Oh, we
So-
finished strong. I think I probably did the same thing. I finished a little bit stronger than we started. But that's okay. It's Melbourne winter, first thing in the morning. Who thought Nats in Melbourne in winter was a good idea? Anyway,
know.
I digress. I digest. Who have we got in this group? We've got the one and only. It looks like David Epstein is
We
sitting
got
down on station
David
number
Epstein,
one. So
first seed, and we got
we've got a blank
know.
station 2 for the time being, but we'll pull up this group and see who's in it. Tommy Capillas. Oh,
you've gone
what a
one too
oh,
far.
that's no what. Oh, you're actually so right. No,
Liam Hadachuk.
You'll wait and see Tommy Capillas in Group 3. However, we do see the Oceanic champion, current reigning Oceanic champion, Liam Hadachuk on station number 2. Famous for using his OLL parity avoidance. We're seeing how that works out for him in this starting round. We expect all of these 4 competitors, as usual on the stream, to be comfortably making the next round, which will be later today after 3x3 blind. And then, yes, we've got Joseph Burnett and Jackson Foster on stations 3 and 4. I believe Joseph Burnett probably came home with a podium yesterday. This is the kind of high-level analysis that you get on the Speed Cubing Australia live stream. In fact, he finished
Ooh.
3rd in 7x7 yesterday. Also placed, he's gotten national podiums in M/Ns before, so he's came 2nd place in 6x6 and 7x7 last year in his home nationals in Brisbane. So looking hopefully to replicate a similar good result across the other M/Ns too. We'll see how that pans out for him as this round, or rather this group progresses. So yeah, David Epstein, our top seed for this group with a 25.15 personal record average. He's also a newly minted national champion. Been a while since we've seen him at the top of the dais, but we've got him as the Square One national champion. His pet event from back in the day brings about a reprise and comes away with another national title there. Yes, we've got some really nice 4x4 groups upcoming, so I would suggest sticking around. We're going to have in the next group, after this one, we've got Felix and then Alexander Vuzic, the New Zealand, I believe he's still the New Zealand national record holder in the last group there, the 23.20 personal record for him.
yes.
And 2nd in Oceania as well. Actually, I'm not certain if he's going to be here because obviously New Zealand Nationals is this weekend as well.
He was just sat over there.
Oh, okay.
I
Well, he
just
might
walked
still be
past
here.
him. Maybe he's been recruited to scramble.
Oh, that's also possibly true. But no, I'm sure that I believe that he said we're going to see him at both nationals.
Yeah, I wonder how that's gonna pan out, considering that has already started, I believe.
Yes, I
Or it
believe
started
it
a
to
few
be
hours
so.
ago.
Got David Epstein practicing his main event now. These days, probably is a one-handed. Made the switch to Roo last year. He said it was something that was keeping him busy during his Year 12 exams. While he couldn't cube so much, thought it might just be a fun little project, and it's turned out that he's now one of the best in the country, probably vying for a podium once one-handed comes around. We've also got groups of one-handed today, so we'll look forward to seeing how he can do in those early stages. We've got Liam Hardacek, station number 2. As we mentioned before, the reigning Oceanic champion, currently way back from Perth in December 2 years ago. We'll see what sort of performance he can lay down. Looked like a reasonably quick trace there for Liam. So onto his cross edges now. So obviously he's using OLL parity avoidance, his own method that he came up with called Hope rather famously. And that means that he's counting the number of slices he needs to not get parity in the 3x3 stage, or rather OLL parity. That was a nice little last 3 edges or last 2 edges ALG possibly there. But you'll see, yeah, he's not got any OLL parity here. He knows full ZBLL as well. 30.27 there it is for Liam. So it's an interesting method because you've got to count how many slices you do, or rather finish up with an even number of slices not to get parity.
We've got David Epstein on his first solve as well now.
It looked like he might have maybe a similar sort of ALG for that last edges. Oh, he's got a
Ooh.
pure OLL parity, so we'll skip the OLL here. He's got the PLL as well. Goes opposite into JPerm, so 30.38. Quite similar times there from David and Liam. However, David obviously getting the OLL parity as well. Seen off stream, we had Jackson Foster with a 31.07. And still waiting on Joseph Burnett, I believe, for his first. But yes, I believe Liam to be one of, if not the only person using some kind of OLL parity avoidance this competition. It's a trade-off. It takes a while to trace. You're maxing out those 15 seconds, and you might not get as much of a look ahead into your first couple of cross edges, because we'd imagine that everyone's planning their first 2 centers at this level.
It's interesting to note as well that it looked like Liam was using reslice for his edges, not 3-2-3 like most other competitors.
Interesting. We'll have to have a look at that when he pops around for his second solve.
Could have just been that it just turned out to be a really nice solve to do that, but could be interesting to see again.
Now, Johnny, rest of the competition, we've already had a couple finals that we've seen you in earlier, or rather yesterday. So anything else that you're looking to achieve at this competition, or?
Mostly just, I would love to have a good final in Scube this year. Last year was a bit demoralizing, but it's okay. I've worked hard the last year, hoping that this year I can bring it back, maybe sneak into the podium again, or at worst, still get a solid average and then just miss out. I'd be okay with that. It would reflect the work I've put in over the last 8 months or so.
We're going for quality.
Yes.
But here we've seen Joseph Burnett. I believe this to be his first solve. Oh, quite fumbly on those last couple centers.
Ooh, it looked like
Flip at 19. Yeah, that's not great pace at all for Joseph, unfortunately.
looked like initially he'd done 2 of his centers the wrong way round.
PLL now does have parity. Yeah, 36.9 there for Joseph. And Jackson Foster of WA just starting, we believe, his second alongside.
It's also interesting that Jackson Foster is one of the only people here who uses Hoya for 4x4. Don't think we've got anyone else in the top 4 in any of these rounds using Hoya.
Used it to good effect as well over the bigger cubes as well. I know he has still probably currently 5x5 state record for WA.
He does.
Remember him getting that initial sub-1 average with a really nice pop-off at one of the local competitions down there in Perth. On his Instagram, I'm sure you could find that one.
Yes. That one's definitely a very, very, very enjoyable clip to watch.
Yes,
Knowing how
Jackson
much went
finished
into
with
that
a
average as
34.
well.
And since then, he's pretty much just gone from strength to strength. So we'll see him in 5x5 later today as well. Obviously, this group, he comes into 4x4 with a seed just under 30 seconds. So 29.98 is Jackson's PR. And yes, using Hoya, you'll see those 4 centers solved before he starts doing any edges. So it makes for an interesting kind of solve. But once you get those edges done and the last 2 centers, it's mainly just the same as a standard Yao solve. We've got David Epstein, right a picture. Station number 1, last cross edge now, and onto the rest of his centers. 10 seconds mark just elapsed.
Ooh.
Looking pretty fluid with the edges and onto 3x3 stage. Probably the strongest part of his solve, I would have to say.
Oh, nice.
That's nice. 25.48 there, even with the PLL parity. So doing well for himself there. It's only a little bit slower than his personal record. We've got Liam. We'll see if he uses those free slice edges for after that cross edge. I think he's. Oh yeah, you know what? You might be right.
No.
No?
It was just that solve. It must have been that the first edge was a situation where you have the first edge that you want is back where you started. And, oh.
And unfortunately burdened by the PLL parity again, 34.62. So Liam starting with a 30 and a 34, a little bit off the pace for him by his standards. Joseph Burnett 32.73 off stream, but we've just got the shot of him with the time there. So all these 4 competitors have PRs under 30 seconds. So they'll be pacing in and around about PR. That's around about what you'd be expecting, except obviously David is quite a ways ahead of that. He's probably looking to go sub 25 at some point during the competition if he's been practicing. You see Felix also is judging David on station number 1, so he'll be warming up for his group of 4x4, which is coming next up. He gets a little bit of a reprieve to warm up just before we get to see him on main stage, station number 1. Got Jackson Foster, station number 4. We'll see how his Hoya goes on this attempt here. Started off with a 34. And you'll see it's interesting with Hoya because you don't solve your cross edge and the opposing cross color first. He'll probably start with something like a blue or a green.
Looks like red and orange this time.
And then, yeah, so he solved his white on the bottom. So you can see those yellow and green centers getting solved now. Oh, not getting solved,
Now.
but yeah, now they've gotten solved. But they stay scrambled for a bit while you pair your cross edges, and then from here the rest of the solve is doable with
Ooh.
3-2-3 and standard 3x3 methods. This is looking pretty good for Jackson.
That was a pretty good. He's gonna get a lot of parity though. That's a bit unfortunate. That was pacing quite well.
No double flicks on the OLL parity, I see, and double parity in the end as well.
Yeah.
Finishes with the U-perm 34.4, so it's another 34, but this time considerably more unlucky with parities. Solve looked like it was pacing pretty well. It was onto 3x3. It looked like around about 23 or so.
Yeah.
So that was looking pretty good for Jackson. Just unfortunate to be burdened with the 50% chances that you get if you don't use any kind of avoidance method for the OLL. David Epstein and Liam is just about to begin inspection, but we've got stations 1 and 2 about to begin solving.
Joseph with a 30 on his third solve as well.
So a couple rotations in the edge pairing stages there for David. Just finished off with that algorithm there. So onto his 3x3 stage.
Ooh.
Fluid as always. Looks like no rotations. OLL parity, unfortunately, though. And double parity again. 27 with double parity. So David's still far above everyone else in this group so far, but he can count himself a little bit unlucky. Had double parity on the last 2 solves, I think. Oh no, last solve was just PLL parity. But here goes Liam. So that OLL parity method means that by the time he solves his 4th center, no, sorry, by the time he solves his 3rd center, parity's locked in. So you've got to count your slices before then and make sure that you finish off with, if you count odd, get an odd number of slices to solve it, even, get an even number of slices. It's a really intricate method, and cube theory is always a little bit of fun, and he's obviously quite switched on that he's made up his own method. Got the ZBLS there into ZBLR with the S moves, and the parity again. I think that's 3 out of 3 PLL parities for Liam. It's a 31.09 there. So he's avoiding one parity, but the other parity just seems to keep showing up every single solve. And with the ZB, it must be a little bit tough to recognize. I think, although to his credit, I think he's forced opposite PLL parity every single solve with the ZBLLs that he's been doing. So he's making good use of the ZBLL knowledge that he has. Got Jackson on station 4 onto 3x3 stage again. So I went 34 and 34.
I think he started with a 31 actually. I think this is his 4th, I think.
His OLL parity. This should hopefully be his slowest time.
Yeah. Oh,
OLL
corner
parity
twist.
and a corner twist. And PLL parity as well. His double parity gets him a 45.2. Unfortunate there for Jackson. So with top 40 making 4x4 second round, we expect that he'll probably be there or thereabouts in regards to making that second round still. But another mistake, who knows, could send him way off the list.
What are we expecting to make the semifinals here?
Well, if we go by the psych sheet, top 40 means that Hao Do is currently there with a 33.2. So maybe it's a little bit closer than we're giving everyone credit for. It's got a pretty fast field here. But obviously this is based off of best ever performances. So you can knock a few seconds off that and be comfortably in. Or even if you're still in the 34s, I'd say you're pretty comfortably going to make it through to that top 40. Got Joseph Burnett here, station number 3. Solving under the table at the moment, but just looking at the 20-second mark now. There's a 30, so 30.30 there for Joseph, and David Epstein solving on station number 1 now. Has been a little bit unfortunate with his parity counts. 27 with double parity, 25 with PLL parity. Right of picture there.
Ooh,
Get a lot of rotations in that edge pairing stage.
he's gone under the table as well now. Oh.
Looks like he's got his EBL. Quick recognition. I might have saved him a little bit of time there. 26.76. That was extremely quick recognition and forced those edges, the orientation of those edges rather.
As we said before, that 3x3 stage is just so strong. Like,
Yeah.
you can really pull anything back from that. Even though those edges, there was a lot of rotations, and we've said that on the last few solves. That 3x3 stage is just phenomenal every time.
Yeah, you can afford to not necessarily have a subpar, but you can afford not to have as polished of an edge pairing stage when your 3x3s like that. I mean, that was just awesome work. All right, set Liam here. In tracing now, you won't see him rotate the cube so much. He'll stay in this orientation until he finishes, and now it looks like he's finished tracing pretty quickly. It might have been around about 9 seconds or so, but getting underway. So solving his cross edges now, so still keeping track of that parity count.
Ooh.
And now he will have his parity locked in. So it looked like had to maybe fix parity there. Doing an extra slice than you would normally do, but with the advantage of not getting your OLL parity later on. See if he gets PLL parity this time. He's been a bit unfortunate now. I think it might be again.
Oh no. Oh
Oh,
no.
no. No, he's got it. Yeah, 31.12. No PLL parity this time around, but it's another 30-second solve there for Liam. A bit off the pace of his personal record. Sitting at 27.3.
I feel like we can just blame that on it being such a cold morning as well. I don't think that this has been a particularly great performance across the board. There's been a few standouts, like David's been doing pretty well, but I think the cold morning's getting to quite a few people.
Joseph Burnett. Station number 3 has received his next puzzle. And it's a 4x4. Who would have thought? Series again, right of picture.
Looks like he's put his edges in the wrong place, unfortunately. Ah, that's... And
Olo
Olo parity again.
Goodness me.
But, oh no.
At least gave himself the A perm. Oh,
Yeah.
might have been better off just taking the +2 there. But yeah, 37.7. That's even slower. So he's going to count that 36 that he got earlier on. Just unfortunate, but I think the other times that he's got at the moment are still going to make him pretty safe candidate for making the next round. Going to be later on today and then the finals on Sunday.
Got all 3 remaining competitors onto their final solve, I believe.
That's exactly right. So, got David Epstein solving at the moment. 3x3 stage, Wednesday on last layout. There's OLL parity there again. Probably going to be about the 30-second range. Parity in the ZBLL. Still going to try and make it work, though. It's really Lockie turning. I think he's going to just concede this is his worst. 37.73. So not a great finish for Joseph or for David, particularly for David by his standards. I've got Liam Heidechek, station number 2, just about to finish up. Off stream, we had Jackson Foster with the 33.16, but this is going to be Liam finishing his average now.
Oh, Hope did not work in that situation. He got Olo parity this time. And he's
this is
forced
the
edge
double.
parity. Oh,
Not the way you would have wanted that average to end, 34.05. Either way, he's still pretty comfortably going to make it through to finals. We would say the same for everyone who we've seen so far. I don't think any of them have let it slip too far, but it's a nice way to kind of settle the nerves. Obviously, first event today, hands might still be a little bit cold, but we are warming up as the day goes on. So let's see how everyone fares in the next group. Is Group 2 done and dusted? Going to get through to the third group where we see the one and only Oceanic record holder, Felix Zemdegs. Seeing what times he can lay down. He's already given himself 2 national titles in 6x6 and 7x7 yesterday. So started off with a very, very strong campaign and will look to do much the same over the next few days as well. Hopefully finishing with a title defense in 3x3. I'm sure he'd be hoping for that, but we'll have to wait and see how that pans out for him. All right, and he's taken a squat down on station number 1. We will see him hopefully lay down some good times in this first group, get his day off to a nice start. It's been a long while since Felix has been able to compete in a major so close to home. Last time Melbourne had a big competition would have been Oceanics in 2022. He had a big part in organising the live stream and such for that, so it's nice that he can still get on a local stream and chat with his fellow Melburnian cubers who make up the bulk of the crowd at this championship. But then also hopefully deliver on stage as well. So we will wait and see how that turns out for him. At the moment, I'm just waiting for Lockie to finish up on station number 6 so that he can swap out for me, so that I can go to the side room and do some 5 blind.
oh, good luck for that.
It's going to be fun. got a decent field in actually. Amy Smith's been solving very well recently, so I'm expecting that she will provide some resistance. But you know what? I'm gonna try and make it a fight. I'll try and make it a fight. We'll make this work. We'll do something cool, hopefully. And Lockie is moseying on over. I will be leaving you at such short notice. I do apologise, but it's all for the best, because I would say that the homie who's taken my place is a bit more aesthetically pleasing to the eye. This guy, Lockie Stevens. I'm going to leave you, Johnny. Enjoy commentating with your fellow WA
Yes.
Perth fella,
Oh,
and I'll see you guys another time.
I've also been hand-delivered some coffee for this. Thank you.
All right. I think Johnny's having the time of his life right now because he's not only got me next to him, but he's also got a fresh coffee from, where's it from?
Starbucks, I think.
Oh, from Starbucks.
Yeah, I think it was one in the big shopping center next door.
Oh, there you go. All right. Well,
How did your 4x4 average go?
I got one parity and got the most consistent average of my life. Yeah, it was like a low 31 average, I think. Pretty just nothing.
With only one parity.
Yeah, it should have been a lot better with one parity, but oh well. And it was a PLL parity, not even an OLL parity.
That's not fair. I got so many parities of mine.
Yeah, how did your average go?
I think it was like a 31 average, but it was not very good. There was only one sub 30. There were two subs that should have or could have been sub 30, but for one reason or another they just couldn't be. But it was all right. We've seen some interesting averages across the board. I think Zach Kenny, who's C2 in my group, got like a either low 31 or high 30 average.
Okay, pretty good.
I think he had two 32s and a 28 counting.
Nice. Wow, it counted to 28.
Mm.
What was going on in the last group that we just saw?
Well, we had David Epstein doing pretty well for his group, and I don't think anyone else got a sub 30 average. I think we had Jackson Foster getting closer to 33, 32.
Mhm.
Joseph Burnett, I'm not quite sure what his average was, but it wasn't as good as his PI. It was probably in the 33s.
Yep.
And then Liam Hadachuk, I think he dialed in about a 30 or 31.
All right. Well, sounds like a pretty chill little group. One that I was part of as well. I didn't see much going on. I was having a nice conversation with Cheggins about running. It's great. But let's have a look at who we've got coming up in this next group. So we have the everyone's favorite, Felix Zemdegs over on Station 1, with the OCR average as his PR with 21.57. And then on Station 2 next to him, we've got Tommy Caprilis, an old favorite, formerly very, very good at FMC, probably still pretty good at FMC, with a 28.12 as his PR mean average. And then all the way from the US, we've got Philip Lewicki over on Station 3 with a 28.93 as his PR mean. And right next to him, another veteran of the game, Jaden McNeil on Station 4. And this is a pretty veteran lineup. We've got, I think the latest ID among these is probably Tommy's, which is like, what, 2016 or something?
I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was 2016.
Yeah, so these guys have all been around for quite a while. All roughly 10 years or longer for some of them. But that's all right. It's good to see all the old heads still sticking around.
Especially for these larger comps as well. There'll be a lot of people that still remember these names, maybe haven't quite seen them in their prime, but still putting out some really, really fast times.
Yep, absolutely. And there's Tommy Caprilis. He's just taking a seat next to Felix. And it looks like Felix is about to get started with solve number 1. He's got a nice little setup with his little camera there under 2 boxes. But for Felix, we're probably chasing around the 21-22 mark for a pretty good time for him, depending on parities, of course. But let's see what we can put down for solve number 1. And Felix is off. Looks a pretty solid flip, around 8 seconds. Bit of trouble on those edges there, but finishes
Ooh.
up nicely, pacing about 15 seconds to 3x3 stage. Looks like he's got OLO parity. And he's going to have PLO parity. Oh, no. Yep, he's
No.
good. And a 24.47 with OLO parity, not the worst case, but he's going to want to be getting a little bit better than that on the solves to come.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate OLL execution. I think his finger just slipped off the cue when he was trying to do a U push with
Yeah,
his left finger. I think it just didn't quite connect properly.
yeah. The finger tricks that work well on 3x3 do get a little bit more tricky as you move up the cubes. 4x4 is obviously the easiest of them, but it does still get a little more tricky than just doing it on 3x3.
It is only first solve though, so
Mhm.
maybe there's a little bit of nerves for that very first one, but I think from here on out we should be okay.
And Tommy for solve number 1 as well. I'm not really familiar with Tommy's 4x4 solving, but it looked like a pretty quick first 2 centers there. Looks like he's solving his cross
Oh.
edges on the bottom. Oh, but he's moved up to cross on left now. Making his
Yeah.
way through centers. Got to his last cross edge at around the 13-second mark. And looks like he's having a little bit of look ahead trouble on his edges here. Yeah, just massive pauses. And onto 3x3 stage at around 26. And no parity for him. A 33.77 seems pretty indifferent about that, but I'm sure he's chasing better times. Now Jaden McNeil for solve number 1 over on station 4. Now I don't know what times Jaden's putting down. His PR average is 30.01, so right on that sub 30 mark, but I'm not really sure what we'll see from him. I don't know how much he actually practices. Flipped around 12 seconds, so
It's not bad.
yeah, pretty far ahead of Tommy. And decently quick edges, around 21 seconds to 3x3 stage.
Ooh, this is some unfortunate F2L, but that's okay.
He's got OLO parity, and he's going to have no PLO parity. A 35 for Jay. And that's probably about as much of an expression you're going to get out of him after a speed event. He's given us a nice little smile there. Shaking his head. And Philip having a giggle next to him as he receives his cube for solve number 1. I did catch Philip doing some warm-up before this round, so hopefully we can see some stuff from him. Looks like he's doing a very similar approach to Tommy there, starting with his first cross edge on the bottom, and then
Interesting.
moving into cross on left after that. But he's onto edge pairing now. Looks a little bit hesitant, but onto 3x3
18
stage now.
seconds to
About
3x3
18, yeah.
stage.
And he's going to have no OLO parity and PLO parity. It's a pretty solid solve, 29.27. So slightly slower than his PR average, but he did have OLO parity, so it's a pretty good way to start off the average for him. And we've got Felix up for solve number 2 now. And Felix is off. Bit of a pause before getting into those cross edges, but seems to be recovering pretty nicely. A bit of a fumble there as he transitions into centers. And about a 14-second flip there. But onto 3x3 stage in rapid pace. And OLO parity. And he's just going to have a PLO parity there as well. 26 with double parity. 26.66 for Felix on solve number 2.
Looks like did he just switch out his 4x4s?
I didn't catch it. He may have.
I think he just grabbed the one he was warming up with.
Well, maybe he's having a little bit of trouble. Maybe
Yeah.
the venue's pretty cold over on those stations in the front row there, I found. It's got some aircon flow, so maybe he's feeling a bit of coldness with the cube. Wants to sub in a warm one.
I wonder if it seized up a little bit in that time between solve because we had everyone else solve in that time period. So I wonder if he just wants something that's a little bit more warmed up.
Yeah, I think that's likely what's going on. And Tommy's here in inspection for solve number 2. That's him over on the left. And did all of his cross edges on the bottom before flipping over and doing his centers. Saw the flip at around 14 seconds. And onto 3x3 stage at around 22. OLO parity again. And he's going to have PLO parity as well. And 34.09 for Tommy on solve number 2.
Jaden almost finished up as well. Looks like 33.23.
And Philip for solve number 2 as well. So it looks like the scrambles are all rolling out at a pretty nice pace, keeping everyone on the same solves. No one's streaming ahead. But here's Philip. A bit of hesitation there going into his edges. And saw the flip there at around 12 seconds. And I was informed by Philip that at the time he achieved his PR average of 28.93, it was actually 30th in the world. It was 2018. So,
Oh.
and a nice CBLL there.
Oh.
Just a cancellation into an NPerm and a 32.62. Not an ideal time, but that's okay. Philip's just here for the love of the game after all. And so that brings us up to date. Everyone's finished their second solves, just waiting on scramble number 3 now. And I wonder when Jaden McNeil's last PR was.
That's always a fun little game to play. His PRs, because a lot of his PRs did come from a time when he was practicing a lot, and they were quite highly ranked in the world. I think with the exception, of course, of FMC, which is still
Yeah,
highly ranked.
he's still very good at FMC.
Still very, very good.
His 4x4 PR, Study01, and he achieved that in 2018.
Oh wow.
Yep. So him and Philip both have PRs dating back about 8 years. But here's Felix for solve number 3, over on station 1. And Felix started off with a 24.47 and a 26.66. So pacing behind OCR, but looking to get a bit better parity luck on these coming solves. And flip around 10 seconds there. And really flying through those edges onto 3x3 stage at about 16.
Very smooth transition there for.
And a bit of trouble on the PLL though, 23.58. He's shaking his head, but it's an improvement over the first 2 solves. So hopefully we see a downwards trend for the remaining 2 solves of the average. But this is only Jay's 3rd time this year competing in 4x4. So maybe he could pull out a sneaky PR average in this round. But he'd have to count some pretty good times, so maybe not.
It's not unheard of.
No.
Definitely not unheard of for Jay. You never know.
But here's Tommy for solve number 3, sorry. Started off with a 33.77 and a 34.09, neither of which are really near his PR, so looking to do a little better on this solve. We've got his cross edges on bottom, flips over to do centers, and flipped up at about 12. Looks like some pretty good edge cases there, but just having some trouble recognizing. And onto 3x3 stage at about 24. And just PLO parity. Finishes with a 31-1-1. Best solve so far, but still not really around what he's capable of.
Philip just getting onto 3x3 stage at low 20s.
And 32-49 for Philip on solve 3. And later we've got 5x5 coming up, and Jay's had a little more luck recently with his 5x5 performance. Recently breaking a PR with 56.73 average earlier this year.
Looks like Felix is on to solve 4 now.
And Felix is off. Pretty nice pace onto centers. And flipped it around 9. And onto 3x3 stage at about 15. OLO parity. Doesn't have the best parity luck, but the ZBLL to save him 21.93 with OLO parity. Can't be too upset with that. So like I said, the downwards trend is doing wonders for him. He has a best possible average of 23.33 and a worst possible of 24.90. Have a look at Felix's recent performance. I'm curious how he's gone in 4x4 recently.
Here we are, Philip Lewicki receiving his 4th solve now. Looks like Felix has been on a pretty consistent sub 25 pace since the start of the year.
Yep. His first round of the year was the last time he had an average over 25 seconds, but since then has kept it pretty consistent around the 23-second mark, plus or minus a second.
Philip getting onto edge pairing at 16 seconds there.
And an interesting finish to the edges there with a Z rotation, but no OLO parity, and I believe that's PLO parity. And a 32.999 with Philip on solve number 4.
Tommy on to solve number 4,
Yep,
and
just
Jay.
finishing up OLO parity. And Tommy off stream with a 32.34, and Jay finishes up with a 38.86 with a bit of a fumble there. So Philip's best possible is 31.46, and worst possible 32.70. And Jay with a 34.16 best possible average, and a 36.04 worst possible. Philip solving fairly consistently, so not really a whole lot of range between the best and worst possibles, but either way, it's not really around the old 2018 PR mark, unfortunately.
I think he was saying the other day as well that might be his oldest PR.
That's 2018 is a very long time ago. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Although I know he has a very old FMC result.
Oh yes,
That might be a little bit older. I know he's only competed once, I think.
that 27 single from a US Nationals many years ago.
Yep. Could have been like 2016 or something. I'm
Think so.
not too sure. Just waiting on solve number 5 for all 4 of our top competitors right now. Have a look at Phillips.
So we know that one's from 2018. Let's have a look at let's have a look at his Mega Minx results, because once
Oh, no. He'd have, yeah,
that's relatively recent,
2022.
2022.
And then have a look at FMC. I
FMC.
feel like that might be his oldest. Yeah, 2015.
2015.
Uh,
And the single is
2014. Oh my goodness.
Oh, actually, yeah. If you look, he's actually tied. He's got the same mean twice, and still his PR.
And speak of the devil, he's just received his last puzzle. And just again, he has the best possible average of 31.46. And a worst possible of 32.70. Either way, comfortably into the next round. And do we have another round of 4x4 today? We do.
We do.
Lovely.
12-second flip. That's pretty good.
Pacing pretty well. A few pauses on the edges there, but it doesn't look like he's made a whole lot of progress
No.
despite being on edges for a while, but finishes up edges at around 23.
That's okay. He's got a very good 303 stage. Oh, that's quite unfortunate. OLL parity again.
Yep. And PLL parity. And a 36.27. Going to finish off with his worst possible average of 27.70. Sorry, 32.70. Don't know where I got that from. And for Felix to get his best possible average here, it's going to be his best result in quite a while. Hasn't gotten a sub 23 average since Tassie Summer in January, I believe.
Yes, that would have been end of January.
Yep. So a 23.33, which is his best possible, is going to be his best result of the year besides that round. So hopefully he can pull something off.
Janet McNeil, final solve. Looks like he's doing blue cross. Oh no, green cross. Green cross.
It's probably going to be the only one of these people who cares enough to try to do color neutral. For most people, it is a lot to think about. So
Ooh, 18 seconds to 303 stage. That's pretty good.
yeah, and all-out parity, but actually pacing fairly well still. And the ZBLL, but
oh,
bit of hesitation there. Just decided to do the OLL instead, and a 30.45.
that was going quite well. That's still his best solve, but that was an unfortunate way to end.
And Felix in inspection and Tommy on his last solve now.
Looks like Felix is also doing blue cross.
No, just as I said, that he'd be the only one. He looks like he's found something. So there must have been something pretty good on blue and green. But Felix is pacing really well on. Ooh,
Hey.
19.52 for Felix to get his best possible average of 23.33. Best result of the year besides one average that he snuck in at the start of the year. But a really nice way to finish off that average with a sub 20. Likely one of the only ones we'll see for the entire comp. And there must have been something really good on green and blue because both Jay and Felix, and I don't think Felix does color neutral Yao very often,
No.
but yeah, there must have been something good that was worth trying that out for. But yeah, well done to Felix on that last solve.
Very well executed.
And that's gonna wrap it up. Tommy finished off with a time I did not see because I
That was
was
at 28.
Was it 28? Okay, yeah, so that was best possible for him, I think. But yeah, I'm happy that Felix managed to get a pretty good average there, all things considered. Started off a little bit rough, but clawed it back there with counting that 21. That 21 had OLO parity as well,
Yeah.
so I'm glad he managed to make something of it. But let's have a look at who we've got coming up in the next group of 4x4. We still have one more remaining. All right, so on station number 1, it's going to be Alexander Vucic all the way from New Zealand. On station 2, the NR2 holder Riley Dexter with a 25.14 PR average. Station 3, Andy Gong with a 26.70 PR average, and Caden Liu on Station 4 with a 27.51 PR average. But we've still got a few people finishing up, so it'll be a little while before that goes down. But
I believe I'll be departing soon.
yep, I think we're going to be joined by the Green Cross legend himself, or Blue Cross. I don't know which one it
I
was.
think it was green.
Yep. I don't know where he is. We'll wait until
He's
he
fine.
appears from around the corner. And coming up after this, this is our last group for Whiteboard coming up, but we do have one-handed, which we have lots of fun to look forward to. We've got the legendary battle between Elijah Laporte, Felix Zemdegs, and I guess
David.
Riley would be the next closest.
Riley or David would be the next.
Yeah, I think David's a little bit of a I don't even know if dark horse is the right term because people know he's good. Like he was telling me earlier that he gets some pretty fast times at home. We could be expecting him to be batting around the NL mark during these rounds. It wouldn't be out of the question, but we'll see how it goes down after 4x4 finishes.
How are you hoping to go in one-handed, Lockie?
I haven't. I usually touch the cube with two hands. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't done much practice, but I would love to get a 13 average. That'd be a dream for me.
Awesome. I'll see you. I think this is my last streaming thing, so I'll see you all at the end.
All right. See you, Johnny. Felix,
Lucky.
how are you? Oh, I'm great. I'm great. How are you?
I'm great also, yes.
I was pretty impressed with that last solve. Was there something good on blue and green? Because you're not usually a color neutral Yao solver, are you?
I am not usually color neutral. So if white and yellow looks bad and blue and green looks good,
Mhm.
then I'll do that. So
Right.
yeah, last scramble I saw the white and yellow was pretty trash,
Mhm.
and I'm pretty comfortable. I'm pretty much the same speed solving blue.
Yep.
Not green for some reason. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm sort of white, yellow,
And
blue, and unless like orange and red is extremely easy, then I'm not going to touch that.
Yeah, fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah. But I'm pretty comfortable with blue in these kinds of situations. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah,
Um,
and a sub 20 to finish off. I'm happy you pulled that out. That was a cool moment.
That was nice. My first few solves of the average were a bit chopped, but
Yep.
the rest of the average was decent, and I think Scramble 4 was really nice on white yellow, so I managed to like do a normal solve, and that was still a 21 because of how easy the scramble was.
Yeah.
But yeah, the last solve that's the sort of thing I'm going for.
Yeah, and the 21 with OLO parity as well. So
Yeah,
that's a cool one to pull out and count it at the end.
Yeah, I was glad my turning got better through the average.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Jay also opted for blue green on the last scramble. I don't know
Okay.
how often he is color neutral, but yeah, I thought maybe there's something good.
It was decent, but it was just more the case that white and yellow were just bad.
Yeah, really bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Makes sense. But we still have one more group of 4x4.
Yes.
We have Alex Vucic on station 1, Riley Dexter on station 2, got Andy Gong on station 3, and Caden Liu on station 4. Now Alex is obviously the New Zealand national record holder. Wait, is he?
Yeah, pretty sure.
I think he is. Yeah. Don't wanna.
23 seconds. Yeah.
Yep. Sounds about right. And then obviously Riley and R2 as well. Is that correct?
In Australia, yes,
Yep.
that is correct. I think.
Yeah. Yep. So
Yeah.
so probably a favorite for the podium, Riley. And then who do you think for third place? I'm curious.
I think any of these other solvers, like Andy and Caden as well, could make it onto the podium.
Mhm.
You know how much parity influences outcomes sometimes in 4x4.
Yep,
And
definitely.
I think Caden has been improving pretty decently. I think his PR was set at his last competition. He's only done one comp with 4x4 this year, so he's definitely one to watch out for. So we'll see what he can do on station 4. It's amazing how much these kids grow in a year. Caden looks already like way older than last year.
Yeah, I swear even at Melbourne Summer he was
Yeah,
he
yeah.
was looking older than he is now.
Yeah.
I mean younger
Yeah,
than he is now.
yeah,
Yep. Yeah.
So I guess as the younger kids get a little bit older, it becomes a bit easier for them to turn 4x4s and some of those bigger cubes. And yeah, it looks like he's been doing a bit of that. His 3x3 skills are amazing. So I think a lot of that, some of that will definitely transfer over to 4x4 for Caden.
Mhm.
So I'm excited to see what he gets.
Yeah, me too. And obviously, it's always a pleasure to watch Alex Vucic turn anything with his really violent turning style, I should say. But
Yeah, stresses me out.
yeah, it's a bit high cortisol, but it's always fun, and he's very expressive, and you can tell when a solve is going right and when a solve is going wrong based on his facial expressions. So if we don't have quite a good view of the cube, we can look a bit above that and still get an idea.
Yeah. So just waiting for the cubes to be scrambled and delivered. Got to make sure all the 4x4 scrambles are correct. So sometimes with a few missed scrambles, it could take a little bit longer than usual because this is one that we need to get right for everyone. Alex taking off the jumper.
I actually found it a bit cold over there. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
He's taken the jumper off, but maybe he performs a little better in colder scenarios.
It's not the warmest morning, but I think it's going to heat up. So
Yep.
yeah, I'm definitely still like having to warm up my hands on my neck and stuff like that. So.
Did you swap out your cube?
Yeah.
After solve 2?
I swapped it after solve 1 to I have like 2 good cubes and one I'd been using more. But yeah, I just swapped it after solve 1. That didn't work on solve 2. I got my worst solve and swapped it back to my original.
Fair enough.
And then it was better. I think it was more just a case I hadn't used my main to do any warm up or solves or much.
Yep.
So it took a little bit for the
Lube to set in.
start,
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
start
fair
feeling
enough.
good. So yeah.
Yeah, I thought it might have been something like it hadn't been turned enough, and it was
Yeah.
cold morning. The cube is a bit gummy or
I don't
stiff
know.
to start off with. Yeah.
It's just so sensitive.
Yeah. Yeah, I was chatting with Charlie about how humidity affects how the lube sets in, and I mean I don't really leave Perth all that often, so the humidity is pretty rigid there, whether it's winter or summer. But yeah, I've noticed when I went to Queensland, for example, it's a different feeling for every puzzle.
Yeah. Well, Melburnians will be used to this. So the likes of Riley, David, Andy, they'll be well used to these sorts of conditions. Not that it's a massive influence, but if anything, it's a more confidence and mental thing. Like if you don't have a cube that you're comfortable with, or it's feeling slightly off, I think that's where it can affect confidence, and then that's where that's where the difference comes from.
Yeah, definitely.
Alex going for his first solve here. So on your right, looks like a pretty nice first 2 centers there. Working on his edges. I think Alex solves his Yao edges on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I flip at around 9. So looking like he's moving through this one pretty well, but yeah, getting stuck on some of the edges. Some fancy figure tricks there. OLL parity and Y permutations. So 25.22 shake of the head. Still a decent solve with OLL parity and whatnot. So looks like his expectations are high.
As is expected from the New Zealand national record holder.
Mm.
Here's Riley for solve number 1. Just
Riley.
over on the left-hand side.
Yeah, definitely looks like a nice first 2 center case on that scramble.
And Riley's long hair kind of obscuring the view a little bit, but
yeah,
he's flipped around 10 seconds, I think.
Having a little bit of trouble finding the edges. Just finishing that up now. Okay, OLL parity we can see. And double parity
as well.
Yeah.
28.
28.6. The flip was good, but I think the second half of the solve was a bit unlucky.
And Andy with the 29.75 to start off his average.
Caden on station 4. Very interested to see.
Said we've seen some rapid improvement from him, so hopefully we pull out something nice. And it does look like a pretty nice scramble to start off for with white and yellow centers. taking his time beforehand, just letting the nerves settle a little. And here we go.
I mean, it doesn't look amazing as a white-yellow scramble, to be honest, but
Yeah, it's a white bar, but other
Yeah.
than that, it doesn't look
yeah,
like anything crazy.
pretty normal. Maybe Alex is just very, very quick at turning.
Yep.
Okay, looks like he's got his edges together. So it looks like quite an efficient start.
Flip it
at
around 12.
Yeah. He'll definitely shine in the 3x3 stage, I would imagine. Oh, those finger tricks are very nice as well.
Yeah. A willow parody.
Oh, PLL skip.
Ooh,
Nice.
lovely.
28. 28.58 for Caden.
Bit of a smile there. Bit of luck to bring back a little bit of a rough start, but that's all right. Someone once said getting lucky isn't a crime.
Inhaling something.
Oh, on the Yihang strat. I love that. It looked like DNM. And here's Alex to solve number 2. Alex started off with a mid 25, which he wasn't too happy with.
The turning speed is
I know, he's
good.
insane.
always catches me out. The people that solve it. Crossed edges on the right. Flip it around 10. Edges look decent.
Finished around 17. No Ola parity.
And no PLL parity either.
24.72 and doesn't look too happy with it. Maybe just a little upset with the edges there. And I don't know what kind of flip times we're expecting from Alex, but I would say 10 seconds sounds pretty good.
Riley looking on reasonable pace here. I think he flipped it around 11. See if he gets any parities. Yep, Olo parity again for Riley. Right, it's okay, round 1, so he can handle that. And also 28 again, I think.
Yep. And Andy with a 37. Looks like he had a bit of trouble. Didn't quite catch what was going on, but don't want to be counting that one. I was doing some warm up with Alex, and I think, given what I was seeing from him, I understand the frustration with 25 and 24.
Okay.
He's pretty locked in, I think. He said he hadn't done much practice, and then it didn't look like he hadn't done practice.
So what's the average?
Oh, well, I mean, I saw like a 22 with Olo parity, I think,
Yeah, okay.
which
Solid.
yeah, that disturbed me a little bit, because I mean, it just looks unnatural when people can do that, but you know, he is a national record holder after all. We can expect stuff like that from him. Here's Caden for solve number 2. Started off with a 28 with a PLL skip, but you know, luck like that doesn't always come around, so you're gonna need a bit of a better solution to pace well going for the rest of the average.
So Caden on the left here. Flip it around 11.
Some pretty smooth edges. And PLR parity for him. 26.64.
Yeah, that was solid.
Pretty happy with that. The edges looked very smooth.
The left-handed edge flip is not something that everyone does. I think it's pretty uncommon and definitely a weapon that he has to be able to do that, you know, in competition setting with the finger tricks under pressure. That's pretty nice.
Yep, absolutely.
Reminds me of like a Lim Hung,
Yeah.
you know. It is just, yeah, such an extra weapon.
Here's Riley for solve number 3. Started off with 228s. But both had all-out parity, so we can expect much better from him with a little better luck.
Flip it around 10 there.
Pretty good pace.
A bit of a rotation during your edges. A lot of the top 4x4 solvers try and avoid, where possible, rotations during the edges. It's a hard thing to do and definitely depends on your cases, but if you can do that and use the back slots, that's definitely quite nice. So Riley with 26 there. Alex on his third solve now. This looks pretty speedy, to be honest.
Look like a...
He's on 3x3 already. 16,
Oh,
17, 18. He's going to get some... Oh, he's got PLL parity. Okay, wow. 20.97 with PLL parity.
looked like he was on... he flipped around like high 8, low 9. That was
Yeah.
a crazy
I
pace.
think he was on 3x3 at like 13,
Wow.
13, 14, from what I could see. Whoa, that was... Yeah, okay, you're definitely right. He's got that potential in him.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, with that, it opens up the door for, you know, national records. So he's got the 24. But if he counts another time like that, that's definitely going to put him on pace for national records. So let's keep watching there. Andy Gong now on his 4th solve, I think.
Yep, flip around 11.
Yep, that looks solid. Nice. Finished his reduction there. Yeah, reduction. Although parity.
And the 30-21 for Andy on solve number 3. Making sure not to count that 37 from earlier.
Okay, Caden receiving his 3rd solve, I think.
Mm-hmm. Caden taking another whiff of the unspecified substance.
It's like he's one that takes his time before the solve. Some cubers like to just get straight into it. Caden definitely has his routine, knows he has a lot of time available, and make sure he's properly ready.
Mm-hmm. Riley also about to get started on solve number 4.
So we'll keep an eye on Caden here. Looks to be having a little bit more trouble with this, but flip it around 12. Finish his edges there for the cross.
Pretty smooth with the edges,
yeah, that
but
looked efficient.
yeah. No
Again, no
Orlo.
parity. Got PLL parity. Oh, 26.67 for Caden, so that'll be counting.
And what did we say his PR was? He's a 27 PR average. Here's Riley just finishing up PLR parity there, 27.97.
So yeah, that's, I think, the story of this group so far. Caden matching it with some of our other top competitors. In fact, I think he'd be in a pretty good position to take 2nd place out of the Australians. David Epstein with a 28 average, Riley counting that 28. So I would imagine Caden is going to slot himself into 2nd place on the Australian podium, or Australian round 1. But yeah, I don't think he's had an OLL parity yet.
No, he hasn't. He
Sorry.
oh no, he had it on the one
So-
where he got the PLL skip.
Oh, the first one. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, true. Yeah.
But I guess the PLL skip kind of offsets
Yeah.
that.
Quite nice.
Yeah. And also one to keep an eye on is Alexander Vucic with a nice high 20. Puts him in a good position for potential NR average.
Riley and Alex practicing some 3x3. Our 3x3 event will be held tomorrow, the first round. So no 3x3 today. Okay, Alex. It's got a 20.9 and also a 24 and a 25.
Well, really disgusted look there about the scramble. Maybe just like absolutely nothing going on. He seems to have
Oh, that looks
found a
fine.
really good first two centers, so I don't know what he's complaining about.
Flip it around 9.
Yeah, pretty good pace so far. And really flying through those edges. Wow, 3x3 stage at about 15. Really good pace once again. No Olo parity.
No PLO parity either.
And it's
There
going
we
to be a
go.
2076.
20.76. Wow.
So that's going to count his 2097 from earlier. But he's shaking his head at us. He's saying, no, it's a bad solve. Oh, come on.
Okay, so 2096, and I think the 24 was low, mid 24, something like that.
Yeah, so he's pacing it. He's pacing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know Alex isn't too much of a fan of being on stream. Finds it puts a lot of pressure on him, so he might not be feeling too great about being over on station 1. All the eyes on him.
Okay, but I think according to my rough calculations based on my guess of his times, I think anything sort of 23 and a half would be pretty safe to lock in the national record average. But we'll have to see in terms of exact times. But
Yep.
definitely on good pace there. It looked like, no, nice clean, no parity solve with the 20. That's, I'll be happy with that. But
Here's Caden for solve number 4. He's also one to watch out for in this round. He's pacing pretty well. Has 2 26s and a 28. And Riley also going for solve number 5 now, I believe. Riley having a little chuckle there. Some big lockups there during centers that flip around 12. And Olo parity again. He's had not the best luck for this average. Double parity, 28.64.
Nice Nicholas there, forcing the adjacent PLO parity. Yeah, some good strats. All right, Caden now, solve number 4. You can lock in a PR average on this solve. It's going okay. We'll keep you posted, but yeah, we'll switch back to Alex because he is on national record watch for New Zealand.
So currently has, I think we said a mid 24.
I think mid 24 and the 20.97.
Yep. So those are his counting times. So looking for roughly a mid 23 to break national record. We're probably not going to know until we get a reaction from him, but around a 10-second flip there. And he's shaking his head.
It's moving okay through these edges though. It'll come down to the parity.
Oh, it's looking like it's pretty good pace.
Oh,
He's
I
got
don't want
solo
parity.
parity.
No, it's probably not quite going to be national record, but still very close, I would imagine, for Alex Vucic. Just, yeah, 1-0 parity off there.
It's unfortunate, but it's a taste of what's to come. Like I said, he got a 22 with Olo parity in warm-up earlier. We saw him get 2 20s in this round.
Yeah.
So he's one to watch out for.
I think without that parity in the last, he would have probably notched himself a sub 23 average. But yeah, 2 more rounds, or 1 more round today, and then in the final. So yeah, very solid from Alex.
We had Andy finish off his average with a 25-14 there. So I believe that's his best possible.
Caden still has one more solve, counting a 26 and a 28 at the moment. And his fourth solve was 29. So again, in pretty good shape, I think, to take that second place for Australia, unless we have any other surprise results coming in. But I think he'll be looking for a PR. So I reckon anything sub 27 will lock Caden a new PR on the last.
And like you said, he's one to watch out for the rest of the comp. Although he's had not too bad luck this average. He has looked like he's had a little bit of trouble towards the start of the solves and kind of recovered it in edge pairing. So if you can clean that up before the next round, which we have later on today at about 3 o'clock, I think, then we might see some crazy stuff from him.
I think Caden's really one to watch out for in 3x3 though.
Oh, yeah.
You know, late last year, early this year, most of his averages are in the 6-second range and a few in the low 6. So that's definitely, you know, in the right circumstances, are capable of winning the title.
Yep. And he's been very consistent. Hasn't lost a round in the last 2 comps.
Yeah. Oh, a bit of a pause there. Trying to find those cross edges, but solve those now. Just working on the centers. Look like some decent cases. Finishing with opposite centers. But yeah, a bit behind pace here. And struggling to look ahead during the edges stage. So this is not going to be PR for Caden, I think. But still potentially second place out of the Australians. Even finishing with that 31 there.
This is going to give him a worst possible average, but he's counting a 26, 28, 29. So probably around a 28 average. Not too far off PR, but not quite there.
We will now be calling one-handed Group 1. Please bring your medals up to the drop-off table if you're competing in one-handed Group 1. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm shortly going to be leaving you for Philip Lewicki to take my place, but that was a fun round of 4x4 to watch. I was enjoying watching Alex. He's one of the most expressive solvers I've ever seen. So you get a lot of kind of energy out of him. It's good. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, I wonder if he has beaten me in the round. That's what I want to know.
Oh,
it'll be tight. It'll be
yeah,
tight.
not far,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's all right. He's probably one to watch out for an OCR down the line. Not to put any pressure on you, but like I said, he's pretty capable.
Yeah, both 4x4 OCRs I think are now 5 years old. So
5 years. Wow.
they're
What's the single again? 18?
high
17.
Yeah, both 5 years old.
Right.
They're a bit overdue to be beaten.
I think Alex has he has a high 18, I think.
So
Yeah.
take a look. We can see regions Oceania. 4x4. Okay, yeah. Alex and Andrew Fang both have a mid-18s.
Yep. So New Zealand's a little hotspot of scary stuff, but not to worry. I'm sure they've got a little while before they catch up.
See.
Yep.
So I believe we're now going to be joined by a very special guest.
Yep. Philip Lewicki, Laser Monkey. I'll see you guys later. Here's Philip.
Good morning, Philip.
Good morning, Felix.
Welcome to the stream.
Thank you.
Well, have you been on stream yet?
I have not.
Oh, wow. Okay, amazing. Amazing. Well, chat, guests, viewers, we've got, like I said, very, very special guest here. Philip Laser Monkey. Laser Zero Monkey. What's the pronunciation?
I don't know.
Okay. Welcome to the stream. What brings you to Australian Nationals?
Just wanted to visit Melbourne.
Yeah.
It's a nice place.
It's a nice place.
Yeah.
So we're going into one-handed now. So I think we're supposed to see Yihing on station 1, but he won't be joining us for this Nationals. So for those wondering, that's why we don't have someone on station 1 this group. But we'll have Tommy Capriles, Seth Ferry, and Roman Rudikov. So Philip, Monkey League Grand Finals coming up. Can
Yeah.
you give us a bit of information? What you have in store?
Yeah, so Wang Yiheng and Geng Shuini are
Yeah.
coming to New York City on August 23rd for the in-person Grand Finals. It'll be a best of 9 sets. It'll be the first in-person Monkey League Grand Finals, so hoping it goes well. Hoping everything runs smoothly.
I'm amazed how much you've been able to keep up and keep running Monkey League, even with competitions coming back to, post-COVID. What made you decide you wanted to keep it all going and make it even bigger and better?
Well, the cubicle was interested in doing it, and I was willing to participate. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Do
Oh,
you
yeah.
have? Sorry, go.
In particular, it was cubers like Shiny that motivated me to come back. It's like, oh man, this is just crazy. Like
Yeah.
the full ZB method. Anyways, we're getting into the round here. One-handed.
So Roman on the right and Seth Ferry from South Australia on the left. 1084. That's a very solid start for Roman. Seth, just like I got a CB there. Oh, interesting out there from Seth.
So what's your evaluation of ZB on one-handed?
I think it's even more beneficial for one-handed than it is for two-handed, because in one-handed especially, it doesn't matter so much about you're rotating and regripping all the time. So for the first few pairs or early in the F2L, you can sort of just do like F2L edge influence early on, save more moves. But the downside, I guess, is to do it really well, you probably need like Juliet style one-handed specific ZB algorithms, and really to practice them. I find sometimes when I do one-handed in competition and I get a ZB case that I know, but I've never done it one-handed, it doesn't really end up well. So if you're a dedicated one-hand solver and you've drilled the algorithms, it can be advantageous. But yeah, for a casual or more casual one-hander like me who might have never done the ZBL alg, it can be tricky. So it adds a bit more variance to my solve, I would say. But yeah, relative to ZB on 3x3, I think the additional flexibility that you have and the fact that the rotations don't matter as much, I think is makes it pretty powerful, but definitely not as powerful as Rue.
Yeah, so we'd say for non-one-handed main, ZB can be a pretty high variance strategy.
I think so, yeah.
I guess CFOP in general is pretty high variance on one-handed.
Yeah, true. Seth going for his second solve here. So in terms of the grand final next month, so you have a venue and everything planned? Yeah. What sort of audience are you hoping for?
Around 100, 150 people.
Okay.
We haven't decided exactly. But
okay.
Yeah, it's a nice venue in Lower Manhattan.
Manhattan.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Seth with a 12. Here's a Roman. I guess Roman uses Rue.
Looks like it, yeah. Wow, I didn't know that. Very solid. One of our other two-handed CPOP solvers that's using Rue in one hand alongside David Epstein. Yeah. And so for your grand final, I guess you've got the competition. Are there any other? I imagine there might be some other surprise events or activities as part of the final. Is there anything you can share at this stage, or we have to wait and find out?
We'll find out soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tommy Caprilis going here in station 2.
good cases.
And what have your reflections been on this season of Monkey League compared to the others?
It's just insane how good everyone is. Like, the 5-second solves are not that good anymore.
Yeah, no, right. Crazy.
All right, Seth with a 10, 23. But yeah, just the mastery of ZB recognition by Shani and Zhao Kun and Timon. And Yiheng just beats all of them with regular CFOP. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, definitely great to get that exposure for solvers that we see, I guess, less of at some of the big
Yeah,
Western championships.
that was another big goal of Monkey League is, competitors like Du Yufeng and Li Zhaokun. We don't see them much in Western media. And they're some of the best solvers in the world, so.
Literally better than everyone else in the world, apart from Yang and Chuan.
Yeah. There's a 12 for Roman. Who are the top contenders in one-handed at this competition?
So I think our favorite going in is probably Elijah. So he has the national record and is the reigning one-handed national champion from last year. So Elijah Laporte from Queensland. Bruce Solver, very strong. I think his record is, 937, which he set at nationals last year. But this year he hasn't been solving quite as well in his recent comps. One who has been doing pretty well in one-handed is David Epstein, switching to the Rue method, consistently in the sort of 10-second, low 10-second range, and has more potential for that. So I think he's up there as well. Then you have, the CFOP solvers. So myself and Riley, I would say, are the other two in key podium spots. But yeah, there's a decent amount of variance in one-handed. Roman definitely has potential to be up there, even Phoenix Patterson as well. But I would say Elijah and David are probably the favorites among the competitors here. We've got some notes here written by the wonderful Harry Forbes. He said, my results have plateaued for the last 2 years, around 11 seconds, which is very accurate. I think every time I sit down for a one-handed round, I'm like, well, this will probably just be 11. Maybe with a sub 10 in there. But yeah, Riley's the other sub 10 solver. So with the 990 average, which was a winning average in Australian Nationals 2025. So Riley was, what? Oh, wow. He got a sub 10 average, I'm pretty sure, in 2024 and won Nationals with that.
Yes.
So is a former national title holder.
The notes here say Phoenix Patterson, 4th place in 2025, looking to cause an upset.
Yeah. Phoenix, I think, has a bit more range than some of the other solvers. He's definitely a high TPS solver, which, when it goes well, can be good for him, but probably a little bit more variance.
I think one-handed is one of those events where the rankings can be particularly misleading, especially because of that variance.
Tommy Caprilis now. Getting the COLL into UPEM. Very nice solve there from Tommy, 1052. Tommy has an 1178 PR average.
Yes, good round for him so far.
Roman has a 1244 PR average, so he's well on pace, I think. Is he doing CFOP? No, it looked like it for a second there. No, he's definitely not. Wow, this is a good solve. If you can finish the L6E, 1046, and he's very happy with that. So he's counting the 10 and the 11.
Yeah, so Roman on great pace. His current PR average is 1244 from earlier this year. So he's probably been practicing a lot.
Yeah. Getting used to the Rue method.
It has been
And-
interesting to see the rise of Rue, like a lot of CFOP solvers switching to Rue just for one-handed.
I know.
I remember back in the day when Kian Mansour was advocating for Rue. Low move counts,
Yeah.
good for one-handed. And finally, people are starting to get the message.
Not
Oh,
Tommy.
wow.
You're not Tommy Caprilis though. Finishing with 1167 again, another U-perm. So a couple of nice cases there for Tommy.
And Tommy's on excellent pace. Several sub-PR solves.
Okay, we might have missed one of Roman solves. Looks like he's finished up, but he would have almost certainly got a PR average there, somewhere in the 11-second range. But we'll keep you posted. And from the 4x4 round 2, we had Alex Vucic barely miss out on the national record. So he had a 23.38 average, just shy of 23.2, which is the New Zealand national record. And as we expected, Caden Liu slotted himself into second place out of the Australian contingent, closely followed by David Epstein, Riley Dexter.
The battle for third is tight.
Yeah, or Australian second.
Australian second, yes.
I don't want to jinx myself. You say.
Okay.
All right.
I think we're still waiting for Tommy's last solve.
Yeah.
So, do we have to look forward to another group of one-handed?
It is.
Ah, there we go.
And while we're here, do you think you'll be doing more seasons of Monkey League in the future? Do you want to take a break after this year's one?
I'm really not sure.
Okay.
It's going to depend a lot on how this in-person grand final goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the state of cubing and all that.
Okay.
I think one of the big motivations for doing another season is just how different the cubing scene is now
Yeah.
than it was when I did the last one.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Here's
Wow.
Tommy. Tommy falling off pace a little bit. Doesn't look too pleased, but we anticipate that he got near his PR average.
Definitely the most frequently asked question so far in the chat this weekend is where is Yi Heng Wang? He's not attending this competition. Yeah, definitely strong North American contingent in the chat. Brian Johnson, Luke Garrett.
Group 2. Puzzles up to the drop-off table.
Staying awake late on a Thursday night.
It's not too late over there. It's about 9:22. I guess where Brian is, it's probably even earlier, 8:22 p.m. So not too bad.
I think it's the Morrissey of cubing. I am not sure I know that reference.
We also need many, many judges and a few runners who help us out throughout the day.
9:22 back in Ohio.
Yes.
Well, Philip is well familiar with with the current time difference between Ohio and Australia.
Yes.
Oop.
Oh. Okay, well,
All good. I am about to swap out
yeah,
for Michael.
is he here? He was doing 5 blind.
But I am not competing, so I'm happy to Harry Forbes 5 blind. Yeah, I'm not sure. I wonder what the results are from 5 blind though. Maybe there's been something come in. No, it doesn't look like it. Actually, it looks like there's been a amendment of results. Aaron Keith is the second place out of the Australians with a PR average 27.8. It was showing as a 29 average before, but yeah, another second place for Aaron Keith in one of the early rounds. He was second in 6x6 yesterday in round 1. No results from from 5 blind yet, but I'm sure when Michael returns, he'll be able to give us all the news.
Okay, so in this round we have Phoenix Patterson on station 1, Jacob Orr station 2, Tess Karen, and Lachlan Stevens.
Well,
Oh,
looks like we
no.
have Toby Soyford
Yeah.
on station 3.
Mm,
So maybe
doesn't like.
I don't know what's going on there, but
Okay,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
okay, so it's going to be Toby and Tess. All right.
Toby, I believe, also a sea flopper using Rue for one-handed, alongside Charlie, but we'll have to see.
Have you considered switching to Rue?
I don't have the time to switch to Rue. Maybe one day. If I was to get it to do one-handed seriously and try and improve my average, then yeah, perhaps. But then still seeing, the success of someone like Juliet, who has that efficiency, that ZB knowledge, I think I would probably see myself solving more in her style. Maybe I need to rework my technique and use the table a little bit more, like Max and Luke. I don't think I use the table as much to my advantage as I could, but yeah, it's a big ask, a big commitment to switch over to Rue. We do have Michael back, so he'll be joining us in the booth very shortly, and I'll go warm up. Michael? Okay. Michael is occupied, so you're stuck with me. Toby with a couple of 5s there on 3x3 warm-up. I mean, that'll be his main event that he's focused on for this competition, finishing first place in 2023 and third place in 2025. So a couple of national podiums to his name and a national championship title. So he'll be, really one to watch out for the next few days. But one-handed, let's see what he can do. So yeah, definitely looks like a Rue solution.
Toby struggling a bit with his turning here. Quite a few lockups in the first 2 blocks. Very efficient finish, but the turning was just too slow. 17 seconds.
Now, I don't know Jay all that well, if I'm completely honest. Looks like he's another Queenslander. Let's see, might be his first national. So Jay on station 2. He was at Nationals 2025. But looks like he's been improving a little bit at one-handed recently. With that mid-11 PR average. Tess on station 4 with a 14.6. I also don't know much about Tess, if I'm honest.
On station 1, we have Phoenix Patterson, who was 4th place in 2025. We're looking to rebound from that performance and challenge for the podium this year.
Okay, Tess, South Australian, Cuba.
Phoenix turning well to start the solve. C-FOP at G-perm is not ideal, but well executed. 10:33.
Nice
Phoenix
start.
with a great start. especially considering the last layer case.
Phoenix famously had a solve that was, I think 690 something. But when you look at it, it looks like it could have been, I think, a world record at the time or a sub-6 single. You go on his YouTube, he gets to OLL very early and just locks up a lot on the OLL and gets a PLL skip. But it's a 6.9 and yeah, I don't know. I can't remember exactly the details of whether it would have been world record, but it definitely would have been oceanic record if that last alg was done well. So yeah, he definitely has some super fast solves in him, does Phoenix. I couldn't believe when I watched that video. But of course, he's more known for his 2x2, so be looking to do really well in that. Okay, we're getting Toby delivered his second cube, so we're looking to pick up the pace after 17 on solve 1. And Tess also on station 4. This looks better from Toby. Oh no, it's like he made a mistake on the last 6, finishing with a 14.8, and Tess there with a 14.7. So very close. Now we have Jay. Jay, not McNeil. Something looks to have occurred. There's a delegate involved. I didn't quite catch what happened there, but
May have been a same scramble situation.
yeah.
Okay, and here's Phoenix. Phoenix started with a 10.33. Phoenix's PR average is 11.2. And he does use CFOP, so we could see some variance here depending on the cases.
Yeah, definitely some high TPS there. A small lockup in the cross and a little bit of a cube fumble there, but let's see what cases he gets in the last layer. Just a bit messy, this one.
Yeah, turning was locky throughout. Struggled. It was using quite a bit of table abuse. And then got some just awful cases to finish.
Toby now on his third solve. I think started with a 17 and a 14. It's like an interesting scramble here. Lots of yellow pieces were together. I don't know if that's necessarily good. A long last 6 edges there, but otherwise fairly clean from Toby. You have Jay going. Jay also Rue solver. Oh, is that a warm-up? No, that was a real solve. Okay, 14.29. Let's have a look at Tess's solving style. I don't know if it's going to be CFOP or Rue. Looks like a classic CFOP. Holding the cross on the left, as is commonly done throughout a one-handed solve. Oh, with the ZB as well. But that's a really long ZB algorithm. Not happy there. Phoenix now.
Phoenix started really well with a 10.33. Second solve wasn't as good. Third solve's going well. Oh, but this OLL is not great.
Yeah, no.
Oh no. Okay, decent PLL. 1247.
Mm.
So on pace to equal PR average with a few more good solves. Here's Toby. Toby has struggled with the Roux method. And again, struggling with the recognition on the last 6 edges. 16. Seems like Toby is not quite fluent in Roux.
Yeah, I think that tells me his focus of this comp for this comp has not been one-handed. You can see he's just warming up doing two-handed solves, so yeah, that's a sign that his main focus is the main event.
And Jay just giving up on this solve.
Featuring Jay representing Queensland and ripping the bucket hat, Australian Nationals bucket hat. So definitely get your hands on some merch while you're here. Anyone at the competition, or if you're coming along this weekend, there's a lot of merchandise available, but you've got to get in fast. So bucket hats, t-shirts, hoodies.
Here's Phoenix. Oh, great turning to start.
Yeah, nice. Does he know the ZB? No. But still, 927.
Fantastic last layer. Just great turning throughout that solve.
So I think his mean of his two current solves is around 1138, 1244 and 1033. So he will need something around the 10.8, slightly under 10.8 mark to get a PR average. More than capable of that. Just depends a lot on his turning and the cases.
Yeah, the counting times right now 12 and 10.
Yep.
I believe it was 10:33 and 12:47. So here's Toby. Toby has struggled, not focusing on one-handed this competition. Must have switched to Roux recently because he seems to still forget his algs sometimes.
This looks like a better solve from Toby. Finishing a CMLL there, and
Very nice. 13:57. Still disappointed, but at least that solve looked like a fluent use of the Roux method. And this is just round 1. And Jay on station 2. Jay has a 22, so he needs to avoid disaster here.
yes, on station 4. Looks like a decent solve. Got the ZB. ZB, nice, 13.7.
Okay, and Jay with a 1293. So we're just waiting for Phoenix's final solve.
So yeah, some decent times from our other competitors on this last scramble. Doesn't necessarily say too much about the scramble, but it's a good sign. Let's see what Phoenix can make of it. So Phoenix Patterson on PR watch here needs around a 10-7.
Yeah, so a 10.80 would tie,
Okay.
sub 10.8 to PR.
Doesn't look like anything special on the
I
scramble.
mean, the turning is fantastic.
Yeah, it's really fast. Oh, he's got the edges oriented.
It's going to come down to the last layer execution. And a G perm. Okay, so an 11.99. Phoenix finishing with a solid average.
Yeah.
The high 11-second range. He's going to be happy with that.
I think around 11.6, thereabouts. So,
Yeah, so a very good start, getting near PR in the first round. Definitely bodes well for his chances to challenge for the Australian podium. And Jay just doing one more solve here to finish out the group. Jay still has that 22 looming, so he can't afford a bad solve here. Fast turning for
oh
Rue.
wow, but he's got a wipe him or diag corner case. That's not great.
Oh no. Okay, 12.89. So Jay safely through to the next round.
With that, I will leave you. I'm competing in the next group, but lovely to chat, Philip, and see you shortly.
Okay, good luck, Felix. Okay. Michael Tripodi.
Fellas, boys. What's been happening? I haven't looked.
We've been watching one-handed. Phoenix Patterson was on pretty good pace. Had PR BPA. Finished with just a few tenths of a second off PR. So
Yep.
that's
Lovely.
pretty good. We
Seems
did
very
see
nice.
a lot of CFOP solvers using Rue for OH. It's an interesting
Oh, interesting.
development.
Yeah. I think it's spearheaded by David. Have we seen David yet, or is he in this next group? I've got a couple people before we get to David, I think. Yeah, I'll be in group 4. But he was the first one that I kind of noticed started using Rue.
Yeah, I was talking to David earlier. He said he's been practicing a lot of one-handed. It's his main
Yeah.
event now. And yeah, I guess that shows with the method switch. You don't do that unless you're taking it very seriously.
Yeah. Well, I think the method switch, if I recall correctly, I remember talking to him sometime last year when he was doing his Year 12 exams. And he said that it was just something that he picked up that he could do as like a project that didn't require much practice. It's like what could he do cubing wise that's like, I don't have as much time as I usually would to solve some puzzles. What can I put my time towards? And I think Rue OH was the answer to that, and it looks like he's stuck with it. But nonetheless, we've got Felix on station number 1 in this group here, who we'll be turning our attention to. And also Jaden McNeil, got 2 of the OGs on stations 1 and 2. Have seen Jaden here, opting not to compete in quite a few events, but in fact, yeah, there he is. He's walking behind. We will see him on stream on station 2.
Yeah, it's going to be the old guard competing in this.
Yeah, exactly right. So station 3, Jim Zhu, the Kiwi that lives in Sydney. It's always interesting to see the New Zealanders coming to the Oznats when they've got New Zealand Nats on the same weekend. But in Jim's case, it makes sense. This is a much nicer flight for him. So rather than going back to New Zealand, just go to just have a little flight down to Melbourne instead. There we go. They're all taking their places though, and we will be starting fairly shortly.
Yeah, so despite being the second seed by PR average, Felix thought that he was maybe a third favorite to David, just because Felix uses CFOP and he feels like that method is not very reliable in a pressure situation, whereas Rue can be more consistent.
Yeah, it is an extremely consistent method. I feel like Rue is a method where you don't get as much luck as you could in CFOP. Like there's not a whole lot of room for like what you'd have like a PLL skip or like some easy ZDs or anything like that. You don't really get that in Rue. It's more every step's a bit more consistent, and of course you have lucky cases across both of them, but you don't get to skip large portions or do any kind of huge tricks like you would if you're a CFOP solver.
Yeah, so Felix said he's not planning to switch to Rue. He doesn't have time, but he is still inspired by solvers like Juliet using one-handed ZB and getting great results. And so he's still hopeful for his chances to beat his PR.
We still need some more judges, please. There's still lots of empty spots. Again, all 4 stages, and we've only got 2 groups remaining till lunchtime starts. So please get all the help we can so we can get out on time.
So this is a blast from the past. Felix Zemdegs and Jay McNeil.
Very smooth to start. Gone for a yellow cross solution. Onto his OLL. Finished around about 9 seconds there, and then the PLL lengthy algorithm there, 12.70 to Felix.
Yeah, it feels like Felix is just settling into the average here, not going crazy. Just wants to get used to turning the cube. He was just here on commentary, so not quite warmed up yet.
No, that's completely understandable. He will, regardless, make it through to the finals. He is still the 2nd seed for this competition. Of course, behind the newly minted national record holder as of last Nationals, Queensland's very own Elijah Laporte. Another one of our Rue solvers that we've been talking about. Yeah, Felix, very signature style that he's got. It was extremely smooth to begin that solve. It's a lot of awkward turns beginning a solve with CFOP. Got a lot of turns to fix your cross. And
Jay McNeil here with his first solve. Has an interesting grip on the cube. Seems to be solving quite well. 1336. Solid start.
we saw off stream Daniel Wang with a 12.23 as well. Jim Zhu, we were talking about him just before. Cube drop there, unfortunately. He's a Rue solver, former New Zealand national record holder as well, as far as I know. 15.78 there for Jim. Alrighty, Daniel Wang started with a 12.2. Look to continue. What's Daniel's PR? It's a 12.5, so started off with a pretty decent solve for him. If he's looking for personal records, let's see whether he can continue the momentum on this solve here. Going for green cross, nice OLL.
Yeah, beautiful execution on the last layer, except for that last two moves there on PLL. 1270, so Daniel solving well to start. Felix on station 1, taking a look at his second scramble. Felix started with a 1270. The turning in the early F12 was quite sluggish. Let's see if he can pick it up here. Turning is very calm, controlled. ZB here. Bit of a rough execution and a safety stop at 1245. Felix did mention that sometimes, you know, if he doesn't know OH specific ZBs, he can struggle a bit on certain cases. And that does increase his solve time variance. Okay, just doing a practice solve here. Oh no, that was his
That
real
was
solve.
official,
Okay,
yeah.
1154.
Much nicer than that first time we saw from him. Dropped about 2 seconds roughly, if I had to.
Okay, and we have Jim
Remember.
Ju on station 3.
Again, one of our Rue solvers. Former New Zealand NR holder, obviously has succeeded that to Dwayne Ramos recently, who has been tearing up the Oceanic ranks. It's looking pretty okay. 14.58 there for Jim. And also Daniel Wang, right hand side of your picture here. It's been pacing pretty well over the first few solves, in and around his personal record mark. Not using much of the table. Is PLO on sub 10? How's this? 13.37.
Yeah, that's one of those algs that's a bit difficult to execute one-handed, but he did it very nicely. Okay, Jay McNeil on station 2. Started with a 13, then an 11. Jay struggling a bit with the grip here. But has a nice ZB of 15. Saving the solve. Now Felix Zemdeg's looking at his third scramble. He started with 2 12s. Okay, Felix with an efficient F2L there. Setting up for a ZB. Looks like a good case. Oh no, he's messed up the execution a bit. Another 12, so Felix with 3 12s to start.
Just a 12 with a long ZB though, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. And that can be one of the issues that Felix discussed with ZB, is that sometimes the algs are just really long or hard to execute one-handed. So he says sometimes he gets a ZB and he's never even done it one-handed before. Doesn't know if he should go for it. Jim here with pretty fast turning on the first 2 blocks. But he's messed up his recognition there.
Wonder what's happened there. It's a very long last 6 edges. Not even sub 20 in the end. 20.12.
Yeah, something just went wrong there in the recognition, the last 6 edges. But we have Daniel, who's been on good pace. Daniel pacing a PR average here if he can get a few good solves. Quite lucky on the pickup though. Doesn't seem to use the table much. Earlier Felix was saying that he thinks table abuse is some domain he could improve in.
Yeah, unfortunately, Daniel is going to lay down a 15.6. He's going to count that 13.37 that he got on the previous solve. So it looks like PR is probably out of the question for him now. However, should still make himself comfortably into the second round, which we're going to see later on today. Got a couple of second rounds later on today, heading into the finals that are going to be on the final day.
Okay, Felix receiving his cube again. This is a bit of a throwaway average for him, 3 12s. Just looking to qualify for the next round here. There's always the possibility of a good single.
Jay also beside. They're going to be going more or less similar times. Felix waiting for the 12-second call. In a very good start. He seems to be conscious about that table abuse, only really using it in to rotate. Oh, and here we go. That's not the way you would have wanted that last layer to go. 13.35.
Oh, and
Jay with a 10.
So Jay on fantastic pace here. Jay might be beating Felix in this round. Yeah, the cube drop is not the way he was planning to use the table on that solve.
Jay with the Oregon 2016 shirt on. That competition, he got a 4x4 blindfolded time of 6:31.67, which was the fastest by an Australian that year. Fun fact.
Very fun fact.
And he also got a 13 out of 13 multi.
Okay, we have Jim Zhu here on the right.
Edges oriented. 15.49 there for Jim. He looks pretty casual about the whole thing. Is Daniel Wang obviously started off quite nice. PR's a bit out of the question now for him, but looking to finish strong, gain some momentum into the second round later today. Again, that PLL around about 9 seconds. Oh, it's 2 PLLs. Unfortunate for him. Finished off with a H-perm, 15:34.
So we're just waiting for the last solve here. Felix Mdegs and Jay McNeil. Felix started with 3 12s and then a 13 with a cube drop. And Jay has had some good solves. He had an 11. He had a 10. So that's pretty good for him. His PR is 11.77 average. Here's Felix on his final solve.
Pretty fluid throughout. Not a whole lot really to say about Felix, as this is just a kind of a bit of a formality to finish off the average, 14.95.
Yeah, definitely not the way he wanted to finish.
And for Jay, I think this is an official solve too, is it?
Yeah. And not the way he wanted to finish either, at 13. So nothing special for either competitor, but they're going to be through to the next round. And Jim Ju on station 3 will finish out this group.
Jim looking to finish off his average strong as well. It looks like another small little cube drop there. CMLL. Edges oriented, very quick edges oriented step. 16:35 for
Yeah,
Jim.
so Jim with a few subpar solves should be through to the next round, but is going to be disappointed with that.
And that looks to be the last of our stream competitors finished for that group. And last group before lunch now, we're going to go see Elijah Laporte on station number 1, the national record holder. Obviously set that record last nationals in round 1, so there's always a chance that we could see him replicate that result in this year's edition of the National Championships. Alongside him, Riley Dexter, the 2024 national champion. Got that 9.90 personal record average in that Nationals finals to gain his first ever national title. Riley Dexter's one of these competitors that's been quite good at a variety of events for quite some time, but has been a little bit unlucky in regards to the number of national titles that he's actually gotten. Probably should have a few more than his should have a few more than he currently does based on his skill. And then obviously we've got David Epstein. We've been talking about David and his Rue exploits for quite some time. 10.11, looking to maybe go sub 10 this round. And then Charlie Eggins is another one who I believe switched to Rue, along with Toby Sweifert, his good friend up from Queensland as well.
Okay, well, I have to go compete in one-handed.
So do I. I'm going to swap over. I think we're going to get Felix back on commentary. They had him for a good stretch there, and we'll swap and get him back. And then I think we're also going to have the lovely addition of Lachlan Stevens as well, who's just on side stage here. So we will vacate when they call us and then get started shortly with Group 4. I would stick around if I were you. The last group before lunch, and it's not going to be a slouchy round by any stretch of the imagination. Got the national record holder here. Anything is possible.
Defending champion.
And defending champion as well. Got the last 2 national champions on stations 1 and 2. Plus a potential dark horse for 3rd. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, David Epstein is... Felix's opinion is that he's not so much of a dark horse. He's one of the favorites. It's been his main event, and he's using Rue. So
Yes, well, it is one of the things that we've seen him practicing most often. He's already got himself a national title, obviously in square one just yesterday. So we'll have to wait and see if he can replicate such a performance in one-handed when the finals come around later today. Philip's going to sub out for the one and only Lockie Stevens, and I'm going to obviously bring Felix back on stream, and we can see what Group 4 awaits.
Bye, Michael.
Bye-bye. Good to see you, Lockie.
You too, briefly.
I'll miss you.
It's all right. We'll be together again. Hello again, Felix.
Hello again, Lucky.
How was your one-handed performance?
Not very good, but
I-
I don't really do one-handed these days, to be honest.
Fair
Apart from in
enough.
comps.
Yeah.
But hopefully for some better stuff in the following rounds. I think it was 12-second average or something. Yeah.
Okay.
But the scrambles are really good.
Yeah. Which group were you in?
Just the one before.
Oh, okay.
Just the group name.
Was there anyone else kind of putting down good times in your group, or was everyone kind of botching them?
Well, Jay was next to me,
Mhm.
and I think he got like 12 as well. So
Oh, you're on par with Jay. That's
Exactly.
it's a good place to be. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, two old people. But the next group is I think where all the action is
Yeah, I'm very excited
this
for this.
round.
Yep. Two sub 10 solvers and one who's on the cusp.
Mm.
Elijah, Riley, and David, respectively. Elijah's the national record holder. I think he took that from you in was it nationals or Melbourne Summer that he took that?
I think nationals last year.
Yep. Yeah, that was a cool moment.
Yeah.
We've got 3 stages to fill, all the judges, runners, and scramblers, please. If everyone could please help me get out on
Got
time.
Lennon's voice booming.
Yes.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Think we're on time, which is nice. Get a little bit more time today to go get lunch.
I mean, you ducked out and got Subway while everyone was eating meatballs.
I think I'm going to do something similar again. Do we know what's for lunch?
I don't know.
Today?
If
Okay.
it's anything like that, I might go to Chatty and find something.
I don't eat breakfast, so by the time it gets to lunch, I need something like big.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
No offense to the wonderful staff who organise the lunch.
No, yeah, no offense at all.
And I'll eat the meatballs today if they're there as well.
What's your Subway order? I gotta know.
Just like some sort of chicken. I just went to Subway. Because we're next to Chadstone, which is the biggest shopping centre in I don't even like the whole like southern hemisphere.
Hemisphere.
Southern hemisphere. That's the tag. Okay.
Yep.
And it's school holidays, and there were so many people around that the one place that didn't have much of a line was Subway's. So I needed to get something quick. It's just like chicken and cheese and like onion and spinach and carrot and yeah.
Sounds appetizing.
Very standard. Honey
Sounds pretty
mustard.
good.
Honey mustard is
Oh,
the star. Yeah.
Of course, love honey mustard. I usually get the chipotle. That's my favorite sauce to get
Ah,
for them.
nice.
We've got the top 3 competitors taking their seats now. Elijah, Riley, and David. David's a little rising star. I know he's been putting a lot of effort into one-handed. Big switch over from CFOP to Roo. I think sometime last year. And yeah, he's absolutely taken off since then. He's got a 10.11 average, but that's always in the possibility of being beaten, I think.
Yeah, I think definitely between these, I think all 3 solvers, have a national record in them for one-handed. Riley with the right cases. Dave and Elijah, I think, would be hitting it more often in their practice. And also Station 4, we've got Charlie Eggins. We've been saying, a lot of these CFOP solvers are using Ruin one-handed. Charlie is another one of those.
Yep.
So expect to see some good times from Charlie as well.
Yeah, but we see him not too focused on one-handed right now, doing some
Yeah.
blind practice instead, which, of course, he's best known for.
Always
Just casual 12.
DNF, but casual DNF.
Oh, well.
That was that turning looked very nice. Yeah, we've got blind coming up. 2 rounds today, actually. One at around 2:30 p.m. local time, and then the second round is the last event of the day. So Charlie will have 10 solves to potentially get back his world record, but no pressure.
Yep, no pressure at all. But yeah, I mean, he's always capable of it. So he is incredibly fast. Although he was telling me about this this up and coming guy from the Philippines, I think he said, who averages allegedly faster than everyone in the world at home.
Oh,
like
wow.
Sub 14.
Oh wow, okay.
So that's a bit scary, but no worries. I'm sure Tommy and
Look at this. Look at that. Wow. Yeah.
I'd be upset with that. That's insane. Just casual sub world record solve.
Yeah, dropping some times.
But in the meantime, we'll get our first solve from Charlie. 11.53 PR average for Charlie. So pretty good, but not quite batting around the same 10 to sub 10 mark as our top 3 from this heat. Yeah, we see him doing Roo here. He's on to LSE now. And 15.66 for Charlie to start off with. I think of these top 4, we only have one CPOP solver in Riley.
Yeah.
Everyone else will be using Rue.
So both Riley and David have their cubes now. So we'll see who ends up going first.
Be a battle of the methods.
Yeah,
Oh,
well-
right at the same time.
Okay, well, we're watching Riley as the higher seed, but we'll keep you posted. So
David started execution.
Yep.
And here goes Riley as well. David with an 11.93 to start off his average, and Riley just finishing up PLL now. Oh, and a +2, 11.85. It's going to make it a 13.85. And now we're just waiting on Elijah's first solve, the current national record holder for average.
now we're just watching Charlie casually just averaging 12 on blind
Ridiculous.
from the attempts that we've seen so far. Charlie get his second cube. Elijah, I don't think he's had a solve yet.
Nope, I don't think so. Here goes Charlie. Started off with a pretty poor solve, but oh, looking like a pretty good pace going into CMLL there. Onto LSE.
Yep, that's more like it for Charlie.
12.4. And here goes Elijah for solve number 1. I think of the Rue solvers, Elijah is definitely the most consistently good. I think he demonstrated just how consistent he can be at nationals. Got 2 sub-10 averages, I think. Here he goes into inspection now.
Looks like a solid start, but having some troubles with the second block there. Into CMLL and smooth transition to the last 6 edges, but with a +2 as well. So both Elijah and Riley getting +2s in their first solve. But 1088, I think he won't be too disappointed that it's a +2, just because that's probably off the pace anyway. So he's looking for better times.
I think all top 3 of the competitors in this group are probably looking for sub-10. I think Elijah maybe even a little bit less. And Charlie with another 12, off by, I think, just a corner twist that time.
Okay.
We've also got Riley going for solve number 2 now. It's Charlie. Pretty good pace going into CMLL.
That looks not bad. Can he finish it?
Bit of trouble.
12:32. Riley now onto OLL.
What a
And
cancellation.
yeah.
Oh,
Fancy, but with the cube drop.
1193 for Riley. So currently has that 13, which is a +2, and the 11. The 11 counting is not gonna be too good for him, but comfortably into the next round, of course. Here's David for solve number 2.
Dave's put his water bottle right in front of us.
All right, we can kind of. Oh, really good pace going into LSE. This is gonna.
Oh,
Oh, an
wow.
840. Really good solve for David. Seems pretty happy with it. Yeah, it looked like he got to LSE at around 6 seconds there. So really, really good pace. And LSE is that point on the solve where they start doing all the M moves with the cube lent against the table. So you see that, you know they're about to finish the solve. Probably around, 1.5 to 3 seconds, depending on how lucky the cases are. Here's Charlie for solve number 3.
to a soon. That's a nice case to get. And finish.
12:07. And I don't know if his current PR is with Rue or if it was with CFOP.
I think it's with Rue. Yeah, he's
Okay.
been doing Rue for quite some time on one-handed.
Okay. It's probably David that switched most recently then. Here's Riley for solve number 3. Started off with an 11 and a 13. Looking to get more into the 9-second range on this one. Ooh, looking like
ZB there, 950. Wow.
I think that was that T case,
Yeah,
the 10
yeah,
move T case with
yeah,
all the wide moves.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough one to get on one-handed, but seems to do pretty well with it, with a little bit of table abuse.
Now we have Elijah, solve number 2. Let's see what pace he can deliver. Like a nice start.
Ooh,
Ah, nothing. Ah, his hands shaking there.
no wait.
I think his brain was working way ahead of his hands on that one.
Yep.
That CMLL is a lot of moves, and he's probably already thinking about what's coming next and just, fumbled a little bit. But still, that's the efficiency of Rue, 10.08, even with some slight lockups. So it's very solid. David
Ooh.
counting at 8.71. Wow, we're on national record watch. We told you.
We're already doing well. And David's shaking his head. I don't know if that's disappointment with the solves or maybe just acknowledgement of the fact that he's probably pretty nervous now, knowing he's on really good pace.
Oh, wow. What a solve there. Oh, no. Charlie's
Bit of trouble.
in blind mode.
And he's just staring at the cube, maybe trying to
Yeah.
memorize the rest of the pieces.
Yeah, he's
And
got the AUG.
thumbs up. He's got it.
David seriously pacing. But go back to Riley, who has that sub 10, but also has the counting 11, so let's see what he can do. A lot of moves on the table there early in the solve. Got to the last layer at around 8 seconds. Does the, I guess, OLLCP into UPEM, 1320. So yeah. It's like David is well ahead of the rest of the competitors so far. He's done 3 solves. See how he goes in solve 4. We might have to get the calculators out.
Do you remember what the 12 was?
No, but I sort of I sort of discounted it because I think with David's skill, that's very likely to be the worst solve of the average. Well, no, it was always 11.9, I think, on the first.
Oh,
11.9,
yeah. I
something
feel like it was high
yeah.
11.
Yeah, sorry.
Here's Elijah for solve number 3 now, I believe.
And David getting his cube now as well. But Elijah on the right-hand side there. Can he see what David did in that third scramble?
Much better pace going into the
It's
end of the solve.
9.55, but for Elijah, we'll switch back to David, who's currently starting his 4th solve. Looking pretty good. Oh, no, this isn't quite the same pace, but can he finish it off strongly? 10.33, not happy with that, but still, that is still very much national record pace. So we'll have to get the calculator going for everyone at home.
Yep, so 9:37 is the current NR
Yeah.
held by Elijah on station 1, and David will work out what he needs for national record on his last solve.
Looks
Ooh.
like 9.08 to tie and 9.05 to beat.
Mhm. So 9:05 is the time we're looking for. I think that's pretty doable given what we've seen so far, but it's going to come down to whether he can control the nerves.
Yeah.
He's probably well aware that he's pacing NR average.
It depends on the scramble as well. So we might get a look at this being the 5th scramble for Riley. Doesn't look like it's that amazing.
Yeah, no standout blocks that I can see. Maybe one little red-blue pair. And
Yeah.
Riley's kind of fed up with the scramble as well.
Yeah, just going straight into the solve there. Although turning looks to be quite decent now, using orienting his edges into the ZB.
Yep, nice 9-move ZB there.
Yep.
And David up
David's
to
got his
solve.
last cube now. So again, 9:08 to tie Elijah's national record, 9:05 to beat it. Scramble didn't look amazing, but I think for a solver his skill, it doesn't matter that much. So David here. David on his last solve. Here we go. Must have started, got his first block working on his second. Now he's on CMLL.
Pretty well.
Can he do it? Oh, it's going to be so close and didn't quite get there with the last 6 edges. 11:22.
Still going to be a PR for him,
It's
right?
going to. I don't quite think so. Let me check. 871, 1033
Looks like he's calculating as well.
plus 11.22. It's going to be 10:09 average.
Yep, so just a micro PR there, .02, but regardless, it's a PR, and he did get an NR BPA, which is amazing for him.
Yeah, wow.
We've got Elijah on his last solve with the average now. Bit of a rough one, 1260 to finish up.
There you go. So a bit of excitement there. David Epstein pacing national record one-handed, showing that he, I don't know after that round if I'd put him as the favourite, but because we've seen what Elijah can do. But I think it's going to be a really good battle between those two, but in one-handed finals.
Yep, and we do have one more round of it coming up at about 4 o'clock.
Yep.
So stick around for that, where there'll be more David action. And of course action from the others, Elijah and Riley. Sorry.
Very good. I think we're going to head to lunch shortly.
Yep.
But coming up after lunch is 5x5 round 1. That'll be exciting. And if you missed the action from yesterday's finals, I think now's a good time to watch those finals from yesterday. We had 6x6, Megaminx, 7x7, and Square One. And there was some, the highlight of those for me was Megaminx. But if you're looking for something to watch while we're away on lunch break, I think tune into yesterday's VOD.
Exactly. Yep. But besides that, we'll see you guys after lunch.
All right.
Oh, we have one more. Just got a word that Elijah has one more solve, so we'll just quickly tune into that. Sorry about that. 8:05. Okay, so casually gets the best time of the round.
I know, that was a warm-up.
Oh, okay. All right.
That was a warm-up, and so we're all over the place here.
Apologies, guys.
Okay. I don't think he's on anything special in terms of his average, though, so maybe let's see what he can do. Feeling probably not too much pressure.
Yeah, an 8:05 in warm-up is a good sign that he's probably not feeling the nerves as much anymore. He's holding the cube pretty high there, but a bit of a rough CML execution.
Should be around a 9. Okay, sub 10 still. Sub 10. Yep, clean solve. And we'll see where that ends up. I reckon probably second place for the round. I can't think of anyone who would have done better than Elijah.
Yeah, it's probably
But
just going to be
we'll wait and see.
Going to be David, then Elijah, and then maybe Riley, maybe you.
Not me.
Not you.
Not me. All right. That's officially timeout.
Yep. We will see you guys after lunch
See
for
you
5x5.
later. Bye.
should we help you out in this group?
All right, everybody, welcome back from lunch here in day 2 of Australia Nationals 2026. We're going to jump straight into 5x5 round 1, group 1. So I've got the lovely Felix Zemdegs to my left, the all-knowing big cube solver. So I'm glad to have some expertise here because I'm certainly lacking in
Nice.
that field.
Nice to join you,
So,
Harry. Looking
no.
forward to it. So
Very excited.
Who have we got now coming up?
So we've got David Epstein and Riley Dexter as our stations 1 and 2, and then we have Andy Gong and Joseph Burnett stations 3 and 4. Felix, you would probably know a lot more about David and Riley as solvers than me. What can you say about their solves and what we might expect from them this
Yeah.
group?
So David and Riley, they're not, I would say, big cube mains, but they have a lot of expertise in other events. So 3x3, one-handed, David on the square one, Riley originally Pyraminx. But 5x5 is a pretty quick event, so a lot of their speed and look-ahead ability translates pretty well to 5x5, but I wouldn't say it's the thing that they're practicing the most. But David, I think, is a strong contender for a podium here at Nationals. Riley maybe a little bit less so. David has a PR of 47 and has achieved a number of averages under 50. So, yeah, interested to see, I guess, if he's been working on 5x5 for this competition, and we should be able to find out pretty soon, based on his round 1 times.
Absolutely. We do see David Epstein a fair few seconds ahead of Riley in terms of the seeding. We have David with the 47 PR average to be the first seed for this group. And then we have Riley Dexter 3 seconds behind in a 50.29 personal record. So we're going to see Riley and Andy both closer with their PR averages, and then Joseph behind again by about 3 seconds. So we've got a few jumps in times to be expected here, but we'll see how this group shapes out. I can't say I've seen a whole lot of these guys as within 5x5, so I'm excited to see what they put down because it'll be a first for me. So yeah, no, should be very nice. 5x5's another one of those events, much like the other big cubes, where we just have a very clear winner, and then we have a fairly competitive second and third spots for the podium. We have Liam Heidechek in our 4th seed for the competition, previous 5x5 and 4x4 national champion over the past few years. So he'll be looking to contend for another podium spot. And then we have new names like Aaron Keith and Joseph Burnett looking to perhaps play spoiler with those second and third places as well.
Yeah, that's for sure. Of course, not his national championship, but we have Alex Vucic from New Zealand, who has been putting down some really solid times as well. So look out for him in the coming groups. I think he's on definitely keen to beat his national record.
Yeah, many national records to his name as well. So
Yeah.
he is a very strong contender for our overall podium. But yeah, will be exciting to see what he puts down. But obviously, representing New Zealand, he will not be our main focus going into finals. But exciting to have top solvers in the field nonetheless.
Yeah, we have Riley on his first solve. Looks like he's flipping now at around 30 seconds. So I think that's on pace for his sort of normal average. So let's see if he can keep moving through this solve.
Looks to be progressing really nicely through these edges. Looks to be in last 4 already.
Yeah.
So very quick first 4 edges for Riley there.
And someone like Riley with his ZB knowledge and his efficiency can absolutely speed through the 3x3 stage there, as you might have seen in that solve.
So he's going to finish up there with a 54.96, just under the 55-second mark. So it's going to be a little way off his personal record average, but a solid time nonetheless to start off the average.
And to Ishan in the chat, I know you've been asking this a little bit today, just shoot me an email and yeah. Figure it out. Just, yeah, we'll focus on the comp.
Yeah, yep. It's always time, always time.
David, 45.64, that's a very solid start for David.
It's a wonderful start for David, actually. It's,
Maybe he has been doing a bit of big cube practice.
sort of behind the scenes, sort of a secret grind potentially. No, that's very good to see from David. Lovely start. Looking to expect some more times, hopefully similar to that. Obviously with that 47 personal record average, he is just slightly under that with that first solve. So looking for some more sub 50s as we progress through this round. And we're yet to see Joseph begin his first solve.
And this is round 1. We're going to have 3 rounds of 5x5, so the second round will be later on today. and a final round on Sunday. So of this first round, the top 40 competitors will go through to round 2 and then 16 to the final.
Yeah, it's very good for our competitors. There's not too much pressure, although 5x5 is one of those events where the rankings don't seem to vary too much. Generally, if you have that skill, you're going to place at your expected rank. But it's a good little reassurance for all our competitors. They're comfortably through to the second round, pending disaster. So yeah, it's a good opportunity for them to get the nervous shakes out, get themselves into the momentum that they need to bring to the future rounds and for the final.
So here we have on Station 3 Andy Gong. Andy been cubing for quite a while from the Melbourne scene, mostly an N-by-N solver, and yeah, very competent. Competed in a number of national finals. I think originally focused a lot of 2x2, but as he's aged, as he's gotten older, he's doing a bit more in the big cube. So we saw him yesterday up there in the 6x6 ranks, and definitely he's looking for the same sort of thing in 5x5, I would imagine.
Definitely looking for his first big cube national podium as well, or I should say major podium. He has a few past podiums in 2x2 specifically, but that is the only event that he's podiumed in at a major championship as of now. So he will be definitely looking to take something home in these big cubes as the weekend progresses. So yeah, we see there.
Yeah, all of Andy's. He's got 4 major championship podiums, all of them in 2x2. And his first one was second place at Nationals 2016 in 2x2, so 10 years ago.
Yeah, and here we are 10 years later, and he's still smashing it out, still on top of the ranks.
Yeah.
Lovely to see. And we do actually see he was a national champion in 2017, so very cool from Andy. And that's a 48-second solve for Andy Gong.
Yeah.
It's a lovely start for him. Similar to David, looking very strong to start off this average. Just slightly under that personal record average, so lovely to see.
I think I sat next to Andy during his PR average at the most recent competition where he did 5x5, and he was counting a 50 and a 44 going into the last, and he got a 56. So yeah, he definitely has the capacity to go sub 50 alongside David Epstein and perhaps Joseph as well on Station 4.
Speaking of Joseph, he will kick off his average after long last. We're going to see a first solve from Joseph, so here we go. Actually, he's got a little bit of a redemption story from last Nationals. He was pacing very well for the national podium, I believe, counting a sub 50 and a 50, but then ended up having a solve over 1 minute in his average, which knocked him all the way down to, I believe, 7th or 8th. So yeah, he's looking to hopefully come back from his previous Nationals performance and play spoiler for that podium. So we'll see how he shapes up in this first solve. Looking to be a little bit locky in his centers here.
Yeah, not the smoothest of starts, but flipping it around 30 seconds. So similar pace to what we saw from Riley.
He's gonna...
Oh, it looks like he's missed a cross edge there, so he's going to have to fix that up and keep going. So lost a little bit of momentum through the edge of stage. And I think there's a parity. Oh, no parity.
Just not a lot of fluidity in the edges, but we are going to segue into 3x3 stage here. Very quick 3x3 stage, actually.
Yeah, so 55 there for Joseph.
It's going to be not too bad of a time. It's nothing special, nothing crazy, but certainly acceptable for Joseph standards. We'll hope to see him continue those sorts of times as the round progresses. Unfortunately, at a bit of a standstill with our top 4 with cubes. No 5x5s out yet. Instead, we've got our first and second seeds doing. Is this team blind or something?
I think they might. So we've got unofficial event of team blind today, and I think Riley and David are going to be the pair to beat, I think, at this competition.
Yep, getting in as much practice as they can.
Yeah, I'd seen them doing it around 20 seconds on average.
That's pretty good.
with no inspection.
Yeah, yep. Well, here we have some cubes now. We've got Riley beginning his second solve quite fast, and we have Andy gearing up for his second as well.
Yeah. And if you're just joining us for the stream today, this morning there were a few national record chances, not quite national records, but we had Alex Uzic in 4x4, almost getting New Zealand national record, off by a few tenths, and David Epstein was really solid in one-handed also showing he has the potential to beat that record, but just missed it on the last solve, or had the opportunity, but didn't quite make it.
I believe he's been practicing a lot of one-handed as well, David Epstein, just over the past few months, switching to Roo from CFOP and doing lots of solves to get used to it, and it's clearly working for him. I believe that PR average he set in the last round is his 4th consecutive personal record in a row across the comps. So personal record average, I should specify. So he's looking to continue that streak, I suppose, going into the next rounds. But
Got Riley on 3x3 stage now, looking like another low, a low 50, 53, 53. And Andy Gong also just finishing the second solve, 51.04. Doesn't look too pleased with that one. And now back to David. So all of our competitors have got their cubes at the same time.
yeah, we're sort of jumping around cameras here, finding all the solvers. So we're going to see.
Yeah, David holding the cube a little bit low. It's hard to see exactly what he's doing. Looks like he's still on the edges, but probably finishing up at the moment. Looks like he's, started the 3x3 stage. See how he goes here. A little bit of lock up before.
Potentially sub 50?
50-26. Shake of the head there from Dave.
It's going to be a little way off his first solve there. Obviously had that 45 in solve 1. So, but,
and Joseph also in his second.
we're going to see him. Yeah, he'll be under the table as well. So we can't really see from a commentator's point of view. We can't really see what Joseph is doing.
Yeah, this doesn't look fantastic. Looks really lucky on this solve. It's going to be over a minute for Joseph. Yeah, 105 there for Joseph.
Oh, wow, it's going to be a +2 for Joseph Burnett. A little bit of a late notice there, but not going to be ideal for the average.
Yeah, looks to be having some problems with turning, and yeah, I think in situations like these where you're having those sorts of issues, it's good to just think 80-85% pace, because really for the big cubes, and I think in general, sometimes turning slower is the answer.
Absolutely, it can always help to compose yourself and just remain controlled in your turning, because yeah, as we've seen, Joseph Burnett is going to go way above his standards with that 105 and the +2, so may help to slow himself down to sort of reserve his turning for later rounds, hopefully when he's more warmed up and less nervous, so to speak.
David again working on their team blind. I think it's in the side room, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we're going to see it in the. Oh, we're not going to see it, but it will. It will be in the side room during 5x5. So I'm sure they'll duck off after this group. So but yeah, no, putting down some solid times in team blind. That's it's interesting. That's cool to see. We're going to see David take it away for his third solve of the average. Obviously, it's starting out with 45 and having a 50 on the second. So it's pacing pretty nicely for the average as we speak. We're going to see how this third solve shapes out now.
David, I've noticed, does like to do the quick inspection and just go straight into solving. No point sitting around and thinking.
Seems to work in his favor. He's flying through. He's flipping at 28. This is going to be another very well-paced solve for David, and we're going to have Andy begin his third solve off camera as well. The last 4 for
decent,
David.
Yeah. Depends on 3x3, and he's got the ZB. Yep, nice case with no AUF there. 51.40 for Dave.
Very nice. Doesn't look too pleased, but he's definitely surging ahead. He's very consistently ahead of the pack at the moment.
Riley working on his last 2 centers, flipping it at 27. So a nice improvement relative to his previous solves.
We're going to see Andy progress into
Looks like he's on
last 4.
Yeah.
This is looking pretty quick. Oh, he's struggling on last 4 though. Really struggling. He's going to lose that pace that he was building. That was looking to be really nice, but he's going to instead progress through his 3x3 stage now. moving into the 55-56 range, 56.71 for him.
Yeah, not ideal for Andy. Riley with the 51 there. And Joseph. Joseph working on his solve as well. Looks like he's finished his Yao duction at around the low 40s. So this is looking like a nice improvement from Joseph. Finished with a 51.
Seemed to find his smooth turning again, at least in the closing stages of that solve. So we're going to see a time a little bit better there, 51.63 for Joseph on his third solve.
For those at home, it seems like we're getting some results in from our friends across the ditch in the New Zealand Nationals this weekend. So
Oh, yes.
yeah, we've got Australian and New Zealand Nationals being held at the same weekend. And interestingly, one of the top New Zealand competitors, Alex Vujic, deciding to come to Australian Nats, I think potentially for the extra Megaminx round. I'm not sure, or different circumstances, but that's why I think typically you do see some of the the Kiwis travel to Oz and Oz travel to New Zealand for Nationals. That's something you commonly see, but not this year.
Yeah, you would expect that to not be the case. So I found it very fascinating when I saw that Alexander Vujic was going to be attending this Nationals. I think it was the sort of conspiracy going around was that he was going to fly in for Megaminx and then fly back to New Zealand to compete in Megaminx in his own Nationals, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So it's a bit of an unknown. It's we're glad to have him, but it's a bit of a weird decision on his part. But yeah, I believe we also saw earlier, we saw Lockie Gibson with a 2.14 world record clock average in that Nationals. So I'm not sure what round that was, but
Looks like first round
first
for
round?
Lockie Gibson. So that's
it's a solid drop off the previous world record, obviously 0.1 of a second on the dot. So looks to be quite consistent as well, obviously having a 207 for his best single. So
yeah, big congratulations to Lachlan.
all right, here we have Riley receiving his fourth cube in inspection now. I'm going to see David actually finish off his fourth, 47.56. We completely missed the start of that. That's going to be another very solid time there for David. Got a BPA of 47.82, which is fairly approximate to his personal record average.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Riley's long locks of hair slight covering up his cube.
Yeah, that's going to be a little less than ideal. Although he is solving nice and high on the table, so
Exactly.
we can see from the regular view what he's doing, which is great.
Working on his last 8 edges here. After the last 4 at about 38. Let's see if he gets some nice cases. He's got parity there, so it looks like to be another low 50, depending on the 3x3 stage, but that could be very fast in 5x5.
Obviously, Riley Dexter, our 3x3 OCR holder, known to just fly through a 3x3 stage in any event. So that'll be a 54.36 for Riley's fourth. Sort of lurking around the low 50 range for an average, and we're actually going to see David Epstein lock a sub 50 average with those first 4 solves. So that'll be comfortably ahead of the pack for this round at least, for this group, I should say.
So Joseph finishing there with a 50.1, and Andy working on his 3x3 stage.
Just finishing up the PLL, and it's going to be a 53.74 for Andy. So we are going to see, yeah, same with Andy and Joseph. They're going to lurk in the low 50s. We have a best possible average of 52.29 for Joseph Burnett and a worst possible of 57. So he's got quite a wide range with that 105 on the second solve, but I'm sure we wouldn't expect that to count towards the average. One little standstill again.
So David, I think you'll be pretty pleased with that. So I'm just going to take a look at his recent 5x5 results. He does have that 47.4 PR. Can't quite beat that, but yeah, he's been very consistent from what I can see in the last year or so. Pretty much high 40s vast majority of the time.
Yeah, so looking to be a very consistently competent solver.
Yeah.
So that's a good sign that he may deliver in the next rounds similar times. So looking forward to that. But for now, he's going to finish up his average by beginning his 5th solve. We're going to see a best possible average, just 0.4 off of his personal record, and a 49.74 worst possible average. So nothing really at stake here. But
Turning
we'll,
looked, Turning looked on point for those first couple of centers.
He's looking very express indeed. Very nice transition from cross edges to centers there. Looked to be no pause whatsoever. He's really flying.
Yeah, flipped it around 25, so it's pretty solid.
Looks to be flying through edges as well.
Yeah, although those second 4 edges on 5x5 with Yao are some of the easiest bits of look ahead on big cubes.
Absolutely, yeah. Gonna move into 3x3 stage in the low 40s.
Okay. And a 50.92 for David. So finishing off there, as you can see, with a 49.58 average.
Just slightly better than his worst possible. He's going to improve the average a little bit. He's going to leave that 51 out of the average. So would be pretty pleased with that. It's pretty much on point with what he's been getting for the past year. So cannot complain whatsoever, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Riley finishing the 52. Those two will be off to do Team Blind, I suspect.
Yep, they are. They look to be off in a heartbeat. Yep. So now we're going to focus our attention solely on our stations 3 and 4. Andy Gong and Joseph Burnett. Joseph Burnett moving into 3x3 stage now at the sort of the mid 40 range. There we go. 51.45 to close out the average. He's going to keep that 105 out of the counting times. And so that'll be a 52.7 average for Joseph Burnett. Can't complain with that. I believe that's a fairly solid average as well. I forgot what his PR was. Where did our psych sheet go? Yep, here we go. Fantastic. Joseph Burnett. That is going to be PR average for Joseph Burnett, actually. Wow. Very. Didn't look overly stoked with it.
No.
Not much of a reaction, but that's a PR by about a second as well, actually. Previous PR was 53.72. So yeah, that's a solid drop there for Joseph Burnett.
Andy is looking good on this one.
Ooh.
Depends on the last few cases. Oh, he's got parity.
He's going to have parity. Yep.
Let's just get through that and get going on 3x3. It's a well-executed OLL. That's a hard case to do on the big cubes, but he's done that well with a 49 there to finish.
Yep, it's certainly a risky OLL. Lots of layers on a 5x5, and so any one of those could turn during those wide R moves. So he's done well there. Closed out the average with a 49.16. Much like the other solvers, doesn't look overly stoked with it, but a 51.31 will be a very solid showing for him in this first round. And so of our top 4 solvers, that is what we're going to see. We're going to see David Epstein with a 49 average, Andy with a 51 average, Joseph with a 52, and I didn't catch Riley's, but it lurking in the low 50s as well. So nonetheless, solid performance from our top four in this first group of 5x5. We've got another 2 groups to go. So stay tuned. Lots more talent to come in these next groups, including the guy on my left. Can't wait.
I am in one group after this, but on that note, I might leave you all and pass over to Zaid to join Harry and commentate the second group. Oh. Okay.
All right.
Does anyone want to?
You want to head off? Yeah. Okay.
Need a commentary?
Yeah, we need one. Yeah, preferably for Felix. I'm happy to stay on. Right. Welcome everyone. Philip Lewicki, one of the tech brains behind the operation. Very invaluable knowledge and significant member of the stream crew. So glad to have you all the way over from the US. What's brought you here and why such a long trip?
Oh, well, I was in Australia already, and
Okay.
I felt like coming to Melbourne. It's
Yep.
a nice city. I've never visited it properly.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, it's been a nice trip.
Very good to have you. Yeah, it's good to hear you didn't have to travel too far then if you're already in the country. So, no, good to have you. How have things been from your perspective this championship so far?
Well, it's been interesting. We had an exciting Megaminx round yesterday, and I'm excited to see what happens going forward. 6 and 7 was not too much of a surprise, but I think
Yeah.
4x4 could be more interesting.
4x4 will be very interesting. We're going to have Alexander Vucic from New Zealand, one of our top seeds for that event. So it'll be cool to see him contend with Felix for that first place. But yeah, no, 6x6 and 7x7, our first two finals to be completed, I should say. So no, they were lovely to watch. The contention for second and third was very exciting in my eyes.
Yeah, and let's not forget square one yesterday. David Epstein ran away with it.
Yeah, as expected, your crowd favourite by a long margin, but we did see fantastic podium finishes from Oryx Chue and Jacob Joshi respectively. Very happy for those two. Oryx's first championship podium and Jacob's first championship square one podium, something he was very much looking forward to and preparing for this competition. So cool to see the hard work pay off. But yeah, so we've had a lot of very cool finals already, and we're only 2 days in. So I'm sure it'll only get better from here.
Yeah, and in this next group of 5x5, we'll have the pleasure of watching Alexander Vucic, who did very well in 4x4, almost set the national record for New Zealand. His PR average is 42.51, so we can expect big things. We'll also be watching Aaron Keith, Jacob Hoare, and Jamie Otsu.
Jacob Hoare is a name that I assume not too many people have heard of. He's had a very recent sort of improvement in big cubes. He's a competitor from New South Wales, hasn't competed a whole lot, but he's going to come into this round with a PR average of 53.01. So very curious to see what he puts down, because I can't say I've heard much of him. Bit of a dark horse pick for that podium spot, contending with that low 50 sort of range. So should be good. And we're going to see Jamie Otsu, Station 4, another sort of household name in the Australian scene, especially for Megaminx, but no slouch when it comes to big cubes. We're going to see him finish up on either the 6x6 or 7x7 national podium, or at least we did see that yesterday night. So I'm very happy for him, and we'll get to see what he can put down in 5x5 as well. Anything particularly noteworthy for you, Philip, results-wise? Have you been solving?
Normally.
Nothing outstanding? Yeah. Just here for the vibes.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Here to watch some cubing.
Yep, absolutely.
Excited to watch Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have front row seats, so we're very blessed here in the commentary booth to have an undisclosed view of the rest of all of our top solvers here, so very happy.
We still need plenty of helpers who are quite a lot of scramblers, please. If you're currently judging and can scramble 5x5, please come out the back of the stage, help us. And I still see plenty of judging slots that need to be filled. Once again, if you're in the last group of 5x5 or are in the next group, please, we need lots of help to get through these groups on time. Thank you.
Right, we've got our first 3 seeds seated now. Just missing a Jamie Otsu on the 4th station. But looking to get some averages underway soon. In fact, we have Aaron Keith going for his first solve now, just receiving the cube.
And Alex actually set his national record average of 42.51 at his most recent competition in Christchurch. So he could be on a improvement trajectory. He has already 4 national record averages in the past year.
Yeah, really smashing it out of the park in 4x4 and 5x5 as of the past few years. So yeah, excited to see what he can put down, see if he can get close to that national record or better.
So on your left, we have Aaron Keith, who has just started his 5x5 solve. Appears to be using the Yao method.
A method going to be very common in most of our top solvers at this championship.
That's 25 seconds for the flip. A few pauses here on edges. Tough cases.
It's progressing very quickly through edges though. This is looking pretty solid for Aaron.
Aaron's personal record average is 50.16.
So he's looking to get somewhere around that margin. Just going to finish up that edge parity there during the OLL. And there we go. 54.24 is your first solve of this group for our top 4 competitors. That's Aaron Keith starting off with a 54.24. Now, Aaron actually performed pretty solidly in our 6x6 and 7x7 finals last night. Unfortunately, came in 4th for the Australians in 6x6. A little bit of heartbreak to not finish on the podium there, but this is his first championship where he's coming in strong in the big cubes and acting as a podium contender. So hoping he can give us something in 5x5 and looking to take home his first major podium.
Yeah, he is the 4th seeded Australian at this competition, but he's right there with Liam Hajduček.
Yeah, very close personal record averages there. Liam Hajduček, a name we're going to see in our next group, I believe. A name that's got a few accolades in 5x5 actually. National champion and oceanic champion in 4x4 and 5x5 across the years. So we'll be excited to see him contend for the podium as well.
Alex still waiting for his first scramble.
Same with Jay Kapoor on station 3. Still no Jamie Otsu. This is interesting.
And Jamie was here yesterday, so I don't know if...
Seen him around today as well. So let's hope he hasn't misremembered what group he's in or something. That'd be a little bit less than ideal. Alex Vuzic, a bit of a performer in front of the crowd, sending hearts out to those he knows. Very cool.
Yeah, interesting decision by Alex to attend the Australian Nationals instead of the New Zealand Nationals happening on the same weekend.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's because of more mega rounds or just a holiday and it was convenient that Nationals was this weekend, but it's a very interesting choice nonetheless for Alexander to attend this Nationals and not his home Nationals. Sort of frees up the Megaminx podium over there. They'll be pretty stoked about that. Some upsets and first-time podiums from some people, I'm sure. So, yeah, no, we're glad to have him. Absolutely. He'll be a solver you'll see pretty regularly across a lot of our finals in this championship.
And Alex has received his cube.
Same with Aaron for his second solve.
Okay, so Alex on your right.
Aaron on your left. Going to begin shortly. Starting off with that 54. He's looking to bring his times back down a little bit. Obviously, a PR average in the 50-second range.
And Alex solves his Yao edges on right, which is quite unusual.
That's very fascinating. That's I did not know that. That's I can't say I've seen that before. That's
Flip
very
at 25.
I think this is going to be a fair way off the pace for Alex, actually. Let's just see.
He's flying through edges, though.
Just finishing up that parity alg there, and into 3x3 we go.
So the edges were better than the centers, but overall this is not his best solve. He does have ZB. And 50.26 for Alex, not how he wanted to start.
Yeah, sort of crossing his hands on the timer stop there, not pleased at all with that first solve. Obviously not the way you want to start out an average as a person with a 42-second PR.
And Aaron with a 49.31. It's good for him.
It's going to bring it back. He's redeemed himself from that 54 on the first solve. I think Alexander potentially appealing for an extra. I'm not too sure. Looks to be in a little bit of a state of discontent. That's interesting. Yet to see a solve from our... Oh, here we go. We have Jamie Otsu sitting down now. Our Station 4's arrived. We now have a full set of top 4 for you to watch. Good to see.
Yeah, so usually if someone stops the timer with their hands crossed, it means that they are trying to, I don't know, are they signaling to the audience that they're very disappointed, or are they just having fun?
I'm
Never
not too
understood
sure.
it.
It's interesting. It's widely done as well. I'm not too sure. Yeah, but certainly signals the fact that that solve was a poor one. So we've seen that with Alex there, starting off with the 50.
My perspective is that you never know what you're going to get in the average, and
Yeah,
it's kind of silly to purposely make it a worse time.
yep. Oftentimes you'll be thinking you're on worse pace, and then you'll stop the timer and you see a time way better than you would expect. So, and our top solvers here are certainly not excluded from that phenomenon. But here we go. We are receiving cubes on stations 3 and 4. Jay Kapoor and not Jamie Otsu. Sorry, I misspoke.
So Jay has not yet solved.
This will be his first. Bit of a long wait for that first cube. Excited to see what he puts down. I haven't heard much of him, as I've previously stated. Bit of a newbie when it comes to the top 5x5 scene, but a very competent 5x5 solver nonetheless. He will have Aaron off camera beginning his third solve.
So on your right, we have Jay Kapoor doing his first 5x5 solve. Still working on centers.
Looking to be extremely express there, flipping at 26.
Yeah, so every solve we've seen so far has been a similar pace for the flip. Well, these edges look quite efficient.
Looks to be progressing extremely well.
He's already on 3x3 stage. Fantastic last 4 edges for him.
It's incredible pace. Oh, a few hesitations on that A-perm, but it's going to be a sub 50 to start out for Jay. That's extremely solid. A fair way under his personal record average. We have both Jamie Otsu and Aaron Keith well underway for their solves. Jamie doing his first solve and Aaron underway with his third.
Yeah, Aaron already on 3x3 stage here. 53.91. Switch over to Jamie here.
Another little bit of a poor solve there from Aaron. Not what we should expect to see. But here we have Jamie Otsu progressing very nicely through 3x3 stage. Very, very calm, a few hesitations, but 54.44.
And now Alex Vujic has his second scramble. He started with a 50.26, which was so bad that he stopped the timer with cross hands.
Let's hope that's not the case for this second solve, looking to bring it back.
Yeah, so on the last solve, he was a bit behind pace on the Yao edges plus centers.
Impeccable look ahead here. He's zooming his cross edges. The transition from cross edges to centers was
Wow,
amazing.
so the flip at 20 this time, 6 seconds ahead of pace from his last solve.
I think a slight mistake in the closing moments of his centers, but he's fixed that very quickly and is well underway into edges.
And this looks like a fast last 4 edges, but he's locking up.
Oh, and he's got the parity he needs to fix there as well.
Alex zooming to the end of this solve. really struggling with the lockups. A 47-30.
Alexander's known to have a very aggressive, very rough turning style, and sometimes it doesn't work in his favor. It can often lead to lots of lockups and hesitations, as we've seen there in the closing moments of that solve. So 47-30 is still going to be a fair way off what we would expect to see. So hoping to continue bringing his times down as the average progresses.
Yeah, so in that solve, he had a very good Yao edges plus centers, but he had quite a few lockups and little mistakes in the edges and in 3x3 stage, which ruined his solve.
Yeah, just the minor hesitations and the minor lockups can take an extraordinary solve to a not so great one. So unfortunate there for Alex.
It's important that these competitors don't become psychologically devastated by little mistakes, because those can compound throughout the solve. And with a long solve like this, it's important to stay calm and composed throughout.
The mental game is such a big part of big cubes, isn't it? Just such a long solve, so much time to stay focused and stay in a good mental position.
Yeah, you have to have a very short memory.
Yeah. Yeah, just something as simple as being disappointed during the solve can throw you off, can sort of hinder look ahead, and just the psychological effect on solves is more than we would like.
Jamie Atsu has his second scramble here.
Started out with a 54.44. It's fairly approximate to his personal record average, I should say, 53.5.
It was a solid start for him.
Yeah, we'll see if he can continue that into his second solve here. And here we go.
So Jamie finishing up centers there. Moving on to Yao edges.
A few pauses and hesitations, but overall fairly fluid. Jamie Otsu, a solver that's typically known for his very fluid, very collected turning style. And he looks to be continuing that throughout this solve, flipping it around 28-29. A few pauses here and edges for Jamie as well, but
Yeah,
coming along into last four at high 40s.
he had a nice solution for last four edges, but now he's having a huge pause on the 3x3 stage. Just a complete disaster here on the 3x3 stage. It's going to be over a minute.
Had some really unfortunate pairs there in that 3x3 stage. That's going to be a very poor
Let's
continuation for Jamie there.
Switch over to Alex here. He's already at 24 seconds on his solve. Let's see if we can get behind the table. Okay, he's well into edges. This is a great pace for Alex.
We're going to move into last four now, just about. Here we go. 3x3 stage at 40.
And does he have the ZB? He does. Bit of a slow recognition of 46-39 for Alex.
Still visibly frustrated with that one. Obviously, a very long way off his national record average of 42, but sort of continuing the downward streak of times here. Started out with a 50, went to a 47, and now a 46.
Yeah, at this point, the average is gone, so he's just looking to improve and gain some confidence here, qualify for the next round.
Should be pretty safe to say that Alex will see it through all the way to the finals. But yeah, just looking to hopefully get something acceptable in terms of an average.
Jay Kapoor finishing with a 46-42 there. Was very satisfied. Jay has a 53 PR average, so Jay's on fantastic pace.
Floating well and truly under his personal record here, and well and truly under sub 50.
And on your left, we have Aaron Keith finishing up here with a G perm, 45.96. Wow.
Another solid time for Aaron. We're seeing a lot of solid times here from particular stations 2 and 3. Yeah, we're going to see Jay Kapoor, at least of the Australians in this group, surge a little way ahead, obviously pacing well under 50 seconds. We're going to see Aaron Keith also pacing fairly nicely with that 45 on the second solve. On the fourth solve.
Yeah, Aaron has a very nice best possible average here.
Extremely nice best possible average. Lots of room for improvement here. Obviously, might be a bit of a tall order to count that 45, but nonetheless, a possible task.
Yeah, so he could get a sub 50 best possible average here, 49.73. That would be a PR for him, would be his first sub 50.
He would need a very solid time to do so. He has a PR single of 43, so that 45 was a very, very solid time for him. So he'll be looking to continue that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can get a best possible average from Aaron Keith here. At a bit of a standstill with 5x5s here. Obviously, they take a while to scramble, and it's just so happened that they're all getting scrambled at the same time. So, not much activity at the moment. We were pretty fortunate last group. Actually, we saw David Epstein and Riley Dexter practicing their team blind between their 5x5 solves. They're looking very strong for the win here. They were putting down low 20s without inspection. It was very impressive. Very entertaining thing to watch nonetheless.
Some results. We're missing some results here.
I think we are. I don't think so.
Really?
Jay's only done 2.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just because Jamie came late as well. Alright, we're seeing Alexander in inspection for his 4th solve, and we're also going to see Jay in inspection for his 3rd solve, pacing extremely well off to an amazing start with a 49 and 46 for his first 2 solves. So looking to see if he can repeat this sub 50 streak. We have Alex underway now on your right side.
Jay as well. Let's watch Alex though. Okay. Alex finishing up centers here. 22 seconds, so the flip. It's an average pace for him.
Extremely quick turning here from Alex.
Yeah, and again, he has a double edge parity. That's a nicer case.
That's a much better case than what he was receiving before.
Oh, messing up the Zoomer U-perm there. 44.28 for Alex. He's very upset. Let's jump over to Jay. Jay's on good pace.
Jay well into 3x3 stage now. The OLL. Oh, he almost skipped there for Jay. 51.63. Bit of a jump scare for us commentators.
Yeah, I saw that one coming. I was surprised Jay didn't clock that from a mile away. It's a 51.63 though. 53 PR average. So, I mean, he's destroying his PR average with one more good solve here.
He's not going to need much at all to lock himself a personal record. I think the question now is sub 50, obviously having that 46. He does have a lot of room to bring this average down.
I think Jay may have been practicing quite a bit.
Yeah, must be. Obviously, yeah, he hasn't competed a whole lot. Obviously, a bit of not a very well-known name. So yeah, just his improvement's been rapid.
And Jamie with a 52.38 there.
He's going to come back from that second solve with that 101. So yeah, 52 there is going to sit under his personal record average. He's going to bring his average back around to his personal record. So good to see that from Jamie.
Aaron Keith on your left here. Remember, he's going for a PR best possible average. He is just with a good last 4 edges here. He could definitely do it. He needs a good 3x3 stage.
Parity I'll get 38. He's pacing lovely. The 3x3 stage is coming together.
No ZB, R perm. 45.58.
That's incredible. Okay, we're
The
gonna
best
see-
possible average and a sub 50 average for Aaron Keith. 49.73. That's a new PR. What a clutch performance on the final two solves to secure it.
A PR by 0.4. That is going to put him very close in the first round standings to David Epstein. David Epstein also got a 49.7 average last round. So we're going to see those two at the top of our table for now.
Wow, what a performance by Aaron Keith there. His previous PR, 50.16.
Got to be happy with that. Got to be extremely happy with that.
Yeah, and he had a counting 53.91, so did very well there on the last two solves. And now we're just waiting for Jay Kapoor's scramble coming up here. Jay has done 3 solves. His PR average right now is a 53-second average, but his first 3 solves, 49, 46, 51. So he's absolutely destroying that average so far.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very easy shot for Jay at PR. Obviously, I don't want to jinx anything now, but he's looking to be pacing brilliantly. Looking
Yeah.
to contend, hopefully, with David and Aaron, who are sitting around their 49 seconds average.
So Alex flipping at 21. Pretty average pace from what we've seen so far. But he's locking up quite a bit on the edges.
Big pause there as well as a few rotations.
Yeah, he seems to be struggling with the recognition. Kind of a messy 5x5 edges for him.
Yeah, he's sort of grimacing now. He knows this isn't going to be a great solve either.
And a 49.05.
Very displeased. Obviously going to slot himself into first for now. That's just how good of a solver Alexander Vucic is. It's going to be a 47 average for him, so not what we would have expected, certainly not what he wanted, but it's going to place him in first for now as these first 2 groups finish up.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Jay's cube. Up there it is. Jay
Perfect
actually had
time.
to wait quite a long time for his first scramble. So that's why he's a bit behind the other competitors, but
Had a lot of time for nerves to build up waiting for the first solve, but it seems to not affect him at all here.
he appears to be locked in.
So here we go. We are on personal record average watch, but I think the bigger question is sub 50. Are we going to see it from Jay?
And it's hard to break a PR by this much, and there's just a psychological factor working against you.
Absolutely, but he's pacing pretty nicely. He's
Wow,
very good.
fantastic a flip at 20 seconds.
Oh, he'd have to know this is good.
Can he keep it together and find some efficient
It's a
edge
game of composure
solutions?
now.
Jay Kapoor's on fantastic pace. Can he finish the edges here?
Got the parity in the back. But this is going to be incredible pace. It's going to finish up that alg into the OLL
Oh my.
U-perm.
Taper him there at
There we go.
49.01. Jay Kapoor.
Looks a little shocked there.
His
His
worst possible average is 50.04, coming from a 53.01 PR. So a guaranteed improvement of 3 seconds.
It's a sizable chunk he's taken off the personal record there on the national stage as well. So incredible efforts there from Jay Kapoor. That is going to be a fantastic average locked. And we are going to see an even better best possible average. We're going to see a best possible average of 48.30. If he does manage to get that, it's going to be a very tall order, but that will put him ahead of both David Epstein and Aaron Keith for this round so far. And will
Wow.
without a doubt place him very highly.
Jay
on the
Kapoor is a
rank.
breakout star of this round. Coming into the competition, he was
One of the 8th seed, I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that-
he's
the 8th seeded overall, the 7th seeded Australian. But with this average, he will jump at least into the top 5 competitors here.
so amazing effort there from Jay. I think we're seeing an extra here from Jamie. I'm not sure. Not sure what happened here. Perhaps a distraction of sorts. We can only assume. we're going to see... okay, Jay's cube's going to be sent back, so we're going to have to wait a little longer to see how he closes this average out.
I mean, this is
I think someone put a dot entry.
yeah. Jay had quite a start to his fourth solve, a 21 flip. I mean, that's better than Alex was doing. So we know he's capable of anything here.
Yeah, we're just going to experience a bit of a lull in the
Yeah, so
solves here.
Jay is one of the last competitors solving here. As the group finishes.
Yeah, we're going to see stations 3 and 4 well behind the rest of the pack, but it's all eyes on them for now. I mean, we have Jamie Otsu only 3 solves in, so it's going to be a longer while before he finishes his average, and we're yet to see Jay finish his average with the 5th solve. So
Let's see. For sub 50,
I assume he'd need
it's a mid 51.
it'd be a 51.51, I think, if I've done my math correctly. I'm no mathematician, but it's 46, 42. Yeah. So a time of 51.51 will
That will be
Deliver him.
exactly 50 seconds.
exactly 50 seconds, exactly.
So 51.5 or better to secure sub 50 for Jay Kapoor here.
However, I think no matter what the outcome is, he would be unbelievably stoked with his performance this round.
Yeah,
Sizable chunk off of his personal record. It's such an amazing thing to see. And clearly a name to watch out for in the future of Australian big cube solving. And it's his best this year by a long shot as well. Now here we go. Jay Kapoor for his last solve. 51.50 is the target.
Jay on the right of your screen here, finishing the first 2 centers in about 7 seconds.
A little hesitant in the cross edges. Hopefully he can bring it back in these centers, and he looks to be doing so. These are
Fantastic.
express.
Okay, so 24-second flip. A bit slower than his last solve, but if he can have a good edges here, he can still challenge for that sub 50. Okay, these edges are fantastic. How will the last 2 edges go?
Doesn't look to be
Oh,
any
fantastic.
parity.
Great cases.
Into 3x3 stage at 40.
Jacob,
Here we go.
locked in.
OLL, a few lockups.
Oh, he has the M2, U2, M2 cross and the J perm. A 50.
Oh, yes, that's going to be. That's a sub 50 average for Jay Kapoor.
Jay Kapoor with a sub 50 average coming from a 53 PR. A clutch performance. A 49.80 to finish.
Fantastic efforts from the New South Wales resident. Fantastic to see. What a start in
And
his debut major.
So much room for improvement as well. I mean, that solve also had some lockups, some little mistakes there. So if he can clean that up going into the next round, he could challenge for the podium.
Now we're yet to see. Oh no! As I go to say, we're yet to see a 4th solve from Jamie. We're going to see a cube given to him now. Well and truly behind the rest of the group here, so all eyes on Jamie for now. Yes, no, my apologies. Jay Kapoor is from Queensland. I misspoke several times.
Yeah, so Jamie with 2 more solves to go.
It's a personal record around 53, and at the moment he's counting a 54, so his average is looking to be fairly solid so far. Has that 101 lurking over him now, so we hope to not see him count that. Here we go, flip at 25 for Jamie. This is better pace. The last 4 now. No parity for Jamie. Here we go. This solve is looking much better. Has he got an M2 to M2 cross as well?
Same situation as Jay had the previous solve.
50.99. That's going to be an unfortunate M2 to M2 cross there for Jamie, but a 50.99 is certainly nothing to be displeased with. So hopefully soon going to see a last solve from Jamie to finish up this second group of 5x5. But moving into group 3, we'll have a double switch out of commentators, but we're also going to see some excitement from Felix Zemdegs. Well, he doesn't really need an introduction, I suppose. He's your many-time Oceanic world record holder. There's a list of accolades that goes
Might
on
be
forever
the
and ever.
greatest 5x5 solver of all time.
Yep, that's to say the least. That's for sure. So we'll have front row seats for him next group. So stay tuned. We're about to see some fireworks go off at Australia Nationals in 5x5.
I can just solo until he gets.
I mean, I can stick around. Yeah, if you like, but yeah, that'll work. Cool. Right. Well, a little bit of a switch out. Lockie Stevens.
How are you?
Dude, I am living the dream, as I've been saying the entire weekend. It's such an awesome competition so far. So good to see everyone here, see everyone performing as well as they have been. So
Absolutely.
yeah, just so much excitement. It's really hard to put into words how I'm feeling right now, but it's a great time. I'm sure you're feeling the same.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've actually had quite a lot to do in terms of competing today. So I've had a little more of an all over the place day in terms of I've been doing commentary and then going to compete and then come back for some more commentary. Whereas yesterday I did like 2 rounds that I didn't care about. So
Yeah,
it
very
was
relaxed day yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
it was a lot nicer today to get a bit more going on. But this is Jamie's last solve, correct?
Yes, this is his final solve. Had a bit of an issue after his third solve. Got a little bit of a, I'm not really sure what happened, but a little bit of a standstill in his solving. But we're going to see him close out his average now.
Yep.
You've got a nice little front row seat for him to finish off. He's been pacing fairly solid. He's got a PR average around the 53-second margin, and he looks to be on similar pace. That best possible average is going to be PR.
Yep, saw a flip around 24 for the solve. I don't know what his normal pace is, but I think for someone averaging around that mid to low 50s, that's pretty much all right. But he's giving a bit of a shake of the head there, so might be having some trouble in the later stages of edges.
Yeah, edges are looking pretty hesitant. That 24-second flip is fairly good for what we've seen from him throughout this average. But yeah, just unfortunately not going to hold that momentum in this final solve. And this is going to be a counting solve, actually. This is going to be a 1 flat for Jamie. So that's
it's fighting me. I'm 10084. No. 10084.
60-84 potentially. Oh no, there we go.
There we go. Got
That'll
it.
work. So yeah, going to be close to worst possible there for Jamie to close out that average. Going to be a 55-second average for him, but not too bad, I would say. It's fairly close to his PR average, so can't complain.
Yep. But we
So,
do have a fun group coming up with our Oceanic record holder Felix Zemdegs on station 1, Liam Hadacek, who is pretty consistently getting up in the big leagues in terms of championship performance.
Has a few
5x5.
national titles in both 4x4 and 5x5 in the past as well. So excited to see what he'll put down. But this will be me off now. I've got to go compete. I'm certainly not one of your top 4, and I'm by no means competitive. But I'll go do my thing, and I'll bring on Tripod, I believe.
See you later, Harry.
See you, Lockie.
Oh, water bottle.
Gentle friends.
Hello. How's your afternoon?
My afternoon's great. We had a solid staff lunch, which I was quite pleased with.
Yep.
Got some protein into me, some rice, some carbs. Feeling quite refreshed. Had a decent 5x5 actually. I got myself a PR2.
Oh, what was the
Got
average?
myself a 117.6 something average, which I'm pretty happy
Lovely,
with that.
lovely.
Pretty happy with that. Using a normal method this time, just standard Yao, you know.
What were you using last time?
So all right, here go. You ready, Zaid? You know what's coming. So my long-standing 5x5 PR until earlier this year was a 119 average that I
Yep.
set at Australian Nationals 2023.
Okay, a
The
while
one in
ago.
Brisbane, the one in
Yep.
Brisbane. And for that average, I did centers, like using redux basically, no cross edges. And then I used 3-star to solve the rest. And I got a 119 average doing that. And that stood until earlier this year.
Yeah, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta go wash my ears out with something strong.
Right, now that he's gone, let's get into some 5x5s. So we've got the current OCR holder, which is Felix Zemdegs on station number 1. As is customary, he sat down next to Liam Hydacek. We've talked about him for 4x4 earlier today using his OLL parity avoidance. Keen to see if he does something similar with 5x5.
OLL parity avoidance on 5x5? Oh, sorry, my mic wasn't near me. OLL parity avoidance on 5x5.
Welcome home. I'm not sure if he's going to do it. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm not sure if it's a. I think it might be a thing, but I haven't heard of. Haven't heard much about it. I know on
Yes.
6x6 it's not really viable, but
He does it anyway, though.
he does.
He does inner wings. This is a well-known thing. He does inner wings when he does 6x6.
But not outer. Like you can't.
Yeah.
He doesn't
Like
trace
he
two sets of
won't
wings.
get triple parity,
Yeah.
but he might get double parity.
Okay. Well,
But so that leads me to believe that maybe he does it for 5x5.
it would make sense. Yeah.
On
And
station number 3, we've got the WA state record holder, your very own Jackson Foster.
Jackson Foster. He's a little bit of an oddball in this group for one reason and one reason only. He uses the Hoyer method.
I thought you were going to say he's a massive Taylor Swift fan.
He
but
is also a massive Taylor Swift fan.
that doesn't narrow it down because so is Felix. Hey,
Is he?
Felix. Oh, Felix is a huge Swiftie, bro. Maybe not as I can't say he has. He's not as dedicated as Jackson is, but
Well,
you know, Felix is a Swiftie.
you know what? I'm happy to hear it. I'm all for some Taylor Swift.
Shout out T Swift. And then Philip Lewicki on station number 4.
Yep.
Philip Laser Monkey himself. You've heard him on the live stream all throughout. I'm sure that he will be on many, many more times in the coming days.
Yep. And he's this is an official solve for him, his first for the round. I saw the flipper at around 34. So that looks a little bit behind typical pace for him, but that's all right. Hopefully he can pull it back with some edges, although he seems to be taking his sweet time getting through edges.
Yeah, some ways off his personal record average. He has a 53.24 for his personal record average. So this is looking well unders at the moment, unfortunately. 107.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
That's all right.
Spaghetti-o.
I think he told me that he hadn't done a whole lot of practice for 4x4 and 5x5, so I'm assuming that he's not really feeling too disappointed with that kind of a solve, but I did just see a 38 from Felix in warm-up, so I'm excited for what's coming there.
Mate, we have been long since waiting for the sub 40 second barrier to get broken by Felix. Current OCR stands at a 40.10, so there's always a chance we might see it go down today. And what better place than at Melbourne Nationals? No less than 20 minutes from his house, according to his Instagram story. So maybe got a bit of a sleep in this morning.
I hope so.
Let's see what he can do over these next 5 solves.
Yeah, we're just waiting on solve number 1 for the rest of the top 4 competitors for this group. So, like I said, Jackson uses a bit of a different method, so we're going to be seeing a little difference in the splits of the solve. It's going to look a little different, but overall, it's general same pattern, reducing to the 3x3, and then solving from there. But for the other top 3 competitors for this group, they'll all be using the Yao method, which is fairly consistent in terms of Like, there's not much variance in how people do it. So you'll be looking for the flip as kind of the halfway point of the solve, and then judging the pace on that. The current.
This is Felix fastest average this year is a 40.80, so he's coming into this year on pretty reasonably good form. That was at the competition where he also set the 7x7 single and average OCRs, which can be found on his channel, at least a single can. At Braybrook Big Cubes, another Lennon Hughes organised competition. So there's a lot of factors going in Felix's favour here. Lennon Hughes, of course, the lead organiser for this competition as well.
I always wonder, is a competition more likely to have bigs and blinds if it starts with the letter B, like the place it is? Because how many places are there that start with B?
Had Box Hill Big Blind Bonanza at one point.
That's a horrible thing. Sounds like a Zaid organized comp.
The only other one that comes to mind is Abbotsford Blind Challenge, which was not a B.
ABC?
But it was ABC.
Ah, yep.
We had Abbotsford Begins, Abbotsford Blind Challenge, and Abbotsford Big Cube Day on 3 consecutive weekends.
Nice.
That was back when Ethan Pride was a regular.
Yeah,
and,
that sounds
and
like
organising
something.
competitions in Melbourne. Those were the days.
Big and Blind Berwick.
Big and Blind Berwick.
Big and Blind Berwick we haven't had for a couple years now, but no, I'm a big fan of the B blind names. We should have more of those. I wonder who's responsible. Who do I need to bribe to get more of those comps?
Anyway, Felix is an inspection for solve number 1. And we're looking for sub 40s from Felix, or even better potentially.
Yeah, we saw Felix pretty recently make the switch to Yao. He's been back and forth since around about Worlds in Korea 3 years ago. But now he's firmly on the side of Yao, and we'll look to see if he can maybe get out some good times. There's the flip there. Flip was around about 17.
Yep, looks like pretty good pace. A little hesitant on the edges, but seems to be getting through them. Yeah, just a lot of pauses. But on to last 4 now. And on 3x3 stage at around 37, so well behind pace for a sub 40.
Nice little cheeky skip there. Did you see? 44.79, and the cube is nearly finished off of the table altogether.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna fall off the table and shatter, but luckily didn't have enough momentum for that. But
Didn't really stop moving, did it?
yeah, it kind of just slid along. But 44.79 for Felix. And still waiting on the first solves for Liam and Jackson.
Yeah, interesting to see both Liam and Jackson solve. They've both got quirks with their solving style. Obviously, Jackson with Hoyer and Liam potentially, we believe, with OPA. See how that all shakes out when we get their times in.
Roman just got a 45.69 off stream. The absolute GOAT.
What's he doing? How does he keep doing this?
He's absurd. I mean, he almost beat Felix on the first solve. There was only a second in that.
That is a PR by over 2 seconds there for Roman.
Wow. And I assume that's his first solve. He's sitting next to Jonathan Charlesworth, who's probably a little jealous. I don't think Johnny's getting anything quite near a 45, but you never know. You never know. But yeah, as you were saying, the OPA and the Hoyer make them both kind of interesting to watch, Jackson and Liam.
As soon as we get to see either of them go.
Yeah, we're a little bit slow with the scrambling, I think. That's all right. In the meantime, listen to us, fill the silence. Or not.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free.
With golden soil and Liam Hydechek's first solve is about to
happening
happen.
right now.
All right.
He OPAs most every day. And is he? I'm not sure.
We'll see. We'll see if he gets no parodies in his whole average.
We'll find out.
Yep. It didn't look like it was tracing there, I can't lie. It looked like a very short inspection. Maybe it's time better spent planning a first center.
I mean, to be fair, also the parity algs on 5x5 aren't the worst, so
Yeah.
maybe it's you don't typically get
Does Liam
well,
use
okay.
Hoya as well? I did not know that.
Wait.
Liam is using Hoya.
he so does. He so does. Oh, that's so funny.
I had no idea. Oh my! And you know what? I think it's actually people say that the Hoya OPA
Yes.
combo is something to be feared.
You're absolutely right.
It's a really lethal combo because you can get to your
Fixed parity state basically quicker because it's
Yeah.
after your third center that parity is locked in. So
exactly. And he's just finishing up his edges there with the last two edges algorithm at around 49 seconds.
looked like it was a parity alg.
Yeah, from what I saw, it did look like it. So maybe he's just using Hoya no OPA. Maybe unexpectedly had parity, mistrace perhaps. But here's Felix for solve number 2. And Jackson off camera also finishing up on his first solve. But here's Felix. Oh, never mind. Here's Jackson. And
Wipe home to finish.
57 is not going to be a great time for him, but we'll cut back over to Felix, who is pending the flip. Yep, there it is at around 22 seconds. So I'd say that's probably well behind pace. But really good, yeah, well-flowing edges there.
Edge is done around 38. Yeah, it's a bit unders again, unfortunately for Felix, but still.
I think it was the first half of the solve that was letting him down there. 45-19.
Don't believe there will be any OCRs coming from those first two solves. If he can claw it back to get somewhere close, that would be an outstanding effort. But believe that he will just do what's necessary to make the next round. So no major stuff ups. Just kind of get through, get 3 solves on the board, and take it from there.
Yep, we of course do have 3 rounds of 5x5 at this comp. The second round is coming up later on today at about 4 o'clock, 4:45. So excited to see how Felix can recover from this. If he does in fact get an average that's kind of trending as it currently is, you know, hopefully he can have a better start on his next average. And hopefully we get a chance to see a full Jackson solve. Jackson's Hoya approach is very interesting to watch. For reasons I can't quite explain, because I don't really understand the method, but it's cool to watch.
We're getting enough of a Hoya fix in with Liam, I would think, but
Very true.
you are correct in that Jackson solves are quite fun to watch. We'll hopefully see a few of them shortly enough. Instead, we'll see another Liam solve, it looks like. Just done the 1 solve so far, 58.66. Has a current PR average under 50, so 49.5 is his personal record.
And Liam's just started. Looks like he's finished his red and orange centers as his first 2.
Finished white, solving blue at the back, so... Oh, sorry, no, solving green.
Yep.
Now be on to his cross edges. That's the other thing as well with Hoya, is that you can solve all 4 of your cross edges rather than doing 3 and then leaving your last one till later. There are ways of doing all 4 in Yao, but it involves kind of doing your edge, solving a little bit of a bar and then connecting it back up. So it's a little bit more straightforward on Hoya to solve all 4 and then just put them in a safe place to... I think it's like a 2-move trigger, puts it in the down right position. Either way, puts the cross edges in a place where they won't be disturbed, and then two more moves after to bring them back. So
Yep. And just finishing up with a ZBLL here. And a 58-48 for Liam on solve number 2. 2 58s to start off with. Probably not the pace he's looking for, but hopefully some better solves coming. Now he's Philip for solve number 2. Started off with a 107, well behind his PR average. Feel very calm through the edges here. And just finishing up last four now. Paradiog. And on to 3x3 stage at around 48
It's
seconds.
looking much nicer pace from Philip. It's that PLL 56.75.
Yep.
Much nicer.
Got Jackson over on the right, just starting his solve. And the main thing I find interesting about Jackson's solves is watching this step here, which is solving the cross edges. He does a lot of these like downward glances to check the bottom. And it's just like, it looks very frantic and very like jagged. It's interesting, but he's done what would be his equivalent of a flip at around 27 seconds.
So yeah, still pacing quite well.
Yep, and that's keeping in mind that he has his last cross edge solved, which most people don't by the time they flip. But moving on to last four edges now, and on to 3x3 stage at around 45. And PLL now.
Goes for the lefty A-perm, in fact. 56.51, so trending in the right direction for Jackson. I've got Felix on station number 1. We are right of your picture there.
Felix with about a 23-second flip there. So a little bit better than the last solve, but not quite as good as his first. But the edges are looking pretty nice here. Onto 3x3 stage at around 34.
Oh,
And
this
cancelling
is
into the
nice.
PLL, 38.88 for Felix on solve number 3. Much better.
Yeah, definitely. You were. That solve was pretty much carried by the back end, so that flip, time for flip was basically in between what his first two times were, but instead of slotting in with around a 44, 45, he absolutely storms the edges and ends up with a 38.8. It's very nice. So counting a 44, but has got a room to work with to bring that average back with that 38. Even still, I would think OCR is more or less done by now. But not that you need your best times if you're Felix Zemdegs to win anyway.
Of course.
So Felix, our only competitor, has done their third solve at the moment. Waiting with Liam Heidecek and Jackson Foster, who are... Liam's probably pacing about a 58 average at the moment, and then Jackson in the 57, 56s. And aside from them two, we have Philip Lewicki as well. On station number 4.
And Jackson's a WA local, so I get to see his official performances quite often. And one funny thing about him is he loves to get the random, like, insane single, but then a bit of a bad average. So there's some example of him getting a 4x4 average where he got like a 23 single and didn't make finals in that round, which is insane. For reference, 23 is like world class. So if he does anything like that here, maybe pulls a 46 or a 45 out of the hat, just like Roman has, then I think that'll be pretty exciting.
Alrighty, Liam has received cube on station 2.
Felix with another sub 40 in warm up, looking pretty good. Here's Liam on the left-hand side. Looking a bit hesitant during the centers, finishing up at about 15. And onto last 8 edges at about 28. But really struggling to find the pieces here.
Looks like last 8 edges. We're looking, yeah, Paradiog there, finished around about 45 on his 3x3 stage. We'll look for the ZBLS and then ZBLL after that. Gets a PL or gets an R-perm. 52.37. It's in more of the range to what we're used to seeing Liam at.
Yeah, and Liam pulled a little OLS out to give himself an R-perm there to finish off. But here's Jackson, just finishing up solve number 3 now. Looking like about a 55. Yep, 55, 54 for Jackson on solve 3. He seems pretty happy with it. I don't know how much practice he's been doing, but I know in the past he's been more than capable of getting in the low 50s. But we're trending down right now, 57, 56, 55. Who knows, maybe a 54 next.
Going for a bit of a rainbow average.
Seems like it. And
Philip Lewicki, yeah, station number 4. Left a picture just there for you. Finishing off centres. Goes on to flip it around about 32.
We've also got Felix, who's just started his 4th solve now.
A lot of looking around for Philip. We'll pan over to Felix. Flip at about 23, 22. That's looking pretty good.
Yep. Although these edges aren't looking as fluid as on the last solve. On to last 4 now. And onto 3x3 stage at about 38. And a 42.66 for Felix on solve 4.
So yeah, counting that time and a 44.
And
79.
109 for Felix. Sorry, for Philip on station 4. Gonna count that 107. Put him in pretty bad shape for the rest of the average. Or the remaining 1 solve. Or 2 solves. And Felix is going to go into solve number 5 with the best possible average of 42.11 and a worst possible average of 44.21. So not quite around the pace of his best average of the year so far, but 2 seconds shy in a big cube event is nothing to scoff at.
Quite similar numbers too.
Yeah.
4211 or 4421. Intriguing.
Yeah. Here's Liam for solve.
You can just say, "Oh, silly Michael." You're allowed to say that. That's fine.
Yep.
I'll take that.
Just pretend I said that. Here's Liam for solve number 4. Liam with a bit of a rough start, but cleaning up his action nicely for solve 3.
Oh, really shaky pause there. Maybe just feeling the pressure a little bit. I've seen the stream stage get to quite a few competitors over today. For whatever reason, Liam just feeling the pinch a little bit. Top 40 make it through to the second round. Judging by the psych sheet, 40th, yeah, it's over a minute on the psych sheet.
Should be.
So you'd expect maybe about a 105, 107 or so. Philip's in danger.
He is. But here's
Liam
Liam on
finishing
3x3
now.
stage.
Really shaky all around. 54.52 though is the end result.
Honestly, not bad considering the turning didn't seem particularly stable. Got Jackson on station 3 for solve 4 now. Jackson trending down, as I said. Going 57, 56, 55. And looks like just finishing up the last few edges now, but kind of struggling. But pacing really well, actually. Kind of saved it in the 3x3 stage. 56 flat. Not ideal, but this is kind of the typical, you know how people say rainbow average, but this is actually down and up. It's like a upside down rainbow.
It's the hills and the valleys really, isn't it?
Yeah, starting out with the hills and dipping in the middle for a valley. But regardless, he's comfortably into the next round and can hopefully show a little better performance in round 2. It's going to be about 4:30 today. But here's Philip for solve number 4. Started out with a 107, 56, and a 109. We know he's capable of a lot better. His PR is about a 53 average. Actually looks like pretty good pace here.
Flip at 26 or so. It's looking nice. No real pauses in the edges. We've seen him get a little bit lost
Yeah,
in
he's
the initial edge pairing on his last couple of solves. But this is looking pretty fluid.
flowing
Not a lot of huge pauses.
super well here, yeah. Yep, and on 3x3 stage at about 45.
Probably looking at a low 50.
And good last layer cases. And a 51.99.
Well, indeed. And then Felix on station number 1. Right-hand side of your picture here. Just 40-second mark elapsed there, and onto OLL and PLL. 43.64.
So that's going to give him a time right in the middle. Going to give him roughly a 43 average. Yep, 43.70 for Felix. Pretty reasonable average for Felix, all things considered. Here's Jackson for solve number 5 now. Jackson looking at a best possible average of 56.02 and a worst possible of 56.83. So super narrow range. Doesn't really have a lot to worry about on this solve, so can hopefully just send it for a good single. Yeah, and pretty good pace here. Onto edges, last 8 edges at around 27. But really struggling to find edges for those first 4. Kind of pulled it back though. Onto 3x3
parity, I've
stage.
got 41. This is looking
Yep.
nice. It's looking really good from Jackson.
Yep, might
It's the PL,
be.
another white perm. It's going to be a low 50.
Struggled on the execution there a bit. 51.43, but is giving us a little bit of a cheer. Had a good time.
Yeah, we've got Liam station number 2. Also just about done.
Yep, just finishing up with a ZBLL. Oh, and 53.90. Saves the +2. Here's Philip for solve number 5. A nice recovery for the average, getting a 51 on the last solve with really good pace towards the first half. We'll see if he can keep that up for final solve. And yeah, seems a lot more hesitant on these centers here, not making nearly as good progress as he was on the previous solve by this time. He's hit 30 seconds and still working his way through the centers.
Yeah,
the
last time he flipped to 26, so he's about 10 seconds back, early days. So even if he's able to save something good in these edges here, he's still looking at around about a time over a minute. So let's hope for his sake he can claw it back. He should still comfortably make the next round though, which is also going to be later today. Second last event of the day. There's the OLL. Should be just over a minute. Minute 0.11. In the end, gives him an average of 101.54. So over the minute mark, but still pretty comfortably top 40, even if you take everybody's PRs. So should still be through to the next round, albeit not in the top 4, but he will still definitely make an appearance in 5x5 later today. That's all she wrote. So we had Felix finishing first in that group with a time that I don't... Oh, yep, there we go. We've got it. 43.70 was the finishing average there. So about 10 seconds clear of everybody else on this field. After him, Liam Hydacek, 55.63. Jackson Foster in a low 56. So all competitors that have very comfortably made it through to the next round.
pretty standard 5x5 round, I'd say.
Pretty much gone as you'd expect it to. Felix cleaning up the field as per usual. Can't really ask for a whole lot else. I mean, you wouldn't expect a whole lot else really, is what I'm probably meaning more to say. But there you go. Felix on station number 1 and doing station number 1 things, doing Felix Zemdegs things, however you want to really phrase it. He's just doing what Felix Zemdegs does.
And how How did
Is
our
it
boy?
Roman off stream? Is that
Yeah.
who you're referring to? Yeah,
Yeah, Roman got a 45
He got a 45 and
or a
and
40. Yeah, 45.
Roman. What about the average?
Yeah, it's shaking the head from Roman.
The
Apparently, it was
average is
a horrible
no.
average. Absolutely terrible.
But the
One-hit
45 single
wonder,
is good.
Roman Rudakov. Nah,
So
I'm only
he's
kidding.
currently 14th in Australia for single. Where does that put him now? 45. Puts him top 10 almost, I think.
Oh,
Is it 45 point, I think,
I think
7?
it was sick. 8.
Something like that, yeah.
No,
Somewhere in there.
Yeah,
it
6.
gains him a couple of spots in Australia. Put it that way. But very nice. That is our 5x5 coverage done. We now move on to everyone's almost favourite event.
just shy.
Just shy of everyone's favourite event. But we've got some big shooters in 3 blind. 3 blind coming up now. Woo! We do love 3x3 blind. Yes, we do indeed. And in this first group, seed number 1, some loser named Michael Tripodi. I've got to run, fellas. Sorry, gang. I got to bounce. Where's Felix? Felix is supposed to be here soonish.
That's all right. I can hold down the fort until he gets here.
It's all right. There will be a fort to hold at least, or unless
Philip Lewicki.
maybe where Felix at? I don't know. But I got to run. Thank you very much. I will see you guys all another time. Literally like right after I go. Yeah, literally right after I'm back on the stream again. So I will see you guys very, very soon. Bye bye. Peace out.
How did Felix do?
He got a 43.7 average. So, pretty good. Like nothing to scoff at. I saw you had a little bit of trouble towards the start of that average. Counted a 107, but kind of cleaned it up towards the end.
Kind of being the key word there.
Yep, kind of. But either way, was an entertaining round. We had some fun stuff from Jackson and Liam. Neither of them got particularly interesting results. Like none of them really close to PR, but comfortably through to the next round, which we should be seeing at around 4:30 today. But in the meantime, we have some 3 blind.
3 blind.
We blind. So on station 1 for this group, we're going to have Michael Tripodi, who just left us to go head over to the station now. Station 2, we've got Elias Chong, and Danny Wang on station 3, and Amy Smith on station 4. And these guys all have very similar results. I believe those are their singles, right? Yeah. Yeah. So they all have singles floating around the 17 to 19 second mark. Michael being the favorite by almost a full second over Amy.
In this group.
In this group, yeah. We have some faster people coming up.
Heavyweights in the next group.
Yeah. Like the likes of Charlie Eggins and a really special appearance from former world record holder Jack Kai, who I can confirm he is actually here. I don't know if he's actually competing, but I think if he's here, he might as well be competing, right? I'm excited to see how he's going, if he's kept up the practice or not. But yeah, in the meantime,
Again, rolling now for you, 3x3 blindfolded, group 1. All competitors in group 1 for 3x3 blindfolded. Now, spinning your puzzles and drop off table. We're now calling 3x3 blindfolded, group 1. There are 2 groups of 3 blinds, so all competitors in the other groups should be helping out with this one. We've got 3 active stages that need to be filled, so please make sure we are filling up all the timing slots, please. Now calling blindfolded, group 1.
Felix Zemdegs will join us shortly.
oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah.
He's giving us a wave? All right. Well, I hate it.
Commentates him 3x3 blindfold.
Goodbye, Philip. Oh.
Hello again, Lachlan.
Hello, Felix.
Afternoon.
How was your 5x5 performance?
Not what I wanted, but it's okay. I've got a few more rounds to try and get something that I want.
Of course. You got one more round today, actually, a bit later on, and then the final I think is tomorrow, right?
Final will be Sunday.
Sunday. Okay.
But
Well,
yeah.
Just disposing of rubbish.
so yeah, I think I had a 43 average thereabouts. But
Yeah, 43.70 it was.
I think my like pre-flip stage of the solve, every solve was pretty bad.
Mhm.
So you can tidy that up. That's the area to tidy up in terms of my solving.
What's your pace normally for the flip?
I don't really look, but yeah, I don't know. What were you commenting that round? Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
Any
Like
gauge?
it was like 24 to 26
Yeah.
seemed to be like the decent pacing ones.
Yeah. Okay. So that's
Yeah, I
pretty
mean-
slow.
I mean,
Yeah.
Harry has a 26-second flip, which I thought might
Yeah.
be not quite a good time, but yeah, it's good to know. So yeah, we're guessing that the good times are probably around 21, 22 for the flip.
I reckon for
Yeah.
me personally, yeah.
But we're just waiting for our first group three blind competitors to take their seats. Like I said, we've got Michael Tripodi, Elias Chong, Danny Wang, and Amy Smith for this group. So
Okay.
they seem to be kind of mixed up. Wait. Oh,
Yeah, it's just in a
weird order. Yep,
different order.
that's all right.
It may, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Any case, so yeah, Michael, Amy, Daniel, Elias, all having sub 20 singles in official competitions. So yeah, expecting to see some quick times. Not as quick as I suspect Charlie Egan's in the next group, who, based on what I've seen in warm up today, is looking pretty locked in.
Yeah, we saw him. What event was it for one-handed?
One-handed, yeah.
Yeah. So he was putting down some 12s in warm-up, which is, to see that casually done is pretty insane. But yeah, the world record average is 13 seconds. So to see him putting under times, sorry, to see him putting down times that are under that on a regular basis is pretty exciting.
For sure.
Hopefully some foreshadowing.
Please come and help out now. Thank you.
So yeah, Charlie being the dominant favourite, but I think the podium spots are wide open. Michael would be a solid contender for one of those other podium spots if he can solve well, but I think there's a range of other solvers that are capable of sub 20 this group and in the next, including Jack Kai, our very own 3x3 blindfolded former world record holder.
Yep. So
Still kicking.
confirming he is actually competing.
And we might have to lower our voices now because the room has fallen silent.
Yeah.
So if you're wondering why we're whispering, it's because we're trying not to distract the competitors.
We'll try to turn up our volumes so we don't have to project our voices as much, but yeah, just let us know in the chat if we need to change the volume at all.
Yep.
We've got some cubes rolling out now, so hopefully we should see some action from our top four very shortly.
And Amy Smith on station 2, I'm sure would have been discussed, but won a 5x5 blindfolded earlier today, becoming the national champion.
I didn't know that, but that's really exciting.
Yeah.
Get a WA gold. Love that. What was her winning time? Do you recall?
I think it was in the 3:30 range.
Oh.
Yeah, so pretty fast. I have to confirm. Unfortunately, our man Michael DNF'd his attempts, but he's got 4 blind still on the radar. So yeah, Amy had a 3:33.
3:33. Well done to Amy. And speaking of Amy, we've got her up for her first solve now.
Getting a look at the scramble here, looks like one solved edge, but a flipped edge in the back.
Yep, about 8-second memo for Amy, which is, I believe, pretty good. A little slow towards the end of that execution, and it looks like it's going to be a DNF. Maybe off by a few corners. We've got Elias and Michael both about to do their first solves.
It's nice for these top competitors with the average of 5 format now, not having to worry too much about safetying until it gets right towards the end of the average. They can pretty much go full speed and go for PRs rather than previously in these big competitions. It's much more about just getting through to the next round. But there's a lot of wiggle room now, so we should be able to see our competitors doing their best. Michael there with a 7-second memo. He's got his edges done, it looks like. Working on his corner algs. Bit of a shake of the head. And looks like it's going to be good. Yep, 24-20, so safely through to the next round. Even one solve in. So yeah, I think that was a pretty quick memo for Michael. Just yeah, little trouble on the corners there.
And we've had successes all across the board except for Amy. Danny Wang with a 21.11 and Elias with a 20.51. So all of the top 4 for this group have done their first solve, just waiting on solve number 2. Here's Amy for solve number 2.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anything special on this scramble.
About 9-second memo there for Amy.
So many slice moves, as is the case with 3-blind methods.
A big pause there on execution. Maybe some trouble recalling. Looks like it's going to be a success.
Yep.
28.94 for Amy on solve 2. Got Michael on execution now.
Yep, Daniel Wang there with that 21.000 and Elias with a DNF. And yeah, Michael also DNF'd his second solve. Michael has a incredibly fast PR average, which was set during the mean of 3 format. So that carries over in terms of the world rankings.
There was an 1817. Yeah, 1817 PR all the way back in 2022 in the Oceanic Championships. Oh no, in Melbourne Cube Days, sorry. I think at the time that ranked Michael 5th in the world for 3x3 blindfolded, so quite the surprise. Looks like there's been a bit of a mix-up in the cube, so...
Yeah, it was actually my cube and his cube we got mixed up. Mine is incredibly fast as it's basically fresh out the box, so I'm guessing he was having a bit of trouble with that. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we might have accidentally swapped cubes as we were changing over. But aiming on Memo for solve number 3 now. She says a success, so pretty comfortably into the next round, but about 7.5 second Memo there.
Yeah, pretty quick.
Like pretty good execution here. Probably going to be in the low 20s.
Some flipped corners to deal with, but 23.88. Success for Amy. And we have Elias on here on Memo. Like some smooth execution there for Elias, 2044. So that's pretty close to his PR of 19.10.
There's some trouble there in execution for Danny.
So yeah, it seems like this third scramble is the best one so far, at least for Elias and Amy. So I'll have to wait and see what Michael gets on this one, especially now that he's got his main cube back.
My bad, Michael.
Taking his time, hands on the neck, keep the natural hand warmer. Okay, 8.5 second Memo. He's moving through it pretty smooth. That looks a lot more comfortable. Well, I speak too soon. That looked a lot more comfortable in terms of some of the moves and execution than the other solves, but flipped edges, so DNF for Michael.
So far, Elias is pacing well ahead of the rest. Has two 20-second singles. The next closest was Danny Wang with a 21.00. Although Danny Wang is on pace to complete an average. Here goes Elias, solve number 4, about mid 8 second Memo there. Some really solid execution there. That's going to be a DNF.
It's like potentially, well, hard to tell. Could have been a 1 move, 4 edges, 4 corners, DNF.
And Amy's up for solve number 4 now.
Quick Memo. But using the hand to don the blindfold, which is not the common technique among top blindfold solvers. Old school strats. 20.14. Very quick for Amy. Did Daniel also use his hand to
He
don the
does.
blindfold?
Yeah, he holds it very low when he's memorizing, kind of
Yeah.
in his lap almost. So
Oh, nice solve. Nice solve for Daniel. That's 1886, very close to his PR. Let's see what Michael can get on this scramble. Okay, 7-second memo for Michael. Can he get the execution right? Looking smooth, bit of a pause there. He's pausing. Yeah, Michael just struggling with the execution this round. But still, a success. Okay, Elias on solve number 5. Take a look at the scramble. Doesn't look, yeah, it doesn't look spectacular. There's a solve corner there, but not much else. It's moving pretty quickly. Oh, wow, this is very fast. 19.10 for Elias, which ties his PR.
oh wow. Doesn't really seem too phased by it.
I know,
But-
right?
I guess these blindfolded solvers are probably more accustomed to suppressing their reactions so as to not distract the other competitors. I'm wondering if Danny is on pace or maybe has already locked a PR average. He has 4 successes. And he's already guaranteed a 22.31 average at absolute worst. Yep. It's a PR for him. 22.31 and could still be brought lower. Keep an eye on him for this solve and see how he goes.
Yeah, wow, has the cube so low
It's
under the
interesting.
table. Oh, 6 seconds. Oh, no, and a big pause.
But his worst solve is a 24 right now. Yeah, he's just gonna DNF that one.
Meanwhile, Amy Smith solving on station 2. Looks
pretty-
decent. Yeah, a few twisted corners to deal with the 22.31 for Amy, so 25.04 average for Amy. Always nice to get an average in blindfolded, even though the ranking is done by single.
And that just leaves Michael to finish up his final solve now. Did see Elias with some, or Danny with some really, really quick memos, so potentially pretty nice scramble. Around mid 8-second memo for Michael. And some trouble there with recall. Yeah. Michael's not really, yeah, it's just going to take the DNF there.
Yep. So a little bit off his best, but just round 1. And don't go anywhere, even though we've just finished this group. We're about to see Charlie Eggins make his way to station number 1 for the first round of 3x3 blindfolded. So there's 2 rounds today. This is Charlie's first round. He'll have 10 attempts at the single. And yeah, so don't go anywhere. It's going to be very exciting. I need to familiarize myself with the blindfolded world record. So Charlie,
I believe it's 11.6? 7?
Charlie has 1167.
And then Tommy has 11.56. Yeah.
And they are, of course, tied on the average, 1405 average. So those are the times they're looking for, 1156.
Oh no, I believe Charlie has a 13-second average now.
Oh, really?
I'm lying. Whoopsie daisy.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but
I must have just dreamt that. It's alright. Hopefully it becomes a reality today.
yeah, just wishing it into reality exactly.
Yeah, I hope so.
Manifesting. So yeah, 14:05 on average. If he's, if he's solving as well as we saw him in warm up, obviously with the nerves and the official setting, there's a bit more pressure, but well within Charlie's reach, as is the single, on a good scramble. So obviously with blindfolded, there's a few competitors and a few groups still going. We've got, I think, a 10-minute cumulative time limit, so we will just be waiting a little while longer for the rest of our competitors to finish their round. But yeah, maybe go get yourself a cup of tea or a glass of water or beverage of choice, because coming up very shortly, you won't want to miss this.
Like we said, along with Charlie Eggins, on stations 2, 3, and 4, we have some really fast competitors, all kind of in the 15-second to 16-second range. We have Hans Lin on station 2, Tam Kwan on station 3, and former world record holder Jack Hai on station 4.
Wow. 16 seconds gives you a station 4 seating these days. That's wow. It's a lot of good blindfolded talent here in Australia.
Absolutely. But yeah, if you're impressed by that group, just wait until you see this one. I think Harry and Michael are gonna place us for that, so we'll get to go watch without the burden of commentating. Not that it's a burden; it's all good fun.
Michael definitely much more equipped to talk you through the nuances and info around Charlie's solving.
Absolutely.
And then after the second group of 3 blind, straight into all the round 2. So we're going to be getting ready to go into 4x4, one-handed, 5x5, and then 3 blind round 2. These will be the rounds that determine our competitors going through to the finals in each of those events. So in general, I think we're looking for top 16, maybe top 20 for one-handed. Not entirely sure. I need to check, but yeah, those are critical rounds for many of our competitors looking to qualify for the National Championship finals on Sunday across all those events. So yeah, expect some fast solves, because those will be basically the top 40 from round 1 all competing at the same time. So yeah, just to keep everyone updated, there's still a few competitors at the solving stations waiting for their last attempt, but I think we'll be wrapping up Group 1 very shortly. And I suspect this is a round where we'll probably have the most spectators gathered so far this weekend, I suspect. A lot of people, standing up in their seats around that Group 1 station area to see Charlie. And then tomorrow we've got 3x3, so that'll be even more packed, but this will be, very exciting for everyone in the room as well.
I can't imagine being in Charlie's position and having so many people kind of surround him, especially when it's something he puts so much time in and is so dedicated to have so many people watching every time he goes up for an attempt. But of course, it's only natural. It's just superhuman to watch in person. It doesn't seem real, but
yeah, I think he's probably pretty comfortable with it by now, but it always gets the heart rate going. But yeah, I mean, you saw him win the World Championships last year on the very final solve, so that goes to show, even with, I don't know how many thousands of people was watching there, he can perform under the pressure.
Yep. He's definitely one of the most well-equipped people in the world for this kind of pressure.
And we're going to swap out now for Michael and Harry to talk you through 3x3 blindfolded Group 2.
See you guys later.
Hello, everybody. We're back. Right here.
Whoa,
There we
that's
go.
so loud.
I know. It's,
Gain up to 1 billion. Insane. Gonna have to keep this mic 5 million metric kilometers away from my face.
that's a lot longer than both of us. That's. I don't know how possible that is, unfortunately. I think it's gonna work. That'll
How's
work.
that sound?
I like the
Fuck,
sound.
I know.
I like the sound personally. Might have a bias. The fact that
Yeah,
I'm
it's
actually here,
possible.
but
Maybe a quiet dulcet tone round might be the play, but
might be the play better. Nonetheless, we might squeak it out. We might
yeah.
be fine. So
we come to expect these things from blindfolded rounds. It's always a logistical nightmare. Not nightmare, but it's a bit challenging. But anyway,
especially for stream, I should say, a little bit tough to
for
deliver. But
Dream,
for
how
Dream.
did you go in Group 1? May I ask?
Dude, 3 blind is so hard when you don't practice, and that round was no exception. I got an average, which was pretty cool. It was like 117 best or something, so nothing of note, but we take it. We're pretty happy.
That's fair enough. You got an average on the board. That's at least something, you know.
It's very cool.
It's at
Yeah,
least
we
4 out
take
of
it.
5 solves. So
That was indeed the case. Yeah, no, cannot complain really. I heard you weren't very pleased.
I've had finer days on the square.
Yeah.
There are 3 rounds though, so there's another one later today. I've got that was the warm up.
Indeed.
Not sure what happened. It's just I'm just not up to par. That's okay.
How did your fellow top people go?
I haven't checked.
You haven't
I've not
checked
looked. Let's have a look and see what we can see. This is all. It's all from this group.
Speaking
Not
of
sure.
the group, we've got some pretty big names. I'm excited to see this all unfold.
Oh, absolutely. We've got.
Take us through our solvers, Michael, because you're the blind brain of the two. You have significantly more information more knowledge, I should say, than I do. So
Oh, that's all right. So I can definitely take us through the list that we've got here. So we've got the current world record holder for average, also oceanic record holder for single, world record holder for single as recently as I think last week, in fact. But
I think so, a week or 2 weeks
unfortunately-
ago.
Oh, I think maybe 2 weeks ago, yeah. But unfortunately, Charlie Eggins, well, still the oceanic record holder, 11.67 in his best 3 blind single, and that was part of the current world record average of 5, which is 14.05. And next to him we have Jack Kai, who is another Aussie who has held blind world records, a 3-time world record holder in his day. Most notably the 16.22 single world record from back in, I believe, 2019.
Been in the blind game for such a long time, very, very long time. So cool to see him still on top here at this championship.
Yes, absolutely. And then on stations 3 and 4, we've got 2 up-and-comers.
Communication high, and I'm going to score 3 blind Group 2.
Thank you, Lennon.
The Group 2 please submit your pass.
Such a lovely voice on the mic, Lennon.
We're now calling
Have to say.
Group 2, and once again, we're going to need a couple of stages full of judges, runners and side. Scramblers, please. Second group of 3 blind, everyone else that's competed should be helping out with this group. Thank you very much. Now, calling 300 blindfolded Group 2.
Now, I said up-and-comers for stations 3 and 4, but that's not strictly true. We've got Tam Kwan here, who's the current Victorian state record holder for single. He has a time of, I believe, 16.13. 13. Yeah, that sounds about
Around the
right. something like that.
16.1 mark.
So 16.1 is faster single than Jack Kai, the former 3-blind world record holder, also Victorian. And then in 4th seed, this must be going off means, we've actually got Hans Lin on station number 4, an up-and-comer this year. The first competition he competed in, oh, possibly not the first competition he was in this year, but regardless, earlier this year we had Melbourne Summer, one of our fabled lovely competitions that we have in Victoria, one of our biggest ones, in fact. And Hans in the finals of that competition managed to get a sub 16 soul.
15.66, if I believe.
15.66, and that is current OCR 2. We've got the second best in Oceania on station number 4 and the best in Oceania on station number 1. So I think stations 1 and 4 are definitely the ones you'd be wanting to keep an eye on. And in fact, I think they might be
Swapping around.
Yeah, they might be swapping around. So we've got actually Hans on station number 2. So let's keep that in mind as we do our data entry.
Yeah, a name that's been, I should say Hans Lin, a name that's been sort of skyrocketed in improvement over the past about year or two. And yeah, just slotted himself in the second in Oceania with that single from Melbourne Summer. He's looking for a first major podium ever. This is one of his debut championships. I don't believe the first, but one of the first. So, not a regular competitor on the national stage, and it goes without saying that he's new to the pressure. So I'm curious to see how he performs here. But yeah, no slouch when it comes to 3 blind. 15.66 personal record single coming into this round, this championship. So keep an eye out for him. Yeah,
obviously we wait with bated breath to see what these top 2 competitors can come up with. I would say that, well, on the cycle sheet, they are certainly the 2 to watch, but let's see if they can translate that to performances on the square.
Absolutely. Tam Kwon, a name that peaked around 2022, 2023. I don't believe he's done a whole lot of practice since then, so it's, I suppose you could call him a washed Unkin 3 blind, if you will, but so it's, look, we would love to see some amazing times here, and he's certainly capable of throwing down low 20-second solves. I believe he has already done so this year. I believe a 23 is his best for the year. So looking to hopefully see something similar from him, but I don't believe he's too concerned with how he does, considering his retirement. But cool to have him on the stream nonetheless.
No,
Always love a
right.
Tam Kwon on the cameras.
Yes, the one thing that I will say is that Tam Kwon in his heyday had such incredible execution. That was definitely the strength that carried him through his times. So hoping that some of that skill hasn't left, because I think his turning is almost up there with Charlie's on a day. But we'll have to wait and see whether he can pull out times like that, given the lack of practice from him. Just wait and see when these top 4 get delivered out. We found that for our blindfolded events, they tend to send out the faster people last, because the rate at which they come back means that they'll get a bit backlogged if they don't send out the fast people first, because they'll come back before the slower people get their first solve done. So it'll be a little bit of a gap before we see any of stations 1 through 4.
This also is a little bit of a first-time experience for our top competitors. This is the first nationals, Australian nationals, I should say, with the average of 5 format. So, yeah, just a little bit of a difference there from last nationals. It'll be cool to see some more solves on the national stage as opposed to previous years.
Yeah, so with the format being best of 5, obviously it does make it even easier for Charlie to win. I think it's even more of a lock, considering you get 5 chances to still lay down a best solve. I guess it can kind of take the air of safety away from everything. You can get basically 2 free shots at getting a good time before you have your mean of 3 if you're in that mindset. Got Hans Lin on station number 2.
The first of our top 4 to begin their solves. Let's see what he can put down. This will give us a first indication of the quality of the scramble as well.
The 8-second memo. Oh, it's rough to start, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a bit yeah, it's not a great start from Hans, unfortunately. We've got a bit shaky on the first couple. Yeah, it's a 29.5. It is a success. And even a success which should guarantee the making of the second round, but nonetheless, we know that Hans is capable of much better than that. His PR is just a bit over half of that time, so see Tam Kwon on station number 3.
Taking away now. Let's see if he can really pull something together, unlike Hans's first solve there.
He's got a 10-second memo there from Tam. starting his execution. A lot of pauses between algs. 3 style, not something that he's been reviewing too much recently, given his lack of practice. Also, Jack Kai on station number 4 will be starting quite shortly. Another one of these competitors who we don't really know what sort of shape they're in, but we can probably safely assume they're not at peak form like he was back in the day.
We have Charlie Eggins also receiving his first cube for the average. So we'll have eyes on him for now. We have Tam finishing up with a 36.8, I believe, a DNF.
Should be seeing Charlie. A 6-second memo there. It sounds strange to say, but that might be a little bit subpar for him, but still fluid turning onto his corners now at about 12. Should be about a 15 there or thereabouts. Oh, it's a little bit locky. 16.12 is the first. It is a success, but he's still in a position where he can say, nah, not too happy with that.
Not many people can say that, can they?
No, you're exactly right.
He's in a league of his own, well and truly at this championship. It'd be outrageous to call a national champion that is not Charlie Eggins, but I don't want to jinx anything too early. We're going to see Jack Kai also start off with a DNF. He had a solid memo pace, I believe, around 8 to 9 seconds, but yeah, just sort of gave up midway through exec. It was really interesting. So we're not going to have a success for Jack on his first solve. Still got 4 more, which is the beauty of the average of 5 format. It's certainly not too late just yet.
We see Jack now just getting some warm-up solves in. Pretty calm memo technique. About 9 seconds there. Yeah, look, if he could do that for his official solves, he'd probably be pretty happy with that.
Jack also differs in orientation from the rest of these competitors. He uses, I believe, blue top, red front.
That is right.
So it's, I'm not entirely sure how that affects scrambles. You'd probably be able to speak more on that than me, considering you also use a different orientation. But
Yeah, so the main thing to note with Jack Kai is that he does not float buffers ever. So if his buffer for edges happens to be solved, so that's the blue-red edge piece for edges, he is not going to be able to cope with that as well as someone who's solving from white top, green front. Got Hans Lin, another 8-second memo on solve number 2. This one's looking a lot nicer, less pauses between the algs.
much smoother execution here.
It's looking around sub 20 pace maybe? Yeah, I'm thinking so. Yeah, 20.06, it's much better from Hans. So just maybe got one solve out of the way and now says, yeah, I can take the brakes off and give it a little bit more gas.
This is times we're used to seeing from Hans Lin throughout this year. The 20-second mark has been something he's been above and below most of the time, but yeah, very consistently sort of around the 19-second, 20-second range. So pretty standard solving here from Hans Lin, at least for that second solve. Good to see, and that'll certainly place him quite high on the ranks as we move into the second round later on in the championship.
In a bit of a lull at the moment, none of our competitors have their next scrambles. In particular, we want to see what Charlie Eggins can do. Maybe that first scramble wasn't quite up to scratch given the slow time by Charlie's standards. And then also Hans not faring so well on that scramble. I think Hans was more of an execution mistake, so there might have been something to do with floating buffers, possibly something he's not entirely used to. Have to look back and see on that one though, don't quote me on that.
We do also have on Station 6, actually, we have Joseph Burnett, another notable name in the 3-blind from Queensland. He uses M2OP, which is a more beginner method, but he is, I believe, second in the world for the method he uses. I believe he was 4th at our last national championship, so he's another person looking to sit atop that podium. Although a tough task, it's very possible. Looking for times around the 30-second range for him.
Also upstream, next to Joseph, is Felix Williams, the multi-blind Australian champion.
Second year in a row as well, I believe, yep.
We'll be going for a 3-peat next year, almost sure of it. It's Charlie Eggins, station number 1. First solve was a 6-second memo. Can he do fare any better this time around? Yeah, a little bit. It's low 5s, it looks like. And exec's looking pretty good here. Onto corners at around about 11. This could be really nice. Yeah, 14.30. That's a bit more like customary check-in style that we're used to. World record average stands at 14.05. That's tied by 2 different people with 2 different formats, actually. So Charlie Eggins got it earlier this year. Now that it's an average of 5 format, That was tied with the mean of 3 that Tommy Cherry got at the last European Championship.
You know, very interesting situation to be in for the world record averages. But yeah, we're going to see that 14.30 pacing quite nicely for that. He will have to bring his times down just a little bit more, but I think it's safe to say fairly solid solving from Charlie Eggins so far.
We had Hans memoing in high 7 off stream. Look, another good scramble if he can finish it well. 20.63, so it is another success. He's gotten 3 of 3 so far, but 20.6 maybe not the single time that he's looking for.
Looking to go potentially sub 20, has that 20.06 on the second, so there's no real reason to stress. He has put down some solid times already, but I think now it's just the chase for improvement, the chase for sub 20 and beyond. We will have to see.
Worth noting as well that Hanslin's current average personal record stands at a 21.3. Right now he's counting a 20.6, so that is looking... He's pacing pretty well, but he does have that 29 looming over. However, given Hans's caliber of solver, I'd imagine that he can put that 29 past him and clutch up something good on these last 2 solves, depending on scramble quality, obviously, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. No one's done the 4th scramble as yet. In fact, I believe Hans is still the only person to have done scramble number 3.
I don't think we've seen any crazy scrambles or any insanely bad scrambles either. The scrambles have been pretty middle of the road, so yeah, seeing very average times here for most of our competitors.
I think if there was anyone that stood out as a bad scramble, it would be that first one. You see Charlie memoing that one in around about 6, I think it was low 6 or mid 6. That's subpar by his standards, so maybe there's a couple more cycle breaks, more algs to solve that scramble. It affects both the execution and the memorization.
And obviously Hanslin with the 29 on the first, perhaps a risky commutator mistake or something along the lines of that, just perhaps signs of a less than favourable scramble for that first one.
So again, yeah, Hanslin, the only person who's solved that 3rd scramble so far. We're looking at what Cheggins might be able to do. If you've got a 14.3 on that 2nd scramble, you're probably expecting something in the mid-14s from Charlie on this scramble. We'll have to wait and see when he gets this scramble.
I believe he's coming off of a 12 at his most recent competition, I believe a few weeks, perhaps a week or 2 prior to this Nats, so he's definitely in good form as always, so he'll be looking to hopefully improve that 14.3 from that 2nd. Now we have our stations 3 and 4 both underway in their 3rd solves now.
Jack memoing in about 10, and Tam not going to wait, he's just going to go straight into scramble number 3. Tam's still memoing at about 12.
15-second memo there for Tam. It's going to be a slower one for sure. And we have Jack Kai. Seems to have forgotten his memo or messed up an execution. It looks like he has an edge on solve, so I don't think this is going to be a success.
No, I don't think anywhere near as hard as Jack might try. I don't think he's going to come away with a success here. Tam, on the other hand, looks like he's having some issues remembering corners as well, but at least his edges are in the right position. And there we go. So yeah, Tam starts with a 41.92, opens his account at the 3rd time of asking. Not sure if Jack will be able to say the same. Unless Charlie Eggins, we've talked him up, is maybe getting a 14.5 on this scramble. Let's see what he can manage. Very good memory split, another mid-5.
Very similar to that of the first solve. A few lockups
Yeah,
here.
there's a little bit locking on the execution there, onto corners now. 15.72, not great there for Charlie. So I think that personal record average / world record average is probably not going to be undone this round, but now he's got 2 chances to really have a go at getting a good single.
Here goes Hans with a sub 7 memo as well. This is looking a little bit faster for him in terms of memo. Well into corners now. Ooh, that's a PR single. Is that
Yeah,
solved?
that's 15.35 Hans, even with a pause in the execution in the corners there. So this could be a really nice scramble on scramble number 4. So Hans has just lowered his gap from 3rd in Oceania Goes 15.35 PR by around about 0.2. So that's a great start there for Hans. He looks a bit bewildered by that actually.
He set himself up very well there. That sub 7 memo is really what made that solve. That was by far a lot better than those first 3 solves, and that does put him in a position for a PR average. He's got one more solve to put down to hopefully get there. We have a best possible average of 1868. Bit of a tough task, but it's possible. So congratulations there to Hans Lin, PR single in the first round of Australian Nationals. That's a very amazing feat for him. Very happy.
So yeah, Hans counting now that 20.06 and 20.63 means he's only going to need a 23. So that's something that's well within his capability to get that personal record average. So 23.22 is what Hans would need to get a new personal record average. At the moment, he currently sits 5th in Australia for the average. And yeah, again, has improved his rank. Well, not has improved his rank, but has improved his gap from 2nd in Australia. Now, Charlie's going to get that same scramble here. It's a bit early to say that maybe 11.6 is going to be under threat here. Let's check the memo split. Sub 5. This is looking really nice from Charlie. As the execution, maybe a little bit locking in the edges.
Really smooth through corners though. Here we go, 1197.
1197. It is another sub 12. He now has 3 sub 12 solves on in his account. Charlie Eggins, I believe that's going to be his PR2 though. 11.97 there, the fastest solve he's done without breaking the OCR.
Incredible stuff there from Charlie, just proving that he is the best 3-1 solver in the world.
In fact, that's PR3, so there's a reason why he's the best in the world, and up until 2 weeks ago, that would have been under the old world record as well. 12 flat was what Tommy had before breaking the WR just recently.
Absolutely. Great stuff from Charlie, and that's signs of a really nice 4th scramble. So they had 2 above average memo splits for each of our competitors, so really good to see. However, I don't think we're going to see Tam make the most of that scramble, unfortunately.
You saw Jack, however, with a 19.31, so the former world record holder, getting a little bit of a boost from that nice scramble there. 19.31's looking pretty good for him.
Has come back from 3 DNF, so it's a bit of weight off the shoulders there for Jack. That's going to send him through to the 2nd round without a doubt. So we're going to be very happy to see him progress after. Good to pull it back after those 3 DNFs at the start. Here we have Hans Lin now. We are on personal record average watch. 23.22 is the mark. Very much doable considering his performance this year. So all eyes on our 2nd seeded Australian. Here we go.
It's a bit wild in the memo. It's looking like the memo split's not great, but still, this could still be PR for him. It's not going to be a new best solve, and that's going to be a tough task given his already got a personal record. It's going to be close to a 20 again.
Oh,
1988, he has done it. It's not going to be sub 20, but it's a 20.19 average. That's excellent work from Hans. It's his 2nd best time, his fastest counting time on that last scramble there.
it's not going to improve his rank, unfortunately, on the national ranks, but that is a very sizable drop from his personal record average. It's over a 2nd. That's fantastic. Yeah, very happy for Hans Lin there. Just really smashed it out the park there. Starting off with 220 to set himself off super strong, and then that 15 PR single. Pretty much a dream scenario there for Hans Lin in the first round. Double PRs and big double PRs at that.
Worth noting as well, it's all conjecture, but best possible average for Charlie, if he somehow is able to clutch it, would be a new world record. He needs a 12.11 in order for that to happen. Doubt that's going to happen. It's going to require a really nice scramble. I mean, Hans did get sub 20 on it, so...
He did look to have short execution as well, managing to get a sub 20 despite 8.5 second memorization. So we'll see how Charlie goes.
Another high 4, low 5 memo from Charlie. It's not going to happen with the WR average, but it could still be a nice average for him. Could both the top seeds go 5 of 5? No, not quite. 15.89 DNF there from Charlie. Means he gets that worst possible average there, 15.38. Got Jack Kai and Tam solving on stations 4 and 3 respectively. Jack Kai with that 19.3 is really nice. Probably puts him in a decently high seed coming into finals as well. 21 DNF there from Jack.
Lots of
To attempt to
edges
do
there.
13-second memo. He only needs to beat a 41.9 to improve his standing, and he's certainly capable of that.
Yeah, 15-second memo is certainly going to do it, but we're just not seeing much fluidity in this execution. I think just rusty with his algorithms.
And edges aren't solved anyway, so it's going to be a DNF from Tam's. Going to stay with that 41.9. And it is top 40 make it through to the next round. So
Pretty safe to say that will see him through, but yeah, just a little bit subpar there for Tam Conby. Doesn't look too displeased, I don't think. I don't think 3 blind is his focus, his comp. Obviously, one of the big delegates just looking to make things run as smooth as possible. Yeah, it's going to put him comfortably into the top 40 there.
you're absolutely right. 40th seed on the psych sheet is a 111 by Fiona Wang, another one of the delegates at this competition. It does look like he is certainly going to slot himself in, but unfortunate for Tam not to be able to capitalise on whatever that 4th scramble was. It'd be nice to know what the quality of scramble was like there.
So that concludes the average for all of our top 4 solvers. However, we are blessed as commentators to still have a few other stations with some notable solvers. So we have Felix Williams going away for one of their solves. We haven't kept count really, but
It's going to be around about a 9 flat memo for Felix Williams. Also noting they received the cube in their orientation, so a minor in memo there. Oh, it's a little bit pausey on the transition from corners to edges. They are still looking up for a success probably at this point. Yeah, 25.84 there for Felix.
regardless of what they had,
content with that.
regardless of what they had before, that success is going to put them through very comfortably to our next round of 3x3 blindfolded. We also have fellow stream crew member Zaid Chowdhury off stream, station number 8. Cool to see my boy in 3 blind.
Yeah, not a whole lot else to report on for that round. We're 3 blindfolded, done and dusted for the first round, but we will see. There will be more blindfolded action to close off the day. Last thing, so make sure you stick around. We might see more good solves from Charlie Egan's, possibly another PR from Hans Lin. Seems like he's on a bit of a hot streak at the moment, so
Absolutely.
be interesting to see how these solvers fare in the next round, and then obviously the finals on Sunday.
Yeah, both of our top 2 solvers clearly in red hot form. Obviously Charlie with that 11.97 in the round just gone, so we're hoping to see if we can carry that momentum through to our next rounds. But yeah, stay tuned everyone, because we've got 2 solvers that are putting down some extremely good times. It's simply a treat to watch. Not much more to be said.
We do have some content on the stream stations. We've got Alex Patera, station number 15, in the background of stations 1 and 2. We might be able to see if we can get some solves. Oh no, DNF, doesn't matter. Forget I said anything, but no, it's alright. Yeah, just these last couple of competitors finishing up now. Obviously, 3 blind being an average of 5 now. Prior to this year, we probably would have seen the round done by now, but we will instead wait for the last couple of competitors to finish all of their cumulative time limit, however many solves that means for them.
None of them in the eye of the camera, unfortunately, not even just in the back of the other top 4 stations, so we'll just be playing the waiting game, I suppose. Waiting for our last few people to finish up, and then we'll move into our second round of 4x4, which should be pretty good to watch. This will be the last round before finals, so the pressure is on for our top competitors to qualify for that final on Sunday. I believe we also had a fairly pretty tight top 2. We had both Felix and Alexander in the first round with 23 averages. So I believe for Alexander, that's very, very close to his national record. So looking to hopefully avoid the parodies in the next round and get somewhere close to that mark. But, should be good to watch unfold.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was quite close between Felix and Alexander, only 0.05 of a second apart. if we look back at the psych sheet, 23.2 is Alexander's current national record average for New Zealand. So only around about, oh, not far off of that at all, about a 10th of a second, a 20th of a second, a 0.2 of a second, there or thereabouts. But you know, hopefully he's in good form. We will see him.
Here we go. I think we can unquiet him now, I suppose.
Let's not talk too loud in the meantime.
Oh, we've still got a.
Yeah, so Jim had finished on the green stage, but we are running multiple stages of 3x3 blinds. That announcement might have just come a little bit too early, unfortunately. So
Yeah, stations seeming to go past the horizon here. We've got so many stations, the commuting area spanning far and wide. So, but I think out of all our stations, we are done for 3 blind. Looks to be the case. Yep.
there we go. I would imagine that is now full set. I shouldn't be fiddling around with the sound controls because I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, I'd break something.
I'm gonna take these off while it's a bit louder. Sound hits. We don't need to whisper anymore. However that works.
It looks like you had the right button the first time. That's a solid effort.
I might have had it bang on. Just slightly less gain, not a lot less gain. All right, I think we're set. Yeah, there we go.
Here we go.
We're
It's
sounding a
more
lot,
normal.
lot
I
more
think I'm still a
normal
bit loud.
now. Yippee.
There we go. Perfect. Love to see it. All right, well, that's going to be us out for now, I believe. Oh, no, you're still on. You'll be on for 4x4. Yep.
Quite a while now, but it's more. I'm rotating my friends in and out as we go. So let's have a look and see. Got 4x4 top 40 now. So the cutoff to make the top 40 was a 36.26 average, and that was Miles Featherston, who had to PR to do it. So that's your mark. Outside of that top 40, obviously for the rest of the competitors, but inside that top 40, and in particular our top 4 seeds, we are seeing Felix Zemdegs, Alexander Vuzic, Aaron Keith, who also PR'd, and Caden Liu on top 4 stations on stream. So hopefully we will be bringing these competitors' souls live to the world.
We're also seeing a pretty significant gap between our first 2 and Aaron Keith. Aaron is your second seeded Australian for this round, and he is a solid 4 seconds behind Felix. Not that we'd expect much less, but so we've got Felix, Aaron, and Caden Liu as your top 3 Australian seeds going into this second round. Caden Liu, a name I wouldn't really say is known for his 4x4 solving, but he's certainly no slouch when it comes to it. He's I believe the state record holder for 3x3 at least, but yeah, with that 28.12 second average in the first round, he will also be on stream for us to look at. So should be exciting. That's another sort of close contention actually for our next 3 seeds behind Felix of Australia. We've got Aaron, Caden, and David all within 0.3 of each other last round.
David as well. So it's a pretty decent squad fighting for that 3rd place, or rather 2nd overall. Oh, yeah, no, sorry, 3rd Australian. You can always count on Riley Dexter to clutch up in big moments. So we would probably expect him to do something similar come finals, but obviously this is just about making the finals. So times not particularly important. Would be nice to see everybody do well, however. Right, so station number 3, we've got Aaron Keith, and it would be station number 4, Caden Liu. They have all now just sat down and will be awaiting their souls shortly.
Sorted. Awesome.
We're now sorted with our data.
Yeah, okay. Fantastic.
Okay, so yeah, 4x4 round 2, we've got Felix Zemdegs and Alexander on stations 1 and 2 respectively. Alex getting underway with his inspection now. See if he can replicate a performance close to what he got in the first round.
4x4 one of those events where parity makes a huge difference. So we'll be praying for our solvers to be able to dodge double parity in this round. 'Cause yeah, that's just that luck alone will bring up these solvers' averages so much.
Looks like Alexander had a flip at 9 seconds there. Well, this is looking like a great solve to start pending parity, or 23.00 with the PLL parity, so that's still a nice beginning there.
Now we're going to see Felix go underway now in inspection, looking to put down a time similar to that of Alexander, if not just below. We'll see how he shapes up here.
Felix choosing to solve on white this time around. Got those cross edges done remarkably quick. Oh, flip was at about 8.
8
This is
to
looking
9,
pretty
yeah.
good, yeah. Might be, oh, was a little bit pausey on the edges there though. Just finished now at about 17 or so. Gets the OLL parity too, unfortunate for Felix there. So no, the ZBLL just doing what it looks like, 24.37 there from Felix.
So it's going to be, yeah, unfortunate there to get that OLL parity, but it's managed to identify the ZBLL even with the possibility of PLL parity. So that's solid effort from him. We also see Caden Liu just off camera with a 25.22 to start off his average. So that's going to be a very strong start for him, as well as Aaron Keith with a 26.48. So lovely starts for our stations 3 and 4.
And quite a way under what they all got in the first round too. So Alexander starting off with a 20. Aaron had a 27 in the previous round, but started with a 26 here. And then Caden went 25. The only competitor who didn't quite perform on that scramble was Felix. It looked like.
Yeah,
Maybe
difference could just be that OLL parity, because we did see Alexander avoid that. We can't really say for Aaron or Caden whether that was the case, but we can only assume if they got 25 and 26 respectively, then they would have gotten pretty lucky with the parity count.
touch unfortunate there for Felix. We also saw the edge pairing stage was probably just a little bit pausey for his liking. So that coupled with the OLL parity just meant the time not up to par for him.
Now, Aaron Keith is a name that's had a bit of tragedy this this championship so far. Obviously, 4th place in 6x6 yesterday in the final round. So he's still looking for a first national podium in his first contending major, and looks to be pacing good in 5x5. He I believe he was the 2nd or 3rd Australian seed into the next round with a sub 50 average, I believe, for PR. So performed very well last round. PRs all over the place for him, really, this championship. So yeah, still on the quest for a first Big Cube national podium, and 4x4 will be no exception to that. Also, Caden Liu, in fact, looking for a first major podium as well. So he's another name that will be looking to podium more so in 3x3, I would say, but 4x4, obviously we've seen throwing down 25s that he is very much capable of sitting atop that podium as well. Unfortunately, between all these Big Cube rounds, we're not going to see David and Riley be practicing Team Blind, I assume, because that's all done and dusted. We oh, I don't think you were around actually. We were blessed to see between 5x5 souls, David and Riley practicing their Team Blind in anticipation for that round. So
yeah. And how is that going for him?
Oh, they were dropping low 20s. They were smashing it really. So it was good to see. So won't be the case now. That's all done and dusted, but just a little cool thing that Philip and I got to witness last round to entertain ourselves between solves, I guess.
Yeah, we have seen. It looks like David and Riley at the moment just racing in one-handed As it stands now, how did they go in the first round of one-handed? Let's have a quick.
David had NRBPA actually. He finished
I
with
did hear about that. Yep.
a 10.09 PR average, his 4th consecutive PR average across competitions. So he's really just smashing it out of the park and just insane momentum and no signs of slowing down really. So he's going to be your top seed for the next round of one-handed, which I believe is next actually. Yep. So
Would make sense why they're practicing that. So there will be
Yeah.
actually 2 groups of one-handed in the second group in the second round. Going to be seeing them in the faster group. Won't be seeing Riley, but we'll be seeing David naturally, as he was the top seed,
Here we
ahead
have-
of the current national record holder Elijah Laporte.
here we have Caden Liu and Felix both going for their second solve of the average now. We saw Caden start off with the 25, which was a very awesome start for him. He looks to be pacing again. He's in the 3x3 stage under 20. Oh, 25.50 again for Caden. That's going to be... So he's now counting a 25. So he's going to be putting down extremely solid pace. And we're going to see Felix finish up with a 20.65. So that's going to bring his average back. Starting out with that 24, he's going to lower this average, or the momentum of this average, a little bit further. So seeing better times there from Felix, which is good to see. We actually have Aaron Keith also solving now. Still has edges to go at around the 18-second mark. Moving into 3x3 stage now. Got the OLO parity there. And a PLO parity. It's going to be double parity for Aaron there, but 28.82. Certainly not a terrible time nonetheless. Had a lot of potential if assuming we avoided both those parities, but it's just the luck of the game really. That's how 4x4 goes.
And again, we'll be in a little bit of a dry spell. I imagine that we'll be seeing Alexander's cube delivered sometime shortly.
In fact, no, not quite.
I was thinking it might be it. That's all right. We can play the waiting game. Good things are worth waiting for, aren't they?
Is Jane Tripodi going to be the one to deliver said cube?
Or could it be
Could it be? Now
the
that would be a
go-to
lovely sight.
runner,
The go-to runner, one of the Victorian staples in the running scene.
my mum?
Gotta love it.
Up there with Jeff Hobbs, I reckon. Might be personal
Oh.
bias, but you know.
Yeah, I think there is personal bias, but yeah, she's definitely up there. But you know, Jeff Hobbs is Jeff Hobbs. It's so hard to beat Jeff Hobbs. It's just-
Surprised we haven't seen Jeff Hobbs post lunch this afternoon. He did say after the staff lunch that he was just going to head to the gym and maybe go on a bike ride or something like that. So
Yep.
sure he's getting his steps in another way. Might
Yeah,
leave
yep.
might leave the running to somebody else on this occasion.
Yep. We're
Dan
gonna
Tripodi happy to pick up the slack.
be speaking of running in a cubing in reference to cubing rather than a physical activity. So we've got potentially one person running out in the running outside, and we're gonna have one person running Rubik's cubes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Pretty
But
cool.
not running.
But not running.
cubes,
They're
but not
walking.
running.
Yeah. It's a dangerous thing to run
Don't
when running.
run. Walk slowly. I forget that's what that's a reference to. I think that's from I Think You Should Leave by Tim Robertson, like the TV show.
Unfortunately, I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Right. You're not part of the Turbo team. All right, you should Google that when you get home.
Should definitely. But for now, I'm gonna watch Aaron Keith
Let's watch
solve
Aaron Keith.
3.
I like that idea as well.
Yeah, so we're going to see him underway for his third solve now, starting out with a 26 and a 28. So he's again pacing around the 27-second mark, which is what he did in the first round. Just going to see a little hesitation in the in these last centers here, flipping it around 14.
I'll stream Felix underway now, so we will cut to Felix as soon as Aaron finishes.
I'm going to see one parity there for Aaron, finishing up with a 30.83. So still pacing for around the sub 30 mark.
Felix looking pretty good, but minus the OLL parity there. Unfortunate. Might be saddled with double parity too. Yeah, in fact, he is 26.54.
Looks
means
to have
he's
done a
gonna
blue
count.
cross there for That's fascinating.
Yeah, so I spoke to Felix during the sail competition. I was under the impression that he was colour neutral, but no, he only does white, yellow and blue. And when I asked him why he only does blue cross, he's just said, well, the colours stand out a bit more. And I think The more I think about it, the more that makes a bit of sense. It's a bit of a dark colour.
Yeah, that makes sense in my brain.
Red cross anyway, so.
Absolutely. We are seeing Caden Liu off camera now, as well as Alexander Vuzic making their way through their solves. Just looking a little bit locky there for Alex. No parodies on that solve, thankfully, a 23.59. You also see Caden Liu off camera with a 30.02. So he's going to be pacing very well for this average. I believe his PR also sits around the 27-second mark, so he's just a little bit outside that, I think. Oh, no, I can't really do math. I believe he's sitting around the personal record average, I think. So hoping to see him continue that trend. We are seeing Riley Dexter actually dropping a few 26s, 27s as well off stream. I believe he's got a 26 and a 29 from what I've seen. So he's another person to look out for. Definitely up there with our top 3 seeds unlike last round. Once again in a bit of a waiting game, waiting for our top 4 to receive their cubes.
But as we look through on the previous round, having a look at 4x4, we did see Aaron Keith with a personal record average. It looks like he's pacing pretty decently now, counting at 28.8, so that's probably close, more or less, to where his old personal record would have been. But 27.8, he's a sub-28 solver now, if he wasn't before.
He is now.
So I'll hope to see if he can use that 26 that he got on Solve 1 to his advantage. But for now, of course, we will tune back into Felix Zemdegs, who has done just the 3 solves so far, counting a 24.37.
It's going to be not the greatest counting time for Felix here, looking to improve his average a little bit more. But he's looking pretty quick here, well into edges at 11, so finishing up the edges now and into the 3x3 stage. It's going to be no parodies here for Felix. 22.15, bit of a shake of the head, perhaps a little bit dissatisfied with the execution in the closing moments of that solve. Here now, stations 3 and 4, Aaron Keith and Caden Liu underway with their next solves.
So this is Aaron right of picture just now, has finished OLL parody and PLL parody on that solve, 30-32.
It's going to be a second double parody of the average, so it's going to be a little bit unlucky here for Aaron. Not doing terribly nonetheless, but yeah, just not getting lucky with that parody count. Here we have Caden well into 3x3 stage at sub 20. ZBLL, PLL parody, 24.08. We are seeing a Caden Liu pop off here. He has got a 24.93 best possible average. He is now counting 2 25s. So we are looking for a pretty decently sized personal record average here.
Yeah, 26.9 at worst. So at worst, he's already beat his PR average by 0.6. And if he happens to get close to that best possible average, well, he might even slot himself second-seeded Australian.
Now that would be a sight to see, yeah. Even overall, yeah, because we are seeing Alexander with a few 25s and 30s.
Riley Dexter and David Epstein, the two in the fight for the minor medals, their PRs are only 25.1. So with the best possible average, if Caden's able to pull it off, he would leapfrog both Riley Dexter and David Epstein.
Here we have Alexander Vuzic going for his 4th solve here, looking to keep that 26.91 out of the counting times. Looking to progress through edges really nicely here. Some turnings looking a little bit shaky. Oh, a little skip there it looks.
22.63. Another very solid solve from Alexander, his fastest of the average so far. So Kang a 23.00 and a 23.59. NR could be on the cards.
Yeah, best possible average of 23.07. He's not really sure what to think of that solve just gone. Obviously had that OLL skip in a 22. had a lot more potential and just had that PLL parity to finish off. So, but yes, we are now on NR watch for the second time in a row, I believe, because we did have an average close to that national record in the first round as well. So, really good showing from Alexander Vuzic at this nationals.
Yep, you're absolutely right. So 23.02 would tie his current national record average of 23.20. However, a time 22.99 or under will break his national record. So that's what you want to keep an eye out for. Any time starting with a 22 or better, that will get Alexander Vuzic a national record.
Here we have Aaron Keith going for his fifth solve here. Best possible average of 28.54. So we're not going to see a PR here from Aaron Keith, but just looking to improve the average a little bit more. We're going to see him move into 3x3 stage very quickly, actually. Oh, he's going to get PLL parity again. But a 27.13 there to close out Aaron's average. It's going to be a 28.76 average for him. So that's is very solid there from Aaron again, consistently around the 27-28 second mark across these rounds. Very solid performance despite the amount of parities that he got. He was got the wrong side of the coin toss there, unfortunately.
Remember, Caden Liu is pacing exceptionally well. He's going to PR no matter what. This solve looks a little bit shaky in the cross edges. That turning super locky. Maybe just feeling the nerves a little bit.
I'm sure you would be after such incredible pace. He's going to flip it around the 14-second mark. These edges are just looking a little hesitant.
He only needs to improve on a 30.02 in order to improve the average. There's a chance he still could do that.
CBLL potentially going to be
That's
it.
going to be worst possible average, unfortunately, for him. 31.27.
Yeah, that PLL parity is going to mean he's not going to improve his average, but a 26-second, I forgot what the best possible average was, but it's going to be a personal record average there for Caden Liu, nonetheless. Very solid performance for him.
Yeah, you can put it down as a chance at sub 25, even though it would have taken a lot for him to be able to manage that. Felix finishing 22.15 and a shake of the head there, so tells you what he really thinks about that solve. And now I've
second 22.15.
Yes, I believe it to be so.
Yeah, oh, very cool. So that's
Quite
going to be
consistent.
yeah. So it's going to be another sort of 22-23 second average there for Felix. Yep, 22.89 is your final average for Felix Zemdegs.
And here goes Alexander. So let's not forget, NR is possible here. Anytime 22.99 or faster would break it, 23.02 or better would tie it.
So not too tall of an order here for Alex. It's very much possible, but we do have to keep in mind that parity exists on 4x4. There's so much luck here.
Oh, but he is flying through these cross edges right now. Want to see what the flip's going to be. Pretty lucky on the centers, but flips at 9. This is looking pretty good for him, and not a single pause in these edges either.
Oh, here we go. Into 3x3 stage now.
How's the OLL?
Oh, it's OLL parity.
Nah, it's unfortunate. He's just going to miss it. But 26.74 there for Alexander is his worst possible average. No, just a little bit off his worst possible average. So 26. Yeah, sorry, 26.74. I'm lacking. I am lacking severely.
Very unfortunate there to finish up with double parity there for Alexander. Had a, I believe, what was a 2-corner swap for his PLL, and went into the parity PLL alg there, which is a bit of a long, not as nice algorithm to finish up your solve. So just, yeah, again with Alex there, getting a little bit unlucky with the parity count, but a solid showing again there from most of our solvers in this group here.
No, you're absolutely right. So our top 4 solvers all delivered at some point or another. But yeah, it was Felix Zemdegs taking the win, we believe, at least in the second round of 4x4. Got himself an average of 22.89. And it is an improvement on his first round average. So trending in the right direction. Obviously, finals will be on Sunday. So make sure you're sticking around for those ones or popping in. You don't have to stay here the whole time. You know, it's 2 days away. You can go away and come back and, you know,
yeah,
do whatever you want in the meantime. But make sure you're around for it.
Yep, it's going to be a good thing to watch. We are going to see Caden Liu, most likely a 2nd or 3rd seed. He's going to finish on the podium heading into finals, most likely, at least of the Australians. So we'll should be exciting to see if he continues that momentum heading into the finals to get his first major podium.
Yeah, it was pretty wild for Caden. That average counting a 25, 25, and a 30. So some variance in the times there still. So there's room for them to come down, possibly even more. Is that 30? That's accounting time. It looks like a disappointment, but it's really probably not for Caden. I think judging on what his personal record average was before today,
Stood around a
even his
mid 27, I believe.
yeah.
So
and a 28.1, so that 30 is closer to the average he got in the first round than the 225, so he's definitely picking up the pace. Who knows what happens in the finals? Might PR again.
we'll have
We
to
might-
see.
Might be looking forward to seeing that. We've obviously seen Caden in the context of 3x3 finals more so than anything. I'm sure he'll feature in the New South Wales One Team for States Cup tomorrow night as well. However, it's nice to see him showing his prowess in other events too. The 26.91 is a very nice, solid PR average there for him.
Certainly cannot complain whatsoever. Now I believe we're going to transition into our second round of one-handed. So we're gonna have a little swap of commentary. I'm gonna be off solving in the back in the nosebleeds, doing whatever. Nothing super of note, but I'll be off and will soon be joined by Lockie Stevens, wherever he happens to be.
Well, I believe you're going to be in the second group, Harry. You've qualified yourself top 40, so
Am I? I have no idea how any of this works.
no, it's okay. So Group 1 is going to be our seeds. What's it? It's top. I think it's top 80.
Yeah.
Yeah, so top 80. So it's going to be 80 to 41 are going to be in the first group, and then 40 and beyond are going to be in your second group. So you've slotted yourself into the fast group, Harry. Very nicely done.
Right. Cool. We'll take that.
Well, it depends. Up to you. If you want to warm up for it, I will absolutely let you. And Harry, no, sorry. Oh, yeah, and Lockie is also going to be in that group. So I'll leave it up to you two, whatever you decide to do.
We'll have a little argument over it, I guess. I don't know.
That's right.
See how.
Up to you all. That's right. Not
Lockie
sure
looks to
where
be
Lockie's-
practicing. I might leave him to it.
No, that's right. You are certainly entitled to do so.
I'll happily jump in for some one-handed. Why not? I wouldn't say it's my field of expertise, but yeah, no. Another round to watch, another round to hang out in. So
That's right. He's
You know.
he's kind of oblivious to it, but that's fine. It's up to you if you want to sub in for him.
that's all right. I'll chill out here. Why not?
We'll hang out with the homies.
Yep, I'll let him do his thing.
So we're
Is,
seeing in this group, we're going to be seeing probably, I'm assuming, seeds 41, 42, 43, and 44. So we have some notable names and some which we might not have seen on stream before. We've got Alex Butera on station number 3, I believe it's going to be, and Benjamin Cower. Both good in their respective events. Alex Butera, former Oceanic record holder for clock single.
And then Benjamin Cow sitting atop the 2x2 ranks with a 1.38 personal record average. So yeah, will be good to see both of those, both Victorian locals as well. So good to see them on stream here for this first group of one-handed. So we'll see what they can put down. And then for our stations 1 and 2, we have Isaac Zheng and Harry Nguyen. I can't say I know anything about these two solvers. I believe they're both Victorian locals as well.
Let's go for a stalk on WCA and see what we can find. So yeah, it looks like Isaac has competed in one competition this year, the Northeast Melbourne March, which I believe was
In
Diamond
March.
Creek
In
in March in the northeast of Melbourne.
somewhere,
If I had to guess.
up in that general direction.
Yeah, Eltham, there we go, that's about right. That kind of vague sort of area. And he's one-handed. He has personal records in every single round that he's competed in, except for one where he DNF'd in Melbourne Summer 2024. However, he did set a personal record single in that round. So
Can't
looking
complain
to,
whatsoever.
he's getting himself better and better every single round. However,
Now-
what did he do in?
Hang on a minute. I think we've got our logic around the wrong way. We've actually got Elijah on station 2, so we might actually have the fast group first.
Could it be? Hang on a minute. I don't know what they're doing. But hey, if
Well-
Elijah's going to be on station number 2, I'm not disappointed because that gives us something to watch at least
Yep.
in the first.
Well, that'll
Group,
render me
so-
out of commentary for sure. I'll have to head off.
Those who play between 41 and 80 were now competing in 3x1
Oh. No. No, we were right the first time. Yeah.
Round 2. The green and the yellow stage.
I don't think that changes anything. I think Elijah's just sat down where he doesn't mean to be. And there's Jeff Hobbs. We have seen a Jeff Hobbs today.
Hey, perfect.
And, yay.
Very, very happy. Oh, he's going to be sat at station 4 as well. That'll be giving us a good wave. Very, very happy.
So I wonder what's going on then. Have they reassigned some people to be in this group, or are they just gonna?
No, I
know.
think Elijah's just I am not sure what's going on.
Nor am I. Anyway, Lockie Stevens is going to join us.
Yep.
And that's gonna change things up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll have
But I
to we'll have to
don't-
see how things unfold. I've got no clue
I'm
what's
not
going
sure,
on.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Elijah thought was going on, but it looks like, is that Hamish Bentley who sat down and judged? Looks like he's still there. Hello, hello.
Hello.
I'm not sure what's going on here. I think Elijah has sat down at station 2, but I'm not sure what the... Yeah, okay, I think he's packing up. Never mind. I think he might have just jumped the gun a little bit early there.
I mean, he knows where he's supposed to be, right up in the stream
Yeah,
tables. But
you're absolutely right.
looks like we're gonna have a bit of a fun round where we can kind of just watch some.
We can watch some one-handed solving.
Yeah.
Who says that that's a bad thing? But no, anyway, we've got Isaac Zheng is going to be on station number 1, I do believe. And then after that, what are we going to have? Fill some time. And Australians are red us who dress for we are young and free.
Oh, could you pass me my water bottle, please? Thank you. Those were some juicy 4x4 scrambles.
Oh, were they?
They were lovely.
Hey, you know what? Talk us through what happened there. You were obviously in that group, so
I
what did you
was.
think about the scrambles that were faced with?
They were-
faced with.
For someone like myself who does the Yao method with white and yellow as my first 2 centers, they were probably like up there in the top 3 scramble sets I've had
Ooh,
in my
dang, all right.
in my 8 years of competing. So yeah, I was having a lot of fun on those. But there was one particular one where I think there was maybe 5 moves to complete the first 2 centers, and after that you had a pre-made white edge, just already next to the white center. Don't even need to do anything.
What in the world?
Yeah, so on that one, I heard a lot of funny times. I think, yeah, I don't know. And then the third scramble was really good as well. Last scramble was like just above average, pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, so was there anything crazy going on? You would have seen. I didn't
Yeah.
really.
So
Yeah.
from what we saw on the stream stations, we saw Caden Liu on station number 4 PR'd by over half a second in the average. So
Yep, that makes sense.
26.91 was what he got, and that was with his worst possible average. He was counting a 25, 25, and a 30. So
Wow.
So that was probably the highlight of the second round of 4x4 there. We also had potential NR for Alexander Vucic, had NR BPA on the last solve, needed a 22.99 or better.
Ooh.
Unfortunately couldn't quite clutch it up. I think he ended up getting close to his worst possible average there or thereabouts, but anyway.
Yikes. Well, yeah, those last 2, the third and the fourth scramble specifically, yeah, they were pretty something. I think Zach got a 25 plus 2 and then a
Oh,
27
bugger.
on those 2 scrambles, and locked his PR average 28.67, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that should comfortably get him into finals.
And we do love to see Zach Kenny in finals.
Of
Just
course,
he's just a person that we love to see a lot of all the time.
Yeah, he doesn't get to sneak into many finals, but 4x4 is his.
That's
is
his domain.
He loves 4x4. He practices it more than anything, and when he shows up, he shows up. He does well.
Evidently so.
And he's now 0.01 behind Johnny for the
Oh.
West Australian state record average. So that's a bit of fun. But yeah, Johnny wasn't doing as well on those scrambles.
It's
Nor
a
was
shame.
nor
That
was
is a
I.
shame.
But
That's all right. It is, however, things you love to see. Zach Kenny doing well and, man, getting really close to taking back state record. That's pretty cool too.
Yep.
Got Benjamin Cow on station number 4.
bless you.
I feel blessed. One-handed. Oh, solving with his right hand.
Interesting.
Benjamin Cow came into this round with a seed time of, drum roll please, 17.82. So hoping for some times in and around there. Let's see if the stream station elevates that performance. It looks like it's done just that for Benjamin. Also had Isaac on station number 1 with a 19.53. Let's start popping some of these times in. Also got Alex Patera on screen. Notable clock solver, as we touched on with Harry before, has had an oceanic record in clock single post-advent of 7 simul, and then also, I think, a national record or a couple of national records, possibly 2. But I think he's one of those competitors that if you've ever been to a Victorian comp or perhaps even a nationals, which he tends to travel to, you would be able to recognise him. He's got an excellent head of hair on him. Who I've got Harry on station number 2 solving now as well.
Yeah, you missed a solve.
Oh, we did. Who's what?
Missed a solve out of Harry. Just got sent back.
Oh, okay. Did you see what the time was? Okay. Looks like we missed a solve for Harry, so
We'll operate under the assumption that this is Harry's second solve.
Yep.
We've got Benjamin as well on station 4, ready to go on solve number 2, already underway. Started with a 17.0, which is faster than the seed average that got him into this round. And this one's looking pretty good too. Onto PLL, just under 15. 17.74 his finishing time there.
So time's kind of around what he qualified for second round with. In and around. And I'm on drop-off watch for 4x4 finals. Hanging on by a thread along with Philip Lewicki.
We might have a gander and see how that turns out. At the moment, where are you? Oh, 15th.
Yep.
Waiting for more results to get entered in. I think who hasn't been entered yet? You've got
Jackson Foster will definitely be ahead of me.
Oh, and then you've got Seth Ferry as well, who's pretty up there. Joseph
Yeah.
Burnett. Oh, you'd have to. It sucks to say, but you might be relying on some people not performing up to par.
Well, I know Jackson got a sub 30 average, so I think that just about kicks me out, but that is not a worry. Let's watch some one-handed. We've got 3 of our station solvers right now. 16.31 for Harry for his third solve. And over on station 1, Isaac finishing up just on PLL now, 17.10. And Alex Patero over on station 3 with a 16.85.
There goes. Yeah, had 3 of our top 3 competitors all solving more or less the same time. And here's Benjamin Cow now has just gotten delivered. Scramble number 3. Alrighty. Just underway now for Benjamin. It's gone 2 17s on his first 2 solves so far. A little bit pausey on that F2L pair. It's always interesting to see a right-handed OH solver. Something that you don't see particularly too often. Oh, and using the table for the M moves at 18.94, but with a bit of steez, so you get some style points for that one. Well done, Benjamin.
Bit of spice is always nice. But now just waiting on scramble 3 for Alex and Isaac.
It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a breather.
Yep.
Now, Lockie, is it okay if I duck off for a bit? I need to go to the bathroom.
Oh, of course. I can hold down the fort.
You
No
reckon you can hold down the
worries
fort?
at all.
We've got this nailed. No, it's
Yep.
okay. I'm on for the next little bit. So
Yeah,
I might
you gotta-
duck off and do that,
yeah.
but I'll be extremely speedy. Time me, all right?
Yep.
I'll be so
I
fast.
will time you. Hey Siri, set a timer. Set a stopwatch. Okay, here we go. And we have both stations 1 and 2, Isaac and Harry, up for their solves. Got Harry up for solve 4 and Isaac up for solve 3. Here goes Isaac. And a bit of a pausey F2L there, but keeping the flow going in those later pairs. Onto last layer now at around 12 seconds. And end perm to finish off 18-19. Doesn't seem too pleased with it. And Alex Patero with a 14-24. And we've got Harry Forbes, one of our stream team, to the rescue, running all the cubes of our top 4 competitors. And we've got a little bit of a downtime while we wait for these cubes to get scrambled. I think we'll probably see Ben Cow's cube first over on station 4. And into inspection. I'll see if I can see much on here. The yellow cross looks pretty nice. And a pretty good start. Up to last layer at about 7 seconds. And struggling through an R-perm and a big fumble on that AUF. 15.23 to finish off Ben Cow's average. It's going to give him an average of 17.91. And now just waiting on the rest of our top 4 for this group.
And time, how'd I go?
You took 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
That might be OCR.
I think that might be OCR. Well, and the bathroom's pretty far. That's kind of impressive.
I went for a bit of a jog.
Yeah, you gotta run all the way across the venue to make that happen. But anyway, we've got Alex Patera on solve number 4 now.
Before anyone asks, yes, I did wash my hands. Thank you for asking.
I can verify his hands look rather wet. Alex with a 15.1. And we've got Isaac on last layer with a 16.32. And a delegate paddle's going up for Harry.
Whoa.
Let's see what's going on here.
What's the drama? What's the saga?
If I had to say, I'd say his judge is overwhelmed with how swaggy Harry looks. Look at that scarf.
That's a sick scarf.
I think I'd be overwhelmed if I was judging as well.
You know who has an overwhelmingly swaggy assortment of scarves that we might be able to steal for the comp tomorrow?
Zaid Chowdhury.
Zaid Chowdhury.
Oh my goodness.
I might have to see if I can make a reverse donation from Zaid Chowdhury's closet and pinch a scarf or 3 or 5.
I would love that. We should get them all for the streamers. Have 1 scarf each.
Have 1 scarf each.
Yep.
And don't you dare mess up our scarves.
And does Ben have 1 more solve? I'm not sure where we haven't. Okay, I'm a little confused because it looks like he's already finished his average, but might have just entered an extra time for some reason. So no idea what Ben actually got, but he would have got BPA there with a 13.22 to round out his average.
We can find space for a 15.2 there. I'm almost sure of it.
Let us have a look.
I won't be able to find which of the solves it was that's wrong, but what I can do is look up whether 13.2 is close to his personal record average single. In fact, there we go. Personal record single. Judge buff for Benjamin Cow and 17.91. Oh, it's a ways off his personal record average, but we can let that one slide.
That's all right.
He's done quite well for himself either way. 13.22 personal record single. Benjamin Cow. Got station number 3 as well. Got times coming in from left, right, and of course center. 17.91 there for Alex.
And looks like Harry's getting his E1 right now.
Which we believe to be Scramble 4.
Yeah, should be Scramble 4.
And likewise, Isaac has received a puzzle on station number 1 as well, has he?
Seems a little bit like there's a confusion of sorts.
Who knows what's going on? I'll just work here.
And Harry finishes off with a reluctant 18.74, giving him an average of nothing quite yet, but 17.31 BPA.
Mm-hmm. I think I found your extra solve. Because I believe that he has finished his average. I think one of the times for Harry has gone onto Benjamin's scorecard inadvertently.
Okay.
But we'll leave that up to the data experts when they pop it all in WCA Live
No, I mean,
to find that error.
he could just be sitting and waiting. Maybe his judge is taking it upon himself to be a running judge. Or maybe
Well,
he
who knows what's
just-
going on at the moment now? I'm not sure. He's
Yep.
just keeping the seat warm for Elijah next up. The 13.48 there also to finish for Isaac. So that's a pretty nice finish for him.
But I am very excited for Elijah. I'm sadly not going to get a very good view of it because I am competing on a station far, far away. But you know, I'm always excited to see Elijah in full swing in a championship environment.
There are some things that you love to see, and one of those is Elijah Laporte in full flight. We saw it last Australian Nationals, his home one in Brisbane, taking away the national record for the first time. I believe also he got another time under the old national record in the finals. So could be worth watching. Nationals is when he tends to bring out his best performances. Didn't quite do so in the first round here, but we're hoping that second round, when he gets a chance to lock in as preparation for the finals, he's able to get something similar or closer to his national record, possibly even sub. We'll see.
We will see.
Either way, thank you very much for joining me, Mr. Lockie Stevens. I'm not sure who I've got on with me for this next
It's
group. Who knows?
supposed to be
Might
Harry.
solo doloing it. No, but Harry is also in this group. He was a bit too good at OH, so he is now going to be competing as well. We'll have to figure that out as we go along, but that's okay. Should be very, very fun.
All right. Well, I can wait around for a little bit for someone to
That's all right.
replace me.
You are dismissed.
Oh.
You may go. That's all right. I
Goodbye.
don't want you to go, but you can. Now Lennon's dismissed you, so it's not me. It wasn't me. Lennon Hughes, all right?
Now competing
Bye-bye.
in 3x3 one-handed round 2. Those who place 1 through to 40 now competing
right.
in one-handed round 2. We've got just a couple of events left for today, so if you please get all the help within the
All right, we're
venues,
almost
finish
done
it.
with our events for the day. So we've got this fast group of one-handed round 2. Then we've got 5x5 after that, and then finishing up with 3x3 blindfolded round 2. So we've got some fantastic content up and coming. I'm going to wear 2 headsets. Check this out. Well, it's not ready. Maybe I'm not ready. What am I? Does this go around this way? Whoa, here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah. I'm twice the commentator now. Oh, hi, Philip. How you doing? You doing well? Grab a headset. Grab a headset. Grab a headset. Go that way. Joined here by the one and only Philip Lewicki. Hello, Philip. How are you doing?
Hi.
Did you make one-handed second round? Did you do one-handed
Yeah,
at all?
I just did it.
Oh, you just did it. Very
Yeah.
well. And how'd that go for you?
Pretty well.
Pretty well.
Yeah.
We're expecting you to sneak into the top 40 anytime soon.
Top 40.
That's what makes the finals. Oh, not the finals. That's what makes the. Is there 4 rounds of one-handed at this competition? Am I just me realizing that there's? Hang on. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, so
There's no
it's
way.
it doesn't cut down to 40. It just cuts down straight to 20 or whatever it is, maybe 16. That makes a lot more sense. I think there's no way that there's 4 rounds of one-handed at this competition. There's no cut from 40 to 80. Or 80 to 40 rather. But anyway, we are seeing some red hot solving on stations 1 and 2. We've got David Epstein, quoted by Felix Zemdegs as the up and comer, not even the dark horse, just this guy might get NR very, very soon in one-handed. And then also Elijah Laporte, the current national record holder, looking to hang on to that title if at all possible. David, personal record average in the last round, which was a 10.09, and also a personal record single 8.4. That was quite close to national record. I believe had a chance to get national record on that last solve, but counted an 11 to only come away with a 10.09 average. So counted an 8 as well to even those times out there. There is a real chance that we see the national record switch hands. And it's not even that much of a stretch to say that David Epstein could possibly do it. I mean, he would have to PR by well over half a second, but he's obviously got the skills to do it. We will see if he can convert that into another national record. Across his third event, I believe. Obviously, Square One OCR back in the day had a 6x6 OCR just last year at Melbourne Summer. He might now take a new national record in one-handed.
Yeah, so Felix said that David and Elijah are definitely the two favorites. He did not put himself in that group.
I don't think it's something that he puts a whole lot of importance on at the moment, but on his day, we know that he can lay down some solid averages, low 10s or close to subs, so we'll have to wait and see what he can do. Obviously, he's not on any of our stream stations, seated himself 8th in the previous round. We will be seeing, of course, a table of Ruers on stations 1 and 2, and actually Roman Rudakov slotting himself cheekily into 4th place. I believe he has made the switch to Ru as well. And then Joseph Burnett on station number 3. What is this seeding? Am I looking at the right event? I must be. But these are names that you do not typically see in one-handed. But yeah, absolutely. Joseph Burnett also double PR'd, and Roman Rudakov PR'd the average. So they have slotted themselves somehow onto the stream stations, way up ahead of the rest of the field, including ahead of the defending national champion. Sorry, not the defending national champion. The national champion from 2024, Riley Dexter.
And Riley is on station 5 off stream. But here we have Joseph starting his first solve.
Definitely looks like Joseph will be using CFOP, so he might be the lone user of CFOP on these stream stages right here. Solving exceptionally well at the moment.
Wow. Excellent technique, especially in the F2L. His turning was fluid. I believe Roman has switched to Ru here, so.
I know he was using Ru at a competition quite recently. We'll see if he has any rotations in his solving here. Oh no, it looks like he might be using... No, he's definitely using Ru. Oh, he might have had a skip in the corners. No, I think it might just be a J-perm or a Y-perm. This is looking nice though for Roman. 11.67. Very nice start from Roman. David just begun on station number 1 now, so we'll turn our attention to David.
David doing a warm-up solve at the moment. Elijah inspecting the first scramble.
Oh, yep, so we will indeed begin with Elijah. You are so right. National record holder on the verge of losing it, possibly soon. Let's see if he can capitalize here. He's come a long way for this competition. On to CMLL at about 5.
Elijah's turning is so fast for one-handed. 9.65. Great start. And sometimes with Ru solves, you see slower turning to accommodate more look ahead, but Elijah turning very quickly there.
We'll see David as well here. Extremely fluid turning, not a lot of pauses at all.
Yeah,
oh, this is looking lovely. 8-1-0 from David Epstein. What a start.
David, fantastic. And it looked like he had a good case on the last 6 edges. It's a quick resolution there.
Seeing Elijah trying to block that out of his mind. 8.10. Oh no, he looks over with a smile. Never mind. They've both started off with sub-10s. That's an exceptional way to begin. Let's see how they track over the next couple of solves, will we?
And this is really great for Australian one-handed solving when you have two competitors pushing each other to improve, perform their best. You know that whoever loses in the final is going to go home and practice. Push the boundaries even more. Here's Joseph. Joseph still using CFOP. Solving so well, and his turning is fantastic. A G-perm is, okay, 11.83. His execution is impressive.
Even despite the little bit of an awkward triple rotation that he had in there to solve that last F2L pair, but now I've got Roman Rudakov, as we mentioned, another Ru solver. Ru really making a resurgence in Australian one-handed. We haven't had a whole lot of strong one-handed solving, but it seems like since Elijah's taken that one-handed record off of Felix Zemdegs, it looks like there's just been a brand new crop of Ru solvers popping up everywhere.
Oh no, but the revolution's not going well for Roman on this solve. Okay, a 12.86, he saves it with an efficient last 6 edges.
Yeah, it's really nice to have, as you mentioned before, David and Elijah both pushing each other along in their one-handed solving. Australia's played second fiddle to New Zealand in one-handed solving for quite a long time. Obviously, the current oceanic record holder, Dwayne Ramos from New Zealand, and also the third place from the last World Championships, Jasper Murray, also from New Zealand. So New Zealand rowers really showing how it's done in the continent. But it's nice to have some Australian solvers that are looking to rival them in the near future. And our average still stands at 9:37, so David has got an enormous buffer and has potential to count some lovely times over these next couple of solves. Can he capitalise on the pressure? He's done it so many times before, as evidenced by his national title that he's already gotten in square one.
David solving really well. And
oh, what exceptional turning on the LSE, 9.40. It's a great counting time. Looked like a long solution, but his spam turned that really, really nicely.
yeah, his recognition was fantastic going to LSE.
Let's see what Elijah can do on that same scramble. So at the moment, David pacing a little bit faster depending on what Elijah does over here. Oh, that's LSE. Wow, 8.72. They are both pacing exceptionally well right now.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of competition. Two elite solvers pushing each other.
So yeah, top 2 seeds through the first 2 solves are pacing far better than they ever had before. In particular, David Epstein is pacing, even if it's not a national record, pacing for a big, big PR. Elijah Laporte is sitting in and around that low 9-second mark for average. It's about where his national record currently sits, in that mid to low 9 seconds. So we have more one-handed action on station number 3. Joseph Burnett just been delivered a cube. It's also started off exceptionally well, 12.7 and 11.8.
Yeah, Joseph PR'd in the previous round with an 11.04 average.
Personal record before this competition was a 12.7, so must have put in a little bit of practice coming into this competition. He's looking set to make the finals.
Yeah, but as a CFOP solver on one-handed, there's so much variance if you get a bad case. Okay, Z-Perm's not too bad, an 11.40. And David has received his puzzle.
David, the 8.1 and the 9.4. Current national record, 9:37. So after this, even regardless of what he does on this solve, he's still going to be counting a time close to that national record. But of course, he's going to want to make this solve in particular a really good one, putting himself in a wonderful position. Again, some nice and speedy turning. Got that second block solved now, sub 5. CMLO, this could be so fast. 8:49 counting solve. Oh my goodness me. NR is so on the cards right now.
Wow. 3 solves sub NR. 2 sub 9s.
Yeah, he needs a 10.23 to tie the national record right now, does David Epstein. That is exceptional. And Riley off-stream as well has gotten an 8.75 counting solve too. So much going on outside of the stream stations. This is an absolutely hectic round.
Off-stream Riley has their cube right now. I'll try to give play-by-play. Off-stream cube.
So Riley in inspection now. Has a 10.4 on his other solve as well, so still looking to possibly PR. In fact, he's well on track for PR.
Riley with good turning here, using CFOP.
It's got a ZBL at 8. Oh, he doesn't know it, does not know it.
Oh, Riley knew the ZB, but messed up the recognition.
That's a 12.4, so Riley's going to count a 10.4 now. There's no shortage of one-handed action. That national record is getting attacked from all sides here.
Yeah. But David Epstein absolutely destroying his PR round after round.
So David's now received his puzzle on station number 1. Can you believe counting an 8.49?
And a 940. Although we don't know if that's counting yet. Let's see what David can do here.
So there's a chance he could make that counting time even better.
Oh, he's got to be so nervous right now. He knows this is a good chance for him.
And underway now. Looks like a decently quick first block solution. CMLL at 5. Only needs a 10.2 to lock it. He's done it! That is the national record average locked for David Epstein. 10.06. Gets him a worst possible average. At worst, he is going... What's he got? The graphics on the other slide, but that is still NR locked. And that's even if you count to 10. So that's it. David Epstein is PR'd yet again, goes national record in his 3rd event. 9:32 at worst. And
Wow.
still, that he only needs to beat a 10.06 in order to go better than that.
And Elijah's on good pace too. Only 2 solves so far, so David shouldn't celebrate too much. The national record might be challenged in this very round. Oh, it's a fantastic solve.
Oh,
for
this is
Elijah.
awesome from Elijah. Oh, the lock up at the very end. Just the cube slipped out of his hands. 9.28.
Oh, that's a loss
Hey,
of
look,
at
he's-
least half a second there on the stop of the timer.
He is still that's still a counting time, and it's still under his personal record, which is now no longer the national record. What is the new national record? We're gonna have to wait and see. At worst, it's going 9:32. But David Epstein's got a lot of wiggle room here. He's now got the national record average.
This is
It's now just about
insane.
how good he can make it. What a round.
This is only round 2. Imagine the final.
I'm imagining it.
So David, after double PRing in the previous round, is going to double PR again in this round, including a national record average. Let's see.
And 11:37 there for Joseph Burnett. Gets himself a nice little solid average, but here's David Epstein. All right. Here's the moment. Counting an 8.49 and a 9.4. Current Oceanic record, 8:36. That's not exactly under threat, but there is a very real chance here. He goes second in Oceania ahead of Jasper Murray.
Beautiful start.
Oh, another sub 5. Oh, here we go. Oh,
he's
is it going to be? It's still an improvement on the national record. Gets him an average of 9.26 in the end. So 9.26 the new national record average. It's ahead of Elijah by about a tenth of a second, but that's not out of the reach for Elijah just yet. Can you imagine if Elijah claws it back?
Elijah could definitely beat this.
And that 9.28 was with such a dodgy timer stop as well.
This might be the fairest national record race in history. 2 solvers side by side, same scrambles, same conditions. Elijah has 2 more solves.
Oh, Elijah might have +2 there off stream, but we'll come back to that later though. So this is Elijah Laporte. National record still hangs in the balance for him. LSE sub 7. Oh my goodness. 9.18. It is not over yet. It is so not over. We are so alive right now. 9.26. Can you imagine a tied national record? Oh, hang on a minute.
I think we may have missed a
Did we miss a solve?
Yeah, I think we may have missed a
Oh,
solve.
bugger, we might have. Well, depending on what that solve was, he's at least tied his national record.
Oh my. Did Elijah get the national record? Did we miss a solve?
The calculators come out.
Okay, so I think he tied his national record. Previous national record.
Yeah, so 937, we saw that worst possible average. We did miss one of the solves, but I think it looks like that solve might have been off the pace. So 937
Wow.
is a tied personal record for him. Unbelievable. Wow. What an incredible round that was. One-handed is absolutely delivering on the biggest stage in Australian speed cubing this year and showing reason that Australian one-handed is absolutely not dead. It is alive and well. New national record holder David Epstein will take first seed coming into the final round. I'm a bit lost for words. I can't lie to you. That is an exceptional average. And there's still room to improve too. He was counting a 10 there as well.
Wow. I'm counting
not,
a 10.
sorry, not counting a 10. He was counting a 9.9.
His
There was
worst
still
solve was
such
a 10.
variance. Yeah, his worst solve
Okay,
was
let's say
10.06.
David's worst solve was better than his previous PR average from the first round.
Oh my days, that is unbelievable.
Wow.
What a round.
I mean,
Yeah, that was just absolutely exceptional. I'm not
David
sure you can say a
Epstein.
whole lot more than that, but David Epstein, a deserving national record holder. We've built him as the future national record holder for some time.
12-18 solve 3.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
so we have gotten word that the
Solve.
solve we didn't catch from Elijah was a 12, so we will finish with that 937 equal
yes.
PR.
We missed solve 3. 12. I do have to compete.
Go for it. That is okay. Well, thank you very much, Philip, for hopping on with us. And I'll pass you on to Wei. I think Wei's coming on stream. Oh, fantastic. And I think also, in addition to that, is Harry...
Is Harry coming on?
Harry's popping on? Oh, I would love that. That gives me a little bit of
Oh
a
my
breather
gosh.
before 3 blind.
I haven't really talked to Harry yet, but
Harry,
do you want to come
feel,
on?
feel free to swap through. You're not competing, are you? I'll have a breather before 3 blind then. True. Yeah, beautiful. That's right. Thank you all. I will pass you on to my second favourite Gippslander.
Make that third favourite Gippslander because you have to love yourself, Michael.
That's true. That's true.
I was the first.
Oh, okay, good.
Jeff
Sean
Hobbs.
Dykes. Yeah. No, I'll happily take third.
Amazing. Hi, Harry.
Hello, Wei. How are we doing? We haven't really
Yeah, we
chatted.
haven't really chatted yet. We can catch up over this round. What are we doing?
Absolutely, we're doing 5x5 round 2, I believe. So
Fantastic.
yeah, lots of big names with lots of fast times in this round. So I'm looking forward to it. That's for sure. We've got obviously on our stations 1 and 2, we got Felix Zemdegs and Alexander Vucic, two like no strangers to the top stage of 5x5. So they I believe unfortunately Alexander underperformed a little bit in the last round. So looking to come back from his previous round to
Felix said that he's been pretty happy with his cubing today.
yeah.
So
No, certainly nothing to complain about. His 4x4 has been pretty solid over this weekend. So yeah, no, very happy for him and what he's done. We also have stations 3 and 4, David Epstein and I believe to be Aaron Keith. We'll have him seated shortly. But Aaron Keith, a name that's come up pretty recently in the Big Cube scene. He's just sort of popped out of nowhere, and he's here to stay. He's breaking PRs all over the place, and so here we have him, our third Australian seed going into this round. So looking to see similar times from him in the first round, I believe, coming in with a 49 average to get personal record. So yeah, looking to see him continue as well. So
and David, of course, one of the best all-rounders in Australia at this moment. You know.
Yep. We're going to see him everywhere, really, across this stream. We obviously saw him in one-handed just before. National record, I heard. I was competing, so I didn't see what
You
was
got a
happening.
national record?
I think so. I believe
What?
I believe we saw David Epstein national record OH average. I'll have to get chat to correct me. And I believe what I've been told is that Elijah Laporte, the previous national record holder, tied his own personal record, which would be a national record, but obviously
Wow.
David beat it.
And our average.
Yeah, so it's huge. That's David's 5th consecutive personal record average across all of his comps for
Incredible.
one-handed. So he's just on a roll
On a roll.
and doesn't look to be stopping anytime soon.
Yeah.
So and I think we also saw Riley Dexter with a big personal record in one-handed. So that's cool to see. But we've got cubes now. We've got Felix underway for his first solve of 5x5. So we'll cut over to him shortly. So for Felix here especially, we're looking at around a low 22nd for the Yao flip. So we'll try to keep an eye on that. For now, here's the center of our focus. None of our other solvers have cubes just yet.
Yeah. With 5x5, we saw some slow rounds earlier in terms of getting cubes out. I think we're struggling for some fast scramblers, but it seems that Felix submitted his pretty early. He was one of the first people to sit down, so he's gotten his cube.
Yeah, so we're blessed to see Felix kick off this this round, which is pretty good. But yeah, just, obviously it's a tough thing to scramble a 5x5. It takes quite a long time, so yeah, oftentimes we will be stuck in sort of a stagnant point.
43. Bit of a shake of the head. Not sure whether he's quite happy with that one.
It's a pretty middle of the road time,
yeah.
I would say. Yeah. So, but nonetheless, a pretty solid start to Felix's average here for the second round.
And, you know, 5x5, 4x4, these have been events that he's been dominant in for over 15 years in Australia, right?
Many, many years.
So he's very used to this kind of pressure and this, even though it's not really a final round, he is very used to getting up on stream and getting really good times.
Yeah, and you obviously do care about your results no matter what round you're in. So
That's true.
He'll be looking to bring down his average from that 43, but yeah, it's Felix has just been on top of the game for an eternity, it feels like at this point. So it's great to see him still kicking after all these years, still as dominant as he is.
Still coming to comps as well. It seems like Aaron has his now in inspection. Felix did say, I was asking him earlier, how much time does he dedicate to practicing? And he said, when it's not like national season or anything like that, around 3 to 4 hours a week. But then in the lead up to nationals, he does a bit more. But it's crazy how dominant he still is when he's dedicating most of his time to working and doing other parts of his life.
Yeah, no, he's just that's an incredible thing for him to say, considering he's just had such a skyrocket in improvement. But so yeah, we're gonna see him pace pretty nicely here. Flipped around the low 20, looks to be progressing through edges fairly nicely. We're also gonna have Alexander Vucic off camera for now, going underway in his first solve.
Yeah. Getting onto 3x3 stage now.
Finishing up the OLL.
Nice. 47, probably pretty middle of the road for him as well.
Yeah. I mean, we really can't say too much about Aaron's times because he seems to just improve and improve and improve without stopping. So, but yeah, no, solid start for him, 47.55. We've got a timer bug from Alex, so we won't be able to give you pace, unfortunately.
Let's see. Oh, we can just make out the time, 35,
I think
36.
that's 23. Like flip at 23, sorry.
Let's see. It's in the 40s now.
Just got that parity in the edges to fix. Yeah, he's sort of...
Pop! Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Oh, this is going to be catastrophic for Alex.
Oh, dear.
He's going to need to find one of those pieces and put it back in. Otherwise, it's not deemed a legal solve. There we go.
There we go. Not sure what time he got on that, but whatever he got, he's probably not too happy with it.
Yeah, we'll have to get that later.
Oh, he said +2. Oh, no. He's holding up his hand. David seems to have his now, and Felix also has his second now. David's on his first. Just starting out.
So we're going to see him take it away as well.
So that looks to be 1 minute and 3 seconds for Alexander's first one.
That's, not going to be how you want to start your average at all. We're going to get a quick timer replacement, or display replacement, I should say.
Lennon coming in for the pit stop.
Yep. Our champion, lead organizer of this competition. Big shout outs.
David seems to be going through his first solve. Can't really see from here how he's doing.
I think he's in 3x3 stage
39
now.
for Felix. Very nice from him. And a 49 for David Epstein.
It's going to be a little bit subpar there for David, but yeah, 39 there from Felix. That's
very, very nice.
That's the fastest solve we've seen so far of 5x5 at this championship. So,
Seems pretty pleased.
Yeah, I think.
I'd be chuffed.
Yeah, I would be very, very happy if I got a 39. So yeah, I'm sure Felix is feeling pretty pleased with that.
I think I've gotten a 39-minute 5x5
Yeah,
solve.
I've definitely gotten that. I think in a few dreams in the past, maybe I've gotten a 39 on 5x5, but
Mhm.
certainly nothing real.
Do you dream about cubing very much?
I don't remember my dreams often, to be brutally honest. It's one of those phenomenons where I'll have them and I'll remember them for 5 seconds and then they'll sort of evaporate, I guess. But no, yeah, nothing to report on, I suppose. But yeah. Oh, that's gonna be a practice solve for Felix. That's not an actual solve.
Waiting for a few more cubes to come out. It's been a long day for some of these competitors. They look a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, how are you feeling? I didn't compete at all today. So.
Oh, you haven't competed today? Yeah. I tell you what, I'm pretty gassed. Yeah, it's non-stop. It's comps are pretty tiring for myself as well as many others, I'd assume for us. So it's yeah, it's been hectic. It's been all over the place doing stuff, but you know, we're surviving. We're coping. We're halfway there. So that's sort of the positive spirit we try to keep up, I guess.
For sure. All right. Looks like Alexander and Aaron have their second now. Alex is inspecting. Alex always looks like he's fighting the cube whenever he solves it, especially Megaminx.
Yeah, he's definitely known for his rougher turning style. It's
His facial expression as well, looks like it's physically hurting him. Aaron also going through with that solve.
That'll be Aaron's second solve here. Started out with
second.
a 47, I believe, on the first. So looking to continue that. We'll see how Alex goes here.
Let's see.
Looking pretty smooth here. Not too many pauses. Progressing nicely. Hitting last forward around 34. Well into 3x3 stage now.
Let's hope his cube stays together this time. Aaron
Yeah.
also on the back end of his solve as well. 48 for Alex.
It's going to be another sort of subpar time there for Alex. Not what we'd expect from him typically.
And a 52 for Aaron, which is also not what we'd usually expect from him.
52.76. Yeah, so it's going to be a little off the way for both of our solvers here that have done their second. Actually seeing Felix underway with his third as well. So we'll have
David's
to...
got his second as well.
Gosh, so many cubes everywhere.
I know. It's like there's a big break and they all come out at once.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, it comes in waves, for sure.
Felix underway with his solve.
Coming off of a 39, so we'll see if he can continue that. Obviously, he might be feeling a bit jittery after getting such a good time, but we'll see how he goes.
Do you get nervous when you're competing?
I get nervous for things I care about, and for things I don't care about, I often troll extremely hard. That's so I'm a 2x2 main myself, so I always get pretty nervous during my my 2x2 rounds. But most other events, I'm pretty collected, I would say.
46.16 for Felix, and David's about halfway through his solve.
Yeah, he looks to be in his edges, be in that stage under 30 seconds, so he's not pacing too terribly here for his second solve here.
3x3 stage now.
Very quick into the 3x3 stage. Obviously, David's no slouch when it comes to 3x3 as well, so you would expect this stage to go by pretty quick.
Especially when you get a national record in the round before.
Yeah, yep.
It's something that you've been paying pretty good attention to.
Yeah, you have to be pretty good at your event to get a national record, so it's pretty safe to say he's a solid 3x3 solver, yeah.
But David's held national records in a range of events, not just 3x3. OH.
Yeah,
Square One was an event that he made for a long time.
Yeah, in the past, David Epstein's had a pretty extensive history with Square One World Records. So he's a two-time world record holder a few years back. Has had a pretty rough relationship with the event as of recent, so hasn't practiced a whole lot, I don't believe. But he's had a freak 6x6 Oceanic record single. I think it was earlier this year. I've forgotten now, but yeah, so he's had a bit of a spike in Big Cube improvement, so that's cool to see from him. And then just now the one-handed national record average just gone. So yeah, just as you mentioned, he's such a good all-rounder, just sort of smashes it out of the park everywhere.
Sure. And it seems like Aaron has his next one.
So here we are going to see a third solve from Aaron. Looking to hopefully not count that 52. Obviously, it's not detrimental at all, really, to count that 52, but I'm sure he'd be looking to continue his streak of sub 50 averages that he's built from his first round and other competitions. Here we're going to have him underway now.
And Alex also has his third.
So here we go for Aaron on the left side of your screen now.
Going through centers.
Looking really fluid. A few lockups at the end, but a 20-second flip for Aaron.
Very nice.
This is really quick. This is really, really quick. These edges are coming along really nicely as well.
Mm-hmm.
PR single potentially on the cards here. We'll have to see how he handles last 4 edges.
Oh,
Last parity out.
parity.
We go into 3x3 stage. PLL.
Oh. I think that parity really slowed him down. That's a 44.77.
Yeah, that parity's going to screw him over a little bit, but I mean, 44.77,
Still
you
a
cannot
very
complain.
solid time. Especially when you're trying not to count 52. You'll take that any day of the week.
He's certainly not counted that 52 just yet. He's done very well for that third solve there, 44.77.
Alex also trying not to get anything too slow. He has got another 103 because of his pop in his first solve. 43.52. Also nothing to complain about.
Yeah, another middle of the road solve for him.
David's at the back end of his.
Yes, we'll hopefully see him soon. Oh, he's looking at the timer. I assume he's messed up, sort of. Perhaps if we could see how he's doing. Yes, it's going to be not the greatest solve here.
Just finishing up. 50.51.
Nice little ZBL to finish. And we also have Felix progressing through his 4th solve here.
Nice and fast. Oh, a bit of a hesitation, but 41.14. So fast.
Yeah, looking pretty good. That is a counting time as well.
Yeah.
So he's counting a 41 and a 43 at the moment. So he's pacing
nice.
very well, actually.
Indeed.
So, but yeah, unfortunately, we're going to see Alexander Vujic, both rounds 1 and 2, sort of performing a bit subpar. His national record does sit at the 42-second mark for average. And so both in this round and the round beforehand, doesn't look like we're going to see anything crazy from Alex.
Having a bit of a smile and a laugh, though. I don't think he's taking this too seriously, looking mostly to get into the finals so that he can get another shot at getting a really good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good to see him in a good mood after not performing so well. It's the spirit you want to be in, especially for your main events. You don't want to let your bad mindset take over. Because especially in these big cubes with such a long event, you need to maintain so much focus and so much composure that just even a little shift of mindset can throw you off and throw your times off. So
For sure. And trying not to react when things happen unexpectedly in your souls, because that will just slow you down even more, trying to make the best of situations that
absolutely,
you've been dealt.
we just sort of got to take it as it comes and keep pushing forward.
Yeah.
So we do also off stream. We've got stations 5 and 6, Jay Kapoor and Andy Gong, two like no slouches when it comes to 5x5 as well. We saw Jay on a roll last round, getting I think a PR by 4 seconds in the form of a 49-second personal record average. So we saw fireworks pop off for him last round, but so hopefully he delivers the same in this round. We haven't kept up to date with his times, but we'll see that come through live soon enough.
Yeah, and Andy's not a stranger to competing either. Been doing it for many, many, many years at this point.
Yep.
One of the OGs of the Australian scene as well.
Especially Victoria as well. He's a big household name in Victoria, has been for such a long time. Former 2x2 main, but recently has been slowly making his way up the ranks in the big cubes and is now in contention for a few national podiums and titles here at this championship.
Yeah, David now has is this his 4th? Or
I believe this will be his 4th, yes.
Yeah.
He's performing pretty well here. He's sort of consistently high 40s, low 50s at the moment, so looking to continue that. We also have Felix off camera beginning his 5th solve, I believe. So I believe actually Felix might have NR BPA. I'm not sure what NR is. No, I think NR is 40.1. 40.1, yep.
42 from David Epstein. That's a really good time for him, especially with what he's been getting so far. Felix is actually on his 5th.
Yeah, so Felix ahead of the pack here, but yeah, David Epstein. I believe that's really close to a PR single for David. I'll have to double check that, but that's a very solid time for David here.
Cutting down almost 6 seconds from his other solves. Very
Yeah.
nice from him. Felix at the back end of his solve. Oh, very nice finish. A little bit locky, but 43.48. That's going to give him a really, really nice placing for the finals. I imagine it'll be probably first or second, seeing.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect much
Yeah.
less from Felix, would you? Now
For
that
sure.
is PR single for David Epstein by about a second. So his
Very nice.
previous personal record stood at a 43.82, and he's just dropped a 42.42. So yeah, PR single in the second round. Can't complain whatsoever, and that puts him on really good momentum for the average.
Alex on his second last loss?
This will be his 4th solve, so yes, second last. Yep. We're gonna see him really quick here. Hang on a minute.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Look at Felix's face.
Hang on
Can
a
we
minute.
switch to Felix's face?
It's
Oh
gonna be a
my
sub
gosh.
40.
Oh my gosh. And that is a sub 40 for Alexander Vucic.
That is a 39.12 for Alexander Vucic. He looks to not really know how to feel about that. He's sort of, there's a little bit of madness and a little bit of sort of shock, I guess.
Joy.
It's a mixed array of
I just
emotions
see
there.
Felix's jaw drop. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but he knew he was watching greatness unfold, but that's a fantastic 4th
Fantastic
solve
solve.
there.
And he has one more.
He does have one
But
more.
Felix is done. That's
Yeah.
a pretty fast turnover for him.
Yeah, I mean, fast solver results in fast
That's
rounds being
true.
completed, so
That's true.
seems to have been the case here.
And so a few PR singles across the board.
Yeah, I'll have to check if that's PR single
think it
for Alexander. I assume if it's PR single, it would also be national record.
Interesting.
I think that's how you spell his last name.
Vucic,
Here we
yeah,
go.
there
Yep.
go.
So was it 39.12? Not quite.
Not quite.
So
Okay.
his personal record
38.
and national record stands at 38. You're right. So
Interesting.
not quite.
Still a
but
really solid time for him.
absolutely. Yeah.
A bit of frustration though, considering that he's counting a 48 as well. But, you know, we'll take the times that you can get. We're
Yeah,
gonna-
yeah. It's just sort of been a bit all over the place here for Alexander. Obviously got that 39, but then the 103 on that first solve with the pop. It's been a bit of chaos for Alex here.
Getting a bit of a battery swap on Aaron's timer as well. Some of our
Yeah.
timers towards the end of the day have started dying a little
Yep.
bit, which is to be expected if they're on all day.
Absolutely. Yep. So here we have David gearing up for his
His last
final
one.
solve. So coming off of a 42 on his previous solve, solve 4. So
Looking to replicate or even get a better time than that.
yeah, we are seeing a best possible average of 46.96. Obviously that does mean another PR single. So very tall order, but the possibility is there.
And Aaron seems to be getting his as well. So we get to see them both solving.
I believe Aaron's only done 3 solves actually. So
Oh, I thought he did.
oh no, he has done 4. My apologies, I've misspoke. So we see David
David-
also progressing really nicely
Bit of a
here.
pause. Getting through those edges. Almost at 3x3 stage now. Here we go.
Yeah, he's sort of picked it back
Very
up.
quick as 3x3 stage. 45.53. Pretty. I think that's on the lower end for him as well. So
Yeah, that is sub his
Yeah.
personal record average by about 2 seconds. So yeah,
very
that's
nice.
a very strong finish there from David with a 42 and a
Mhm.
45. So he'll be pretty pleased with that. That does secure him a 48.00 average for this round.
Easily into the finals for him.
Easily
as
into the
well.
finals for sure.
I think for all of these guys on stream, these times are going to be more than good enough to get them in the finals. A 48.17 for Aaron, and Alex is on his last one as well. So that puts Aaron at. What's that put him at?
An average of, we'll have that information up to you soon. But for now, we're going to see Alexander Vucic finish off his average. Coming off that 39 might still have a few shock nerves, if that's a way to
Bit
put
of
it.
parity.
Into 3x3 stage now at
Yeah.
the low 40s, so
A little bit locky. Oh gosh. A 47.32. Ah, he's given us a thumbs down. Okay. But he did get that sub 40, and he's well and truly into finals for Sunday, I believe.
yeah,
is
absolutely.
finals.
Yeah, it's gonna be Sunday, I believe. So yeah, 46.54 average there to finish up for Alex. So again, sort of not what he would hope for, but you know, it's solid times nonetheless. You have to be pretty good at your craft to be mad about a 46 average. So
Yeah. How's your day been though, Harry?
my day's been pretty alright. It's this Friday in particular, there's no events I really care about or have practice, so I'm just here vibing really. I'm just doing events, chilling, just sort of filling up the nosebleeds of the stations really, filling up the slow
Yeah.
solvers sections. So, but no, I've enjoyed myself nonetheless. It's been a good time.
Very nice.
Cool to see lots of people do well on the at the front and center of the national stage. So
Yeah.
can't complain. Yeah.
The only event I was meant to do today was 4x4, but I
Yeah.
was a bit occupied this morning.
Oh, yeah.
I had a meeting in the city, so I had to drop out of 4x4, and then I don't do any of the other events that we had on today.
So we're not going to see Wei compete today.
No, but you'll see me tomorrow. Maybe I probably won't be on stream, but I'll be commentating, but I won't be competing on stream.
Let's hope we have a miraculous station 1 or 2 appearance from Wei. in
I
one of the
don't think
rounds.
that's going to happen.
We can hope and pray.
We're
but
gonna
let's do that.
pray. You know, maybe if I channel the energy of some
Yeah.
of the greats, then maybe, but
Yeah.
not
Just
happening. Not happening.
got to
Oh.
talk up Alex and get a few tips or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, I have some fast solvers on speed dial. Maybe I'll call them up, see what their advice is. But no, usually I'm on the other side of stations, taking pictures, putting socials together.
Yeah, yep. This is our Speedcubing Australia, our social media's sort of main person behind everything. So yeah, a bit of a cool to see that face come to the camera.
Yeah, I'm usually on the
Yeah.
other side.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Bit of a switcheroo of roles there, you could say.
Yeah, getting to be in front of the camera for once.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think there's been some really great storylines developing at this comp. Really fun stuff happening as well. Like, I was in the Team Blind room earlier. Did you do Team Blind?
No, I was occupied with 5x5. I was commentating and then I was competing. Yeah, tell us about Team Blind from what you saw.
It was so much fun, so much chaos. There were so many people just running around with cubes. You had a judge and then they would scramble and run your cube for you. And then obviously everyone is yelling at the blindfolded person essentially, telling them to do moves. So it was so fun and chaotic.
Yeah.
But I think don't take this as gospel because we'll find out the results later. But I saw some pretty fast times from I think David and Riley.
Yeah.
So I want you to guess how quickly they can do a team balance solve.
Well, I'm gonna disappoint you because I actually saw them warming up during 5x5. They were doing T-blind solves in between their 5x5 and they were dropping low 20s or something like that.
They got a 20.
They got a 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just that is unreal.
Which is insane. So team blind is where someone will be blindfolded and then the other person has to verbally relay the moves to do on the cube, which is crazy to do a 20-second solve when someone else is telling you what to do.
Considering the average CFOP solve is around 50 to 55 moves, to be able to communicate all that in 20 seconds, you got to be pretty good at your stuff.
Yeah. But I imagine they've been practicing. These guys, you know, they live pretty and come to the same comps, so
Yeah, yeah,
this is probably something that they've been practicing for a little while as well. But
yeah.
I wasn't there for the whole time, so there could be some other people who are really fast. I saw that there were a lot of teams of pretty fast cubers, like Charlie Eggins and Toby Swifert.
Yep.
We had a few, there was some really fast competitors
Would have been
teaming up
lots of
together.
names, yeah, yeah.
hmm
So how did you and your partner go? Did you compete? Or
I
were
didn't
you just-
compete.
Oh, you were just there taking
I was just
photos
taking
or whatever?
photos
Yep.
and videos, but it was a very different energy because down here, very quiet, about to start street blind, and then up there, absolute chaos and mayhem as people are yelling at their poor
There's a
teammates.
stark contrast between the vibes. That's very funny. I mean, it sounds like a fun time nonetheless.
It
Good to
was,
hear.
it was. And yeah, I think that it was a great side event to put on for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a cool little switch up. We had obviously had FTO last year, which is a cool little addition. That's now a WCA event.
And then we also had, what's it called, where the one that Shuanyi and GCN do with
Oh,
like
one hand each.
one hand each when with one cube.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's something that I can't really fathom.
I've seen videos online and it's just I don't know what I'm looking at. They work as a unit. They're just I don't know.
I had a colleague who I have a Rubik's Cube on my desk at work, so he knew
Yep.
I did some Rubik's Cube things, but he came up to me and he said, I saw this amazing video of these two Chinese children solving a Rubik's Cube together, and they both had one hand on it each. And my colleague was like in his early 50s or something, and it's not
Yep.
the type of thing that he's usually into, but he felt compelled enough by the video to tell me about it. So,
That's hilarious. Yeah.
yeah,
Yep. No,
I'm
that's,
bleeding into the mainstream.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Well, that's one more person to bring along to
Mhm.
nationals, I guess.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe we're gonna move into three blind round
two?
two now. So
It's a bit of quiet, a bit of whispering. I
Yeah.
think we're probably going to get some people who are a bit more knowledgeable about three blind than me.
yeah. Well, we're gonna have Lockie Stevens and Felix ideally, unless you want to stay on, of course. You're gonna.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, I'll be off. I've got to go compete. So
You're competing. Okay.
I'm competing. Yeah. So we'll.
Did Lucky make it to top 40?
I don't believe he does blind. I'm not too sure. I don't
Oh,
think
I
he's a
thought he
blind
did.
solver. I am.
I've seen him do blind at some of my locals
Okay.
because we're from the same place. But
Yeah. Don't quote me on
I don't know
that.
whether he's done it here. And I don't know whether he is getting into top 40. Let's see.
Yeah, we do have WCA Live available to us, which is
Handy.
very handy indeed. Yep.
Video.
Three blind. Where are we? First round.
Here we go.
So we're gonna see. Not seeing a Lockie just yet. No Lockie in three blind round two, unfortunately.
Maybe he didn't do it this comp. Yeah.
No,
Not seeing him.
didn't compete. Yep.
Fair enough. And
Well,
yeah, good
did we-
luck with your three blind round.
Thank you. It's one of the many events I haven't really practiced. I'm just there for fun. So we'll see how we go. But I
You never
suppose
know. You could get some good times.
yeah, we'll see. I suppose I'll swap out for Felix now. He's
Yeah.
looking keen to come into the booth and talk about some three blinds. So I'll be on my way. See you away. I'll see you soon.
I'll
Thank
see you soon.
for,
And Lockie's also gonna come in.
yeah,
so
we'll do a bit of a double swap.
do a double swap.
Thank you. Hi again, Lachlan.
Hi again, Felix.
I feel like we've been paired up all day today.
We have quite a few times. Oh, what was that? Probably. Thanks, Zaid.
I guess we're sort of N by N mains.
Yeah, that's my main
Yeah.
main thing. Yeah, along with yours. How was 5x5 for you?
Again, not what I want, but consistent enough. I had a 42 average, so
Fair enough.
pretty comfortable. But yeah, just been trying to get a sub 40 for a few years now, and just never quite clicks.
One day.
Yeah.
It'll happen
It's
soon.
gonna happen. It's gonna happen Sunday.
You've been close this year a few times, right?
Close. I don't know if I've had any like what you'd call like sub 40 fails.
Yeah.
But I'm always just in the sort of 41 to 43 range, I think, on average. So yeah, one day it'll come. It'll come.
One day. Hopefully very soon. But three blind. Very excited.
Oh yes, I was just told by Philip Laser Monkey that it's a privilege and an honor to commentate Cheggins, and he's 100% right.
I agree with it.
Yeah.
I've had the pleasure like very few times, but whenever it happens, it's well, I mean, like we saw in the last round, he got an 11.9 just casually.
Oh what? Oh okay, I missed that. I was judging somewhere. Oh
Yeah.
wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the
Uh,
fourth scramble in the last group looked like a good one.
Yeah, Hans got a PR single on that as well,
Mhm.
and managed to clutch out the average after that. Yeah, so
Whoa.
hopefully we get a juicy scramble like that again and give Charlie another shot at grabbing back that WR single.
Yeah.
like we said, this is he's had 10 chances to do it, or he will have had 10 chances to do it by the end of this round. So hopefully we see something, you know, sub 12 at least. It's always exciting. Oh. Yeah, I kind of needed that. That was PR.
Oh, nice. Well done.
Thank you. Just missed sub 1 by a hair. But
Will you make the finals for 5x5?
I doubt it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's top 16, I think.
Okay, can we now
Probably not,
please,
but
please have complete silence. Now starting 3 blind. Please have complete silence.
Okay, last event of the
Thank you.
day, and we'll go into whispering mode now.
the volume's all right in the chat. All right.
So we have, Charlie, Station 1, Hans Lin, Station 2, Daniel Wang, Station 3, Elias Chong, Station 4.
And I believe this is the exact 4 that we were watching in the exact same order in Group 2 of Round 1. So, very familiar.
And okay, so to get into the final, it looks like top 16 from the last round was 49. So all these top competitors need to do is just get a success. Charlie, I think typically on the more accurate side for 3 blind, is again just going on vibes. 4 out of 5 correct in the last round. Hans Lin on Station 2 is 5 out of 5. So getting a full average there, very impressive.
Like we said for last round, they usually tend to save the fast people's cubes for last because they will be finishing first, obviously.
Yep.
But we've had a bit of a slow afternoon in terms of scramble times, so it might take a little bit longer between solves on this.
I think it was in this second round in Nationals 2023, either on a Friday night or Saturday night. So the last event of the day where Charlie got his first 3 blind world record, I believe.
Yep.
So it's this sort of environment. Everyone celebrated a lot, and then they went out to dinner. So
hopefully we can have another magical story like that.
Yeah, let's get a repeat.
Of course. I always notice like a little bit of a different tension coming into these 3 blind rounds, knowing how high the skill ceiling is in Australia. I mean, it's always high, but in 3 blind specifically.
For sure, yeah. With Hans getting the 15 there in the first round. Normally you see Charlie at these events, absolutely miles ahead, and he still is miles ahead, but he'll still need to solve well to take out the title in the final. 15 is no easy feat.
Looks like we're starting to see some cubes rolling out now, so very shortly we should be watching our top 4 start their averages. Right.
Charlie has received his cube. Confirming. The cube has been dropped off. It's on the table. The cover is on. And it goes straight into it.
Low 5-second memo. Some really good turning there.
Yeah, nice. 1401.
It's a great start to the average for Charlie. Gonna lock down a nice solve, guarantee him entry into the final, and now he can just go all out.
Yep. Pacing world record after one solve.
I guess so. And here's Hans with about 8-second memo. Bit of a rough start to that execution, but he's pulling it together nicely now. $22.40 for Hans.
So that takes Hans to 6 out of 6 attempts today. 6 correct solves on 6 attempts.
He's on a roll.
Great accuracy. Daniel and Elias. Let's see if they wait for one another or they're going to go at the same time. Same time.
Got Danny's signature in the lap memorization, and Elias is in execution.
Looks like Daniel's having some memo problems here. Yep. Or maybe he's just safetying.
Oh, and looks like an execution DNF there. Not necessarily memorization for Elias. And looks like Danny's going incredibly safe on this one. Gonna get a 30.79 to start off.
Yep. That's all he needs to get into the final. So off screen we see Michael Tripodi memoing. He's just put on his blindfold, so we'll keep people up to date there. It also does look like his timer is not visible, so all we'll be able to know is if he's successful or if he's DNF'd himself. Looks like Michael Tripodi successfully solved. Anyway, Charlie now. Solve number 2. Looks like a mid-5 memo. Looks like a long execution though, 1568. Yeah, Charlie obviously known for his incredible memo.
And although it was a pretty long execution, he kept the turning really, really fluid all the way through.
It's also now going on station 2 for his second solve. And in trademark style, gets the cube solved. 7 out of 7 for today. Very impressive. Not only is the accuracy, but the speed as well.
Always batting around the low 20 seconds mark. And here's Danny, solve number 2. We saw him safety the first solve, so we might see him go all out for the next few. Yeah, I'm going to see a much quicker memorization here. About 9 seconds. Looks like a pretty long execution, but a 25-14 for Danny. Bit of a shake of the head there, but it's another good solve to get him through to finals.
Yep, of our top 4 seeds, it's just Elias that needs to get a success. And yeah, for the Michael Tripodi fans out there, confirming he's safely through to the final. We've also got off-stream Jack Kai solving. I haven't seen any of his attempts, but he's just started his memo on a solve, so I'll keep you all posted. But meanwhile, Elias on station 4.
I can confirm I saw Jack off by a U-perm on his first solve.
Very good, and for the Jack Kai fans. rounds at home, he's done a successful solve for 23 seconds.
That should comfortably make him into finals. And here's Elias wrapping up corners. And looks like it's going to be a success. Yep, 26.99 for Elias.
That was interesting. Look, he finished with a Soon and a U-perm. Almost looked like a speed solve, but I think it's just the 3-corner twist arc of choice.
Interesting. And here's Charlie. About 6-second memo there. And a bit of a trouble in the execution there. Just a lot of pauses and a few lockups. And it's still a 17. He's really disappointed with it, but it's still an incredibly fast solve relative to the rest of them. And Hans Lim, solve number 3 now. About 8-second memo there.
Looking like,
Oh, he's broken the streak. Now 7 out of 8 correct. Or solved, I should say. But regardless, it's still very high accuracy. Here's Danny.
7 or 8 second memo there from Daniel.
He's got his water bottle right in front of the cube there. Oh, and he's hesitating a lot.
Yeah, looks like a bit of recall issue there. Although it looks to be solved.
Had a pretty good run. 3 out of 3 so far.
I guess for Charlie now, it's going to take something very special if he's looking to get that world record average. So counting the 15.6, he also has a 14. So you need at least a counting low 12 in order to have a shot at the world record average. But of course, the single can happen anytime. Low 12 is very fast, but well within Charlie's capability.
Yep, we've seen low 12s and mid 12s from just casually in warm up during other events. So it's not something at all out of the realm of possibility.
And now Elias receiving his cube, but also Charlie has received his cube, so we might switch over to Charlie. On solve number 4.
Pretty good memo there, look like about mid 5. Oh, crazy execution. Oh, 13-15.
That was, yeah, really beautiful execution. Flawless, if I may say.
I think I agree. And here's Elias finishing up. Looks like it's going to be a 24-64. Going to improve upon his single.
So with the 15.6, the low 14 and the low 13, Charlie, if he gets his best solve on the last, will be in the low 14 range. Best possible average of 14.28, so just shy of world record if he's able to get his best solve on the final one. So really, really solid, consistent solving here from Charlie. 4 out of 4 successes.
And I think for all 4 of our top competitors, having at least one solve to guarantee them entry into the finals is going to be a big weight off their shoulders, and they can go all out in these next few solves.
Yeah, definitely. Got a few of our other competitors off stream doing their attempts now. Felix Williams on station 8 with a 10-second memo. Felix PR'd in average last round.
And Elias going for solve number 4 now. Felix finishes up with a 31.55.
Elias moving on to execution now. So he's on solve 4, so it's the same scramble that Charlie got the 13 on, but yeah, looks like he's forgotten his memo.
Here goes Hans for solve number 4.
So with four successes so far, Charlie's locked an average, worst possible average of 15.58. Of course, the rankings are done on single, but still, it's always satisfying to get that average, and those do count in terms of official WCA records. But you win the round based on your single solve.
Here's Charlie, but last solve the average.
It's like see some edges solved potentially, but a flipped edge as well.
Mid 5 memo for him, and big pause. It's not going to be a good one.
It's been a long day. Been a long day. Yeah, you can understand. But he's going to push through and try and remember the memo.
Looks like he's tracking all right, but I don't think he's addressed that flipped edge. Oh no, there we go. Nah.
Yeah. And the thing with, I guess, 3-blind at such speed is your memorization, you don't want it to be, super sticky, because that requires more, I guess, brain power to put into your brain. So anything that Charlie's memoing is going to be very, very lightly held, I would say, in his brain.
Fleeting. Yeah.
Yeah.
And usually what they do is they use kind of a string of audio cues, kind of string them into some garbled sound, and then kind of repeat that to themselves. That's the reason that Charlie prefers not to use headphones, is he can quietly whisper it to himself and hear it as he's executing.
Elias now on his final solve. A sub 10 memo, so that's a good sign. So far with the 26 and the 24.
Looks like some really fast corner execution there.
This looks better. And 22.1. So we'll have to see what the seeding looks like. Obviously we've got some competitors off screen that can put their way into the top 4. Meanwhile, Hans Lin, Station 2. So reliable. 90% success rate out of 10 attempts today from Hans, with an average there of around 22 seconds. So safely into the final. Maybe not. Could be second seed again, but I suspect some of our other competitors may have done better. But we'll have to wait and see when the results come in. So well done to all our competitors.
Got Danny waiting to do his final solve now. Just letting the nerves settle a little bit, although finals is a guarantee for him at this point. He can just sit back and try to get a good single here. Cube goes under the table. About a mid 8-second memo there. Pretty good for Danny. And a 22.09 to finish off the average.
So that just beats out Elias, who had a 22.10. So again, I'm pretty sure those two will be right behind one another in the in the rankings after that round.
Sure, it's going to be the same old top 4 that we're familiar with. And that wraps it up for our top 4 for this group. But off camera, we can confirm that Michael Tripodi got a success at very least. And I think we know that Jack Kai also got a single good enough to
Yep.
to make finals.
So definitely those two will be in the hunt for that podium spot.
We've also got Amy wrapping up her average on station 6 just off stream. Oh, 7-second memo. Really quick. Suggests that she's probably got a pretty good single by this point and is comfortably in finals. Some trouble recalling there. 23:48 to finish up. Oh, but it was a DNF.
Yeah.
And Swami got a success.
Swami with the stickered cube.
Uh,
One of, I would suspect, very few competitors using a stickered cube at this competition. I know Jay McNeil did in Square One yesterday. He's got a
really?
2016 edition Square One, still with stickers. Swami there with the stickered 3x3, but that's a rare sight these days.
And we just have the rest of our competitors in the other stage, finishing up the rest of their solves, but that's pretty much all that's going on in terms of top player activity.
So yeah, that just about wraps up day 2 here at Nationals. So that's halfway through. Tomorrow we've got some big events. The big one, 3x3 round 1 in the morning. We've got 7 groups. We've got a lot of top competitors to watch and tune in for. So make sure you're there, or if you're asleep, you tune in afterwards. That's gonna be very exciting. I think a pretty even field, obviously. Riley, I think, probably the favourite going into Nationals. Done so well this year, and more recently with his OCR single on average, and very consistently in the sub-6 range each comp. So he'll be the favourite, I think, for this weekend. But so many other competitors, given the fine margins in 3x3.
And of course, we also have Pyraminx and 2x2 Scube, all events with some very, very fast people competing. We've got Roman Rudikov and Phoenix Patterson in 2x2. For Pyraminx, I think Seb Lee. Is he coming? Maybe?
We made it.
We did it.
All rankings, really thank you everyone for helping out and participating in the competition. We will see you all tomorrow morning for day 3 of Australian Nationals 2026. We will be open from 8 in the morning, and first event we starts at 9 o'clock. Thank you everybody. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Great, and thank you all for tuning in. We will sign off for today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Join us for some good events.